Forgot to do that. I see that they also put new features on here. It's been a while. What's going on, Lionel, Trip, Jalen, Tyron? Let me put the link out. So you know me, I don't normally do this before time. So I could put the link out. Now, Tyron, you can come in and sit in the back for a little while. You want to bring my man on. Because I don't know what his name is on YouTube, to be honest with you. So, but he confirmed on Facebook that he was coming on because he said he has all day today. Now, all day to me means when things get hot, you don't all of a sudden have to go pick somebody up from the job or nothing like that. You know, that's what all day means to me. But at the same time, my man said that he could prove what he has to prove. So if he could prove it, so be it. Matter of fact, I'll put Tyron on until my man comes, and then after that, oh wait, maybe that's him right now because I see that. Hold on, let me see.
What's good, bro?
Is this you from Facebook? This is the man of the hour?
Nah, this Tyron, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll put you on until my man arrives. He confirmed it on Facebook that he's coming. So,
who's the guy that we about to debate?
Let me see what his name is. His name is John Holman. That's the first guy. That's the picture of the first guy on the avatar picture. So he said he's coming. He said he could prove because we've been going back and forth on Facebook. And he's been saying he could prove whatever. Anytime somebody threw up some, you know how you show pictures and everything. People on YouTube Facebook channels, they'll do that. And he says that's BS. That's not black. That's not you're all Africans and all that kind of stuff. So I say, hey, proof up. I think this is him. Is this you, brother?
Oh, YK the Truth. He comes from Not a Coincidence and all them goofies.
Oh, okay. So once my man we'll talk, but once my man shows, I'm gonna put people to the back for a minute.
No, I'm right here, brother. This me.
Oh, this is you?
Yeah.
What's your name on Facebook?
My name, YK the Truth, but you know me. I hit you up. Yeah, John.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So that's good. So
that's right.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put Tyron to the back just for a little while.
What's good, Ling Ling?
That's not my name, bro.
What's good, Tyron?
Wait a second. Hold up. Are you trying
this from Not a Coincidence channel. This clown.
Yeah, I know YK the Truth. Damn, I didn't know the John Holman thing caught me off.
Yeah. What's good?
Okay, so damn, I dealt with you before.
Wait, so you know me? You be over there?
I used to be.
Yeah. But I got a whole PowerPoint presentation for you, brother.
Then you know what? Let's put it on. Put it on.
All right.
See what you got. We're gonna give you the floor, my man. Now, before you do it, though. I also thank somebody for the Cash App, Ladario. Thank you. But before you do it, keep in mind when people ask for proof, that does not include hearsay. You know, you can't go by what somebody else told you and say, okay, well, that sounds like proof to me. I want to see the concrete proof that makes me say, God damn it, I'm an African.
So by that logic, we have to throw away what grandma said because that would be hearsay, right?
No, we're not throwing away anything.
No,
because we know the mainstream education system is full of shit. And we know that your sources are full of shit, such as Henry Louis Gates. And I can tell you where he get his shit from.
But you know why you can't throw away grandma? Because that's like trying to throw away your mother telling you that I'm your mother, even though she doesn't present you the evidence of that. But who else you going by?
But that's a different that's a different case, because I've got many examples of people not even knowing who their father is. So people lie, DNA don't.
Right.
But that's another topic, though.
Right. Well, DNA can lie.
Yeah. So that by that logic, grandma is not infallible. She's the same one who gave us pig feet, Christianity, and a whole lot of other stuff, like going to Guyana and drinking that juice. That was predominantly elderly women, our grandmothers, who went over there and was holding up that "I believe in Jim Jones" sign.
Okay, well, that's
wasn't it the Nation of Islam that was pushing Jim Jones? Those are black men.
All I know that it was a bunch of grandmothers over there.
It wasn't just grandmothers. It was men.
It was predominantly.
It was men telling the women to go ahead and drink the Kool-Aid.
Brother, there's a site on Google.
Bro, what are you talking about?
There's a site.
We know the history about Jim Jones. And Jim Jones was working with the NOI.
I didn't come up here to argue,
and Jim Jones is definitely CIA. But okay, since he's the man of the hour, let's get to the PowerPoint and let's see what my man can present. And I'm gonna hold on. Matter of fact, let me get a piece of paper so I can take some notes down while he's doing it. If I find something that's strange, I'll write it down.
And we must bear in mind that denial does not equal evidence.
I agree with that.
Yeah. All right. So let me get to the PowerPoint.
Okay. And you got to bear with me because they added some new features since I last went live on this thing. So.
No, you good. You good, bro.
And I give you credit. You're brave enough to come on. So.
So what are you starting out with your thesis? YK?
Oh, okay. You know what?
I'm gonna need the brother to be in the back. No disrespect. I don't want to be interrupted.
All right, let me just put you on the back for a little bit until it's done, Tyron, and then I'm okay, I see your PowerPoint thing here.
All right.
You want it full total?
So you see it? Do you see the whole screen?
Yeah, hold on a second. There you go. I'm gonna be on mute.
All right. So the name of this is Proof African Americans are not indigenous to the Americas. Now, when you look at the etymology of the word Negro, it clearly says member of a black-skinned race of people from Africa, from Spanish or Portuguese, Negro, black, from Latin, negrum, black, dark, sable, dusky. This is why, Negro is synonymous with the word Moor. You see that? Dark skin, Ethiopian. So we know we dealing with Africa, right? Let's go to, they call us African American. Now let's go to 1864, right? The history of slavery and the slave trade. It specifically says Negroes from Africa. So we know that Negroes are from Africa. The Portuguese navigators explored the African coast. These are primary documents you cannot deny. Negroes are from Africa. Here's an entire map of Negro land. Let me blow it up. An entire map of Negro land. So we know that Negro is talking about a person of African descent. 1747. This is a new and accurate map of Negro land. Now, when you look at the etymology of the word black, and the reason why I'm showing you guys these etymologies is because when we start doing our genealogy, you're going to start seeing these terms like black, colored, Negro. So what does it mean? Dark-skinned person, African. African. It's always that African that's there. When you go to, there's even the black belt. It's from the 1870s. And what is the black belt? It's in reference to districts extending across the U.S. South with the heaviest African population. There's even terms that's coined. Then we're going to go to the Militia Act. A lot of us, we got grandparents who fought in the Civil War. One of my ancestors fought in the Civil War with Harriet Tubman. In order for you to fight for your freedom, they had to pass something called the Militia Act of 1862, Section 12, it further be enacted that the president be and is hereby authorized to receive into the service of the United States for the purpose of constructing entrenchments or performing camp service or any other labor or any military or naval service for which they may be found competent persons of African descent. These are laws that you can't get past. Section 13, and be it further enacted that when any man or boy of African descent. So without this, our ancestors wasn't fighting in these wars. So they making it clear to you who those African people were who were fighting in those wars. In January 1863, Secretary of War Stanton finally gave John Andrew, the abolitionist governor of Massachusetts, authorization to form regiments that could include persons of African descent. Show me any black person who fought in a war prior to the 1862. It gave us the right to arm ourselves. Now, this is my great-grandfather, and this is his U.S. World War I draft record. And it clearly says, right next to black, it says African. My peoples, we from South Carolina. For those who doubt, I'm connected genetically with these people. So that's for my doubters. This is the original card. And as you can see right here, it says African. Let me get to it. Right there. African race. African. It's easy for me to make these claims. Y'all always tell us, do your genealogy. DNA is a hoax. Do your genealogy. So I did my genealogy. And this is my fourth great grandfather, Richard Reed. And this is the 1880 census. And his family, his mother and father was born in Africa. Now, for people who doubt it, if you really look up and say, because people saying, well, that's Africa and United States. No, if you go all the way up, it says foreign, other than United States. So if you and when you go down, you also see people was born in Europe and other places out of the United States. So they make it clear that anybody born outside, foreign born. Now, this is my second great grandfather. His name is John Clark, and he fought in the war. Excuse me, y'all know it's Sunday, so y'all might be hearing people in the background. I just want to just give y'all a heads up. And he fought in the Mississippi. He fought in the USC infantry, right? Now, I'm going to show you something. 1861, right? I'm connected genetically, also for my doubters. Now, when you go into the book, and it's called From Freedom by the Sword, U.S. Colored Troops, 1862 to 1867. And it says Corps d'Afrique Infantry at Port Hudson in the 86th, formerly the 14th Corps d'Afrique at New Orleans. So they made it specific who these people were. Southern Florida had a black men recruit. They called them African. That's African, right? Now, let's keep going. This is my third great grandfather. This is his documents of fighting in the Civil War. He fought alongside Harriet Tubman, right? Now, I'm connected for the doubters. Because, you know, everybody's going to doubt. How do we know? That's my face right there. Connected on this ancestry. DNA matches. So I'm not up here just running my mouth and telling you anything. Now, let's go to that same book. Because, let me go back. He was in the 2nd South Carolina Cold Infantry. That was the name of the infantry he was in. Now, let's see who were those people, okay? Freedom by the Sword. He took 300 men on a raid 25 miles up the Combahee River. This was with Harriet Tubman. Anybody who's seen the movie Harriet, my third great grandfather was with her. A Confederate inspector later condemned the defenders. Now, let me just go right here. And it says right here, excuse me, the 2nd South Carolina was not the only black regiment organizing for service at that time. On 26 January 1863, Governor John A. Andrews of Massachusetts received authority to enlist as 3 years volunteers, persons of African descent. So we know, see, this is what you call cross-referencing. Everybody say cross-reference. So I'm going to the genealogy. I'm going to the history books. I'm going to my DNA. I'm going to put this thing together. You know, I'm not being lazy with this. I'm doing my due diligence. You know, you said don't do so far. I showed y'all the African with the genealogy. So if you deny my genealogy, hey, I don't know what to tell you. Now, let's see if it's backed by my DNA. Now, according to my DNA, it's Cameroon, Congo, 27%, 23% Nigerian, 19% Mali, 7% Ivory Coast, Ghana, 6% Scotland, 5% Senegal, 3% Benin and Togo, and a mere 2% Indigenous. So, Halito to my Indians, because I'm 2%. Halito. Now, when you look at the word blackamoor, it says dark-skinned person, black skin. Because now you got a lot of Moors and Indians going back and forth, and somehow Moor and Indian is the same. I just lost the debate against the Moor in a predominantly Aboriginal community. So I'm guessing blackamoors are Indians now. So that would mean that you're a dark-skinned black African. Whole L. Now let's go to my African ancestry. You know, the DNA don't change on your Y chromosome. So this is a copy of my Y chromosome polymorphism used in a analysis. You inherit this segment of DNA through your father, and it has been passed on consistently from father and son over the last 500 to 2,000 years. These are the unique markers. Our scientists compared your Y chromosome polymorphism to those from people around the world and found 100% match to samples from the Igbo people in Nigeria today. Your sequence similarity score of 100% reflects our level of confidence in the accuracy of your match. Moreover, everyone in your family that descends from your paternal grandfather and his brothers share your Igbo ancestry. So we went to the genealogy. We went to the history records. We went to more DNA. Now let's go to the laws. You know what I mean? Because denial, at the end of the day, all we got is denial. If all you got is, man, that didn't happen, man, that's a hoax, man, that's fake. You don't really stand on nothing. You can't make a PowerPoint saying shit didn't happen, bro. You can't do it. You got to come with the proof. You got to source up a shut up. Now, even when we look at, let me go back, excuse me. Even when we look at Juneteenth, what is Juneteenth? On June 17, 2021, President Joseph R. Biden signed into law that established Juneteenth National Independence Day. It has been a holiday celebrated by people of African descent. The struggle for freedom and equal rights. Now, this is from the Library of Congress. You know, y'all love saying go to the Library of Congress when it pertains to getting them those indigenous records. Go to the Library of Congress. Well, the Library of Congress is saying that Juneteenth, as people of African descent and others commemorate Juneteenth in their homes. All right. So we know Juneteenth is for African people. The civil rights of 1964 was rooted in the struggles of Americans of African descent. This is also from the Library of Congress. So all of y'all who try to mix the Civil Rights Act up with the Indians Act, you're reaching. Civil rights and it also included indigenous people, but it was for people of African descent. All right. Anti-slavery initiatives have gradually abolished the peculiar institution in the northern states by the 1830s, but free blacks were not accorded full citizenship rights. Now, this is from a book called American Negroes, a handbook from 1883, all right? And this book says that one group, the African Negroes, came not of their own will, but as slaves. It's one narrative. Now, y'all say, go to grandma. But you know how many grandmothers is writing in these slave narratives that you throw out? You know how many people speak about their ancestors? My father was Abram Brown, and my mother's name was Lucy Brown. He said that they were slaves of Dr. Arthur Gordon Rose. My grandfather and grandmother were grown when they came from Africa and were man and wife in Africa. So you can't throw one grandma out. There's many people that's saying that we're African. You know, the other day, because I do junk removal, and I did a junk removal for a Black Indian. This lady got records, and she gave me a bunch of Indian books. And I said, man, do you got any African in your ancestry? She said, yes, of course. It seems like the Indians who can show you the proof, they never deny their African side, yo. They never do. Now, this is from whence came the Negro race, a sermon by Joseph, 1834, right? And he clearly says, these Negroes were brought from Africa and were brought from marshy lands where you could not get well-formed people, and the people had been distorted by very methods they lived. Negro. And look what he said. He said that, let me go down, because this is key. He said a provincial thing for the colored race to be brought to this continent. So it already shows you that colored is talking about a person of African descent. at the time of the 1800s. So when you start seeing color in your genealogy, just know that they're talking about people of, African ancestry. You got the Book of Negroes. This is a list of documents listing people of African ancestry. The records are there. They are there. Now look right here. 1783. This is the hereby whomsoever it may concern, that the bearer hereof a Negro. A Negro. So we know that they're talking about African people. Stop playing. Y'all take one thing, Jack D. Forbes, when he said they was calling Negroes, they were calling Indians Negroes in Brazil and all them other places in South America. I'm talking about in the United States. We already know who they was talking about. Now, here's another slave narrative. I is 81 years old. I was born up in the watery river close to the Great Falls. My master was Osmond Barber. My mistress was named Miss Elizabeth, her the wife of Mars Osmond. My pappy was named Jacob. My mammy went by the name of Jemima, and they both come from Africa, where they was born. So are they lying? Come on. Now let's go to another narrative of the life and labors of these are real people. I do, sir, that they were half so devilish, right? In Africa, before you whites went there and commenced to destroying their cattle, just like they did the Indians, right? So this is a testimony of the Europeans doing the same shit in Africa that they did to the indigenous people, destroying their bison, fucking up their water, doing little shit, divide and conquer, putting this indigenous tribe against this indigenous tribe. Before you whites went there and commenced destroying their cattle and other property and made one tribe believe that it was their neighbor and set them fighting amongst themselves. And then you would take them that were captured, and that's the way you have brought blacks to this country and made yourself rich. So you know he's not lying, because the white man did the same thing in America. Put this Indian tribe against this one, creating these bogus treaties, playing the game, divide and conquer. That's the name of the game, right? Black Indians in the United States. This is Amos Chapman, her daughter, sister, all Southern Cheyenne, and an unidentified girl of African descent. So the little baby you see right there, so those are the Indians. That's the African. My thing is this. Why do y'all want to be some people so bad that don't want nothing to do with us? They don't want shit to do with us. But let me stick to the scholarship, right? Now, this is narrative of the 5-year expedition. The sloth has a soft, squeaky voice like a young cat. It is different in its generative parts from all other quadrupeds, and it is eaten with avidity by the Indians and Negroes. So clearly, Indians and Negroes are not the same. I repeat, Indians and Negroes are not the same. And this is from John Stedman's narrative of 5-year expedition against the revolted Negroes of the Suriname, 1796. And don't tell me y'all not taking these books, because all the research guy does is find those historical books and go in them and show you people that's indigenous. And y'all soak it up, hook, line, and sinker. So don't be in the chat talking about the books that I'm reading from. When all Corremio do is get these same books and beat you upside the head by saying stop the hijack. Because he don't want you to see that it's saying African in there. So you might as well throw the whole damn book out. Don't stop the hijack. Throw the damn book out. Now, let me get to the next source. Now, this talks specifically about how they looked. And it says, the white man said this, by this I was always cool and clean. Besides, there is a kind of pleasure in rambling naked when the occasion will permit it, which I always envied the Indians and Negroes. The white man is saying, I envied them. Why, if Negroes and Indians were the same, why didn't he just say, I envied the Negroes? Or I envied the Indians? Why did he make it clear to you? This is before Walter Plecker. This is before any of that classification shit. He said it clear to you. I envied the Indians and Negroes. Let me blow it up, so y'all won't think, oh, he just talking out his ass. Which I always envied the Indians and Negroes, and of which only those few can have any idea who have tried the experiment and delight in following these rules, which kind nature by an unerring precept has prescribed. I also daily use a cheering glass of wine. So when a white man be trying to say, well, you know, we inferior, they was low-key envying that melanin that was glistening from our skin. There's documents of how they really, really felt about us, right? Now, this is going to destroy that whole copper-colored shit that everybody running around with, right? Same book. And it says, all these Indians are in general of a copper color, while the Negroes of Africa, let me repeat that, while the Negroes of Africa, now let's cross-reference. I showed you the etymology. I showed you the laws. There comes a time when you got to wake the fuck up and say, well, he's cross-referencing this shit. I can't deny this shit. All these Indians are in general of a copper color, while the Negroes of Africa that live under the same degree of latitude are perfectly black. Hence, that's why the word black is in the genealogy records. They're not talking about an Indian. Negroes of Africa, in which, however, inconceivable at first, is easily accounted for when one considered that first, viz., the American Indians in Guyana are constantly refreshed by the cooling sea breeze or easterly winds that blows between the tropics, and that those who dwell in terra firma and Peru on the west coast, excuse me, enjoy the same. I gotta get some water. Excuse me. When you talk for a while, you gotta get some water.
Okay.
My bad. Are constantly refreshed by the cooling sea breeze of Peru on the west coast. Enjoyed the same easterly breeze, still kept cool by the great chains of inland mountains over which it passed. While the second, viz., the inhabitants of Africa who live south of the river Senegal. So it's telling you that the Negroes are black and the American Indians are copper colored. Copper colored. They even speak on the hair texture, right? It says the epidermis or the cuticle.
Excuse me, not. I don't mean to interrupt, but can you put the thing on the screen where you're reading that from? Because I wasn't seeing it.
Can you see it now?
When you said the copper color part?
Got you. My bad, bro. Can you see it now?
A little bit. You might have to blow it up a little bit though.
Right here. Right there. Copper colored.
Blah, blah.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah, you might have to blow it up just a little bit. Oh, wait, I see. In general, all these, I don't see what's highlighted though. I can't read that.
Let me
highlight in purple.
I can highlight it. Let me highlight it for you.
Now you might have to blow it up because that's why we can't see it, because it's kind of small.
You see it?
Now blow it up a little more until we can see the what's highlighted in there.
It says Indians, but the copper color is not highlighted. I can highlight it for you.
No, don't highlight that. Just blow it up a little bit so we can see more, because we can't see what's highlighted. I see purple highlighted, but I can't read the words.
Can you see it now?
No, I don't see anything happening.
It might be on. It might. Let me see how it's looking on you. It might be. You might have to just move your thing. It's based on something that you're doing on your end.
I got you full screen.
And you still can't see what I'm.
Now, see, the last page you showed, we could read that, but this one has more text on it, so we can't really see it too well.
All right. Let me see if I can get it right for y'all.
Go to view. Go to view.
What can you see now?
It's the same thing. Nothing changed.
All right. Well, if anything, I'll just drop that. Let me see if I could go in and come out. What about now?
Now try hitting that view button and see if you could blow that up.
It's blowing up on my end.
Okay, let me go on another feed and see if I can see that, because I'm not seeing it from where I'm at.
Yeah, see if you could adjust.
Yeah, I'm looking at it live too. It's still, it looks just like I'm seeing it on the screen. It's small.
But I could drop the book for you, so you could see it yourself. I got a whole words with all my sources. I could just give you all the sources there.
See, because I could read. It says all these blank are in general of a copper color, while the Negroes are African. Okay, now you blew it up a little. Okay, so
you seen it?
Yeah, now go up. Okay, I see. That's that's the word Negro. That's in purple. Okay.
All right. So let me go back. Let me get back to it. All right.
Now pull that page down a little bit up in the book, so we can see the top.
Right now, you see it?
Not the top though. You did blow it up though. We don't see the top part.
Are you trying to see the copper color part?
Yeah. Yeah, blow that up. But I think now we have that as the word Negro. They say Negro, all these Negroes are in general of a copper color.
All these Negroes, Indians. Now it says all these.
That's why you got blown up, because I can't read. Because when you did blow it up before, everything that looked in purple looked like
you see it now?
The word Negro in it.
You see it now?
No.
It says Indian right there, brother.
Now I see the little title says description of the Aborigines.
It says all these Indians are in general of copper color, while the Negroes, it's not going to say all these Negroes are in general of a copper color, while the Negroes of Africa.
Okay, that live under the same degree of
latitude
are perfectly black.
Perfectly.
Okay.
But for the people that want to, I'm gonna share the link so you. I mean, I could share. I'm gonna share the source for you, so you know.
Okay. Now I'm gonna let you continue unmolested, but let me just ask you this: do you believe that all the people in Africa are perfectly black?
No.
Oh, okay.
But that's just that's moving the goalpost though. But
no, not really.
It is.
I just asked you a question. It's either they were or they were not.
No,
that's all.
But that's their. This is his. This is his what he saw. So he's letting you know that these people are copper color, but the Negroes of Africa are not copper color.
Yeah, he said perfectly black, right?
Right.
And what would that suggest to you when somebody says somebody is perfectly black?
I'm just focusing on what is being said. And he's
me,
making
me, me too. Me too.
He's making it clear that the Indians are in general of copper color.
Okay, well, let me ask
anything else is going into a realm of moving the goalposts.
Okay,
because now we arguing about something else.
Okay, well, let's not do that then.
But
well, that really wasn't something else, so that's what was written. But well, let me ask you this: would you agree or disagree that anybody in Africa is not copper colored?
But that's moving the goalposts.
No, it's not. It's just I'm just making a point.
So what are we arguing the fact that Indians are in general copper color?
No, I'm just asking you, are there
Africans? That's what we focusing on. We focusing on the fact that all Indians in general are copper color.
I'm just asking
now,
you.
When we start talking about Africans in Africa, that's another color. We're making it clear that the Indians in general are of copper color. Do you disagree?
If you're talking about a so-called Mongol Indian of today, I've never seen a copper colored one.
I'm talking about at that time, the time that we're
I wasn't around in that time, to be honest with you.
Oh, so okay, gotcha. All right, let me get back to it though. All right, so this is from John Newton. This is a journal of a slave trader from 1750 to 1754. And he says, all Negroes are Africans. Today, there are many Negroes in America and the West Indies, and indeed some thousands in Great Britain who are descended from the slaves taken by the white man from Africa. They have black or dark skin. See, everywhere I go, this is cross-referencing. You cross-reference your shit. It's clearly letting you know the same damn thing. That they are black, dark skin, usually black woolly hair, rather flat noses. We apt to think that the Africans of Newton days were savages without any laws or civilization. But that is not so. So when you start reading these testimonies and stories and stuff, it lets you know that they wasn't really inferior. They just had to make them think they were inferior so they could do what they did to them, just like they did to the indigenous people of America. Because when you start reading the testimonies about the people that was here, that was already here, they were civilized. They were some of the most, civilized people you could meet. But they had to start making maps and calling them barbarians just so they could steal their land. Excuse me. Now, it clearly says that we're apt to think that Africans of Newton days were savages without any laws or civilization, but that is not so. Most of what we know of them and of their surroundings is from a few descriptions and drawings by white men. But these were sometimes wild guesses. For instance, we know that there are no tigers in Africa. We know too that animals follow each other by scent. But one Englishman who went to Sierra Leone in the 18th century wrote, "The country is full of tigers, leopards, and ravenous beasts, which are perpetually fighting, but the tigers have generally the better, and for that reason, the leopard drags his tail when hunted by the tiger." So it's bullshit. All right. Now, let's go to the quest of the Western world. They made it specifically clear that Negroes and Indians are not the same. In order to save time and food, Fray Marcus sent the Negro ahead with a flying squad of Indians. Why would you say that? He sent the Negro ahead with a flying. So basically, he sent the Negroes with the Negroes. It don't make any sense. It don't make any sense. Now, let's go to the Racial Integrity Act, because this is a key component to the Aboriginal doctrine. You know, we were misclassified, right? Now, the Racial Integrity Act proves that Negroes and Indians are not the same. I repeat, the Racial Integrity Act proves that Negroes and Indians are not the same. Let me prove it to you. It says, this is the Racial Integrity Act. In any large gathering, now it goes, let's go to the top, right? In the past, it has been possible for, now let's go. It is estimated that there are in the state from 10,000 to 20,000, possibly more, near white people who are known to possess an intermixture of colored blood. In some cases, to a slight extent, it is true, but still enough to prevent them from being white. So we know that the Racial Integrity Act was created to keep the white race pure. But I'm gonna show you how that's bullshit in its own self, because they was okay with having a little bit of Indian, because you know they want that land and shit. So it's okay to have a little bit of Indian in you, but you can't have no Negro in you. So if you couldn't have no Negro in you, who was the Indian? In the past, it has been possible for these people to declare themselves as white, or even to have the court so declare them. Then they have demanded the acceptance of their children into the white schools. And there is not a few cases have intermarried with white people. Remember Mildred, Richard Loving and Mildred Jeter? They had to go to Washington, D.C. to get married, because in Virginia, it was illegal for for whites and blacks to intermarry, right? The miscegenation laws. In many countries, they exist in distinct colonies holding themselves aloof from Negroes, but not admitted by the white people as of their race. In any large gathering or school of colored people, especially in the cities, many will be observed who are scarcely distinguishable as color. These persons, however, are not white in reality, nor by the new definition of this law, that a person with white, that a white person is one with no trace of blood of another race. This is the key word, except that a person with 1/16 of the American Indian.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but you didn't advance the slide while you're reading.
It's not. Is it? Can you see it?
Not what you were currently reading.
This is weird, because usually when I blow it up, it goes through. But it says, except that a person with 1/16 of the American Indian, if there no other race mixture, may be classified as white. Their children are likely to revert to the distinctively Negro type, even when an apparent evidence of mixture has disappeared. So this is, they saying, fuck if you are Indian and you are African, you a nigga. That's what the Racial Integrity Act did. And it's wrong. It's fucking wrong. Because you should be able to claim your indigenous side just as much as you want to claim your African side. So it's wrong, but it lets you know that Indians and Negroes are not the same, because they okay with a little bit of Indian, but they're not okay with a little bit of nigger. They're not okay with a little bit of nigger. And Walter Plecker wasn't okay with a little bit of nigger. patterns. Now let's go to the genetics of African Americans. The genome-wide ancestry estimates of African Americans show average proportion of 73.2 African, 24% European, and 0.8 Native. So this is throughout the United States. On average, we got about 2% Native ancestry. And that's cross-referencing DNA. Because as you can see, my DNA was predominantly African with a mere 2% Native. So everything is being cross-referenced. My genealogy, the documents, the laws, the narratives, everything is being compared, and it's all adding up, bro. Now, this is a DNA test, right, that solved the murder in where I live in South Carolina, right? Now, all they had was this guy's DNA, and they created a facial profile, and his ancestry was 92% West African and 8% European. This is the guy. This is the screenshot that they had by using DNA, and this is what he really looked like right here. And according to his DNA, he was African. So this was the first. This was the first murder. One of the first murders solved by using, not the first murder. One of the first facial profiles created to solve a murder, and this is in Columbia, South Carolina. He killed the pregnant woman, you know, and they used his DNA to track him. Right now, everybody wants to claim Indian, but what does the history say? The history say that they owned us. Although the term enslaver for most Americans is likely to conjure the image of a white plantation owner, native tribes such as the Choctaw also enslaved people of African descent and had done so for more than a century before the Civil War. You know what I think? I think that the Indians is getting the descendants of the Indians is getting their the karma by the Aboriginal community, because they owned our ancestors, they mixed up our cultures, and now black people want to be Indian, and now the descendants gotta suffer for the crimes, excuse me, that their fathers did. They gotta suffer. Let me get to it. Now, it says, by 1831, a federal census conducted in the preparation of removing Choctaw Indians from the Mississippi River Valley to Indian Territory enumerated 7,963 Indians, 151 white persons, and 521 enslaved people. Just 8 years later, in 1839, there were approximately 600 enslaved people of African descent living amongst the Choctaw. Now, there's a dude named Smoke Signal. He be in the Aboriginal community. He came through with his genealogy, and we found records that his ancestors owned his people. They were on the freedmen rolls. So we got the documents to back up these claims. Okay. Now, I got a few more stuff I want to speak on. Now, this is about the first slaves who arrived in Massachusetts, right? And there's a story about the first mention of a black person in a colony dates from 1633. An English visitor published a true and lively description of New England for readers back at home. It includes an account of Indians who were scared then hurt when they came upon a black man in the woods. They sought help from a local farmer who found him to be poor, wandering, blackamoor, black man, conducted him to his master. It is possible that this man was not enslaved, but an indentured servant. In any case, it seems clear from the Indians' reaction that black men were a rare sight in Massachusetts. Checkmate. Checkmate. Now, this is from 1865 Prison Life. This is a prison life written by A. Albert. Now, this is crazy because they came home one night, December 3rd. This night was the first we spent in sleep since we started. It was acceptable indeed, though somewhat interrupted by a genuine African dance held by the Negroes of the plantation in the open air and several blazing fires. So it shows that the Negroes were doing an African dance. Now, this is from a black Seminole. You know how y'all love to say, go to your grandma. Go to your grandma. Now, Miss Rosa Fay, she was a black Seminole living in Brackettville, Texas in 1943. And she said clearly, we's colored people. I don't say we don't have Indian blood, because we has, but we ain't no Indian. We's colored people. So that goes to show you that colored people are not Indian. They knew they had more in them besides indigenous. YK the Truth is never going to tell anybody that if you got Indian in your DNA, you're not an Indian. If you got substantial amount of the Indian in you, rep your shit. I'm never coming here to tell nobody they not Indian if they could prove it. I'm with it. I'm not hating no Indians. I don't have a hate in my blood for nobody. But you can't be saying things like the slave trade never happened and it's a hoax, and then I'm going to have to get in your ass. Pause. Now let's get to it. Now this is another, let me read the source. This was Thomas Sumter, and this is in 1929. It says, his plantation was ruined. All livestock and furniture were gone, but his 200 slaves had resisted successfully all attempts to entice or carry them away, and welcomed him with a barbaric African war song. Checkmate. There's a article called African and American, the contact of Negro and Indian. More evidence that Negro and Indian is not the same. Okay? It says right here, we are even more at loss at certain the present number of Negroes in these continents. In fact, this is probably indeterminable for the reason that the African blood has mingled with that of the European settlers and the Aborigines in an incalculable manner. So clearly, the Aboriginal is not the Negro. This is from 1891. The Negro Journal. Now, if you go to Red, Black, and Yellow, this is in 1918, right? And it speaks of a Negro who wanted to go out and teach the wild Indians, right? But the people were scared. They said they would only scalp you for all your pain. They said, no one will give you money for such a foolish task. Well, John, he said, your impressions and your sense of duty are so peculiar that no one would be willing to give you money for such a dangerous enterprise. But if you really feel that it is your duty to go somewhere northwest and preach to the Indians, obey what you believe to be the command of God. So a Negro wanted to go out and teach the Indians. So clearly, Negroes and Indians are not the same. Now, let's speak about what the Comanches did to this Negro girl. Even if the former slaves knew the direction of Mexico, they might be captured by the nomadic Comanches or Apaches who roamed the semi-desert regions of the state. Captain Randolph B. Marcy saw two Negro girls who had spent months in the hands of the Comanches. The Indians had mutilated the girls, more out of curiosity than torture, interested to know if the girls were as black inside as they were on the surface of their skin. This is who y'all want to be. This is who y'all want to claim, right? That's self-hatred. I don't want nothing to do with that. Sorry.
Oh, excuse me, you didn't move the slides up.
What you said?
You didn't move.
Yeah, I'm going to another. I'm going to another slide.
Okay. No, you were still stuck on the one with the slave ad.
I was stuck on what?
You were stuck on the one with the slave ad.
What do you see? What do you see on my window, my screen now?
I see it says red blood.
All right. This is where I need to be right here.
All right, section 1.
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah.
All right. Now this is section 1. The Act of 1740 declares all Negroes and Indians free Indians in amity with this government, Negroes, mulattoes, and mestizos who are now free. Section 2. Under this provision, it has been informally held that color is prima facie evidence that the party bearing the color of a Negro, mulatto, or mestizo is a slave. But the same prima facie results does not follow from an Indian color. So clearly, Negro and Indian are not the same. This is the Negro law. Now, if you go, did my slide change? Can you see the new slide right here?
No.
Which one am I stuck on?
The Act of 1740. Now I see it now. You got the
All
drawing,
right. See,
Massacre
I see
of the Whites.
Right. Now, this is Massacre of the Whites. This is from the Library of Congress, 1863. And it says Massacre of the Whites by the Indians and blacks in Florida. They are not the same.
No offense. Could you go back to that one with the Massacre of the Whites real quick?
Yeah.
Can you blow that up?
Uh-huh. Can you see it?
I can see it. It's not blowing up. I think I can see it well enough. Which ones are the Indians and which ones are the black people?
The Indians are the ones with the shit on their head. And the black people, you see the there's actually a white dude that's holding a black dude. He got the machete in his hand. And I see the Indians, she got like long hair. Yeah, the Indians got the long hair. The black dude got the he's all black. And then I see another one that's fighting the white man. He got his hair like up, like how the Indians be having it. So I see clear distinctions of it.
Okay, because I'm just saying from here it's hard to tell.
Yeah, but no, I see. Yeah, I see
it's hard.
Though.
If it's hard to tell, you know what that usually means. But I'll let you go on.
All right, I appreciate that, bro. All right. Now it says this is the relation of the Negroes and Choctaw Indians. It says the ancestral history of the Choctaws is legendary. The most susceptible historical data account for the Choctaws and Chickasaws as descendants of a people called Chickamaugas. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, sorry, who were among the first inhabitants of the Mexican Empire. The Southwestern Indians, which included the Choctaws and Chickasaws, came into possession of runaway Negro slaves soon after the Europeans settled in this country. it is noteworthy that these Negroes were slaves, were neither accepted nor sold, but instead only exchanged for their white masters for Indian owners. So clearly, Indian and Negroes are not the same. Now I got a few stuff that I really didn't read up on, but I got one thing that I wanted to make clear, and I think this is not even a one. Hold on, just give me a second, because I think I got another one. All right, here it goes. Now, this is from 1903. It's the Palmetto Stories. And it said, he proclaimed martial law, allowed no able-bodied man to leave Charleston, and no provision to be carried out of it. He then organized an army consisting of the citizens of the town, the men from the plantations, some friendly Northern Carolina Indians, and the Negro slaves. Now, with that, I'm gonna land my plane. You know, I took you to from the I started off with etymology, you know, history, laws, DNA, census, you name it, cross-referencing, and it all gives me the same clue that Indians and Negroes are not the same. Those people have a history. We have our own history. We're mixed. Some of us are mixed. If you are, rep your shit. I'm not here to tell you you're not an Indian. But my thing is, leave my history alone. Don't tell me what I'm not, because according to my due diligence and where I come from, I'm predominantly African American with a little bit of European because of the history. And with that being said, you know, it's your brother YK, and I appreciate you for allowing me to do my presentation, brother.
Okay, no problem. Now we're gonna bring some people on in a minute, but I just want to outline some things because I took some notes while this was happening. And number one, I still haven't heard the evidence that we are African and that we came from Africa. What I saw and read, I was even reading parts that you weren't reading, is that most of this information, these things come from the white man. This is his assertion, not any evidence. Like when you were talking about African dances and that type of thing, I was putting comments in the chat because I'm like, what's an African war dance? You know, that doesn't really tell us anything. That's like saying that somebody did a European dance, and then we come to find out that European dance could have been a break dancing that they saw in a movie, Beat Street or something like that. You know, that doesn't really tell us nothing.
Right.
So I was waiting for the smoking gun that this is the evidence that we came from Africa, and this is the evidence that we're African. Instead, what we heard is what we've been arguing against, is that the white man is telling us that we're from Africa, but there's no evidence. But let me just point out a few things because I took some notes, and I'm going to bring Tyron on and anybody else who wants to come on, you know, and give you some pushback because you said.
And I appreciate you, brother, for giving me the opportunity to, you know, thank you, man.
Thank you. I always give people points for coming up because a lot of people have been scared now. So, so you start out with Negro. See, now, as we all know, I'm sure everybody in the chat knows that Negro, no African has called themselves a Negro. That's number one. That's why the word always starts out from Spain, and Portugal, because that's their language. Black. Obviously, they used to call people Moor or morals. And after a while, by the time that they became a power, Moor, and I heard Tariq Nasheed failed to argue this against the so-called white supremacists because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But after a while, Moor became known as anybody who was a Muslim.
Right.
But it was black. but then after a while, you get mixing, you get other people that white slaves, they become forced into Islam, so they were called Moors after a while.
Yep, that's a fact.
So that's the difference between a so-called Negro and a Moor. Now, some people might say, well, Tariq Nasheed was talking about Christian Moors because when they were in Europe, they were Moors, period.
Right.
So, but once after that, you go to a different part of Africa where they weren't Muslims. Now you call them something else. And if you don't see that the Islamic regalia, now you just say, okay, Negro, black. Well, I'm sure that word has something else because usually Negro means black that's under the control of a European. Really, that's what it usually means if you dig down deep into it. So the Negro thing, that part could be dismissed because that's coming from the white man.
Right.
DNA. They had listed various countries on your DNA test.
Uh-huh.
But yet, when it comes to genealogy, it just said Africa.
Mm-hmm.
If we got to try to figure out, okay, well, how can somebody just be African, but then you take a DNA test, now they got all these various African countries, which
Right.
I find pretty odd in Scotland as well. They always got to throw in a whole bunch of stuff just to make it seem like it's scientific. But so on that part, the DNA is bogus on that.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
Okay.
Where are we going to get the information that tell us we're copper colored? Where are we going to get all of this information that speaks on those things? Who else? Because it seems like when I go and get right. So when it seems like when I go to use the books I actually stated that in my presentation because I knew that would have been something that you was going to say, like that was going to be your argument. Well, it just seems like the white man is saying that. So when I go to these people like Caremio, the research guy, and they going in those same European books, obviously we got to throw that out because it's from the white man.
Oh no, I didn't say you have to throw it out, but you have to.
Well, I mean, so we can have doubt, like because that's what
you got to put the evidence together.
So that means that we got to take it with a grain of salt, just like
yeah. Going by what you're going by, what you're saying. So if the white man calls you a nigger, are you now a nigger?
But it wasn't nothing based on that.
No, I'm saying I'm saying he called you a Negro. So if he calls you a nigger, are you going to accept that as well?
It's not the whole point was not about me accepting it. It's about we're distinguishing who is who. See, that's moving the goalpost. I don't care about what he called me. I'm just letting you know that he's making a clear distinction that these people are Indian and these people are Negro. That's all I'm saying.
And you know what
that's
other distinction
I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm fucking you. I don't gotta be an African. I just know that there's a place that's there that
but do you know what other distinction he makes too? He calls us niggers, Negroes, but he calls the Africans Africans.
Yeah, because you got to understand, though, everybody are not the same. Some people are just racist bigots, and you see the people I was brought to the table, what they were saying. Yo, I envy the Indians and the Negroes. Yo, these people, they not savages, and they not none of that. They not. So I'm cross-referencing everybody. I'm not just going to one white person is not the same as another white person. Just like one Indian is not the same as another Indian. We all got different perspectives about life. So that's why you cross-reference the information and the data. I try to put everything, my DNA, laws, everything. At the point you would just have to say, bro, they lying about everything. And I
have to be honest with you, your DNA is dismissed because we don't really know who you are. That's number one. But those genealogy cards, are you trying to tell us that slaves fill those out?
I mean, I'm writing a book, right, brother?
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm about 25,000 words in, I would say about 90 pages. And I there's a chapter in that book, and it's chapter number 2, and it's called Denialism. Denying the truth doesn't change the facts. I got a whole, and matter of fact, I'm pretty much finished with that chapter. And everything that you're doing now is what's in the book. It's because when we can't accept the evidence, we start to deny it and rationalize.
You realize I didn't deny anything. You realize that?
No,
right?
but there's other forms of denial that you might not even recognize that you're doing. But it's cool.
All I'm doing is asking questions. I'm trying to get to the meat of the situation. That's what I'm trying to do. Before I bring Tyron on, let me just one more thing that you presented that caught
Can somebody else pull up but Tyron, bro?
No, but he shows
like
he shows
at nobody, man.
Well, we had
Aboriginal. To preserve my energy, man.
We had Aboriginal power in here too. He can come up to let me put the link back.
Nah, that's my dog. We good.
Okay, so there was one other thing.
I'm looking for some smoke. I need an Aboriginal to step in the ring to debate being an Aboriginal. They've been running from that taco.
But there's another thing you mentioned when you read that passage from that I think his name was Newton in Sierra Leone, and he talked about seeing a tiger in Sierra Leone. And he described it, and he described I forgot some other animal with a tail that wasn't in Africa as well. Now in court, if you use that kind of testimony, and the witness is telling you something that clearly doesn't exist on the one hand, and he wants to testify and prove the case that's being presented. Most people are going to say, well, if you're lying about this, we're not going to accept the rest of this stuff.
Right, but that's the whole purpose of you having other people speak on it, to let you know that it's bullshit. That's why you cross-reference. Like I said, every white person is not the same, brother. Just like we all have different agendas. So you cross-reference to get the truth out. Even A1 to tell you this. You got to cross-reference everything. And then eventually you're going to get to the truth, brother.
Right. And so that's what we've done. That's what we've done. But nonetheless, let me bring Tyron up so he can throw down.
Yeah.
You're on. You meet it, Tyron.
Look,
you about to get your ass whooped. What color are these people?
I ain't gonna.
What color are these people? You gonna go crying back to not a coincidence after this? What color are these people?
What's your question?
You said people are literally black. What color are they?
What's your question, brother?
No, we gonna go from point to point. All your pseudo babble.
What's your question?
You went on a rant. No, we getting after every point. We getting after every point. So the first off, you said that Africans are literally the color black. Who
did I say that?
Is literally the color black or white?
Did I say that? Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
Well, yeah,
yes, you did. You brought up sources saying that the Negro are black and they are not copper, right?
Did I
say go to Africa? Hold on, we can go to deduce and use common sense and rational thinking and go to Africa and pull up the copper-colored skin Africans. Can we not?
All right, so what I'm saying,
you looking at these Africans with brown skin.
Tyron, you got a question, brother, so I can respond to you?
No, we going after your whole pseudo babble. You got to have a whole hour to yourself.
Right. So ask a question.
No, I'm coming for your neck. I'm coming for your neck.
Ask the brother.
You're going to turn in your town, your Pan-African town. I'm coming for your neck. I'm coming for your neck. So you said that American Indians weren't Negroes. You said American Indians.
I don't want that type of energy.
You need to be quiet. You need to be quiet. You had a whole hour to yourself.
But I'm not arguing with nobody.
No,
So
we about to
ask your
kill your
question,
argument.
brother.
You went on a rant, bringing up people
It's
that ain't
something
here to
my kids
defend
is
themselves.
here,
Hold
my
on.
wife is here.
Hold on. You
Ask
brought
your
up
question, brother.
Alquan. Did he not bring up people that's not here to defend themselves, right?
Right. It's all right.
He
No,
did a whole
YK.
rant
See,
talking shit.
hold up. Before you go, Tyron, let me just say, YK. So you presented. That's why I let you go.
Right. I just want to answer the question and be allowed to answer it.
Right.
If
Right.
you ask me a question,
You'll get to answer after I'm through whooping your ass.
see, when you come on with that type of energy, I'm gonna have to laugh at you though. Go
You
ahead.
came up here with that
I'm
type
gonna
of
mute up.
energy.
I'm gonna mute up. Do your thing,
Name
Ling Ling.
in your mouth, did you not?
Do your thing, Ling Ling.
That's not my name, bitch, nigga. KY Jelly the lie. Now, let's get to whooping your ass. Jack D. Forbes. So, chapter 3 says it right here that Indians were called Negroes before the African. So, why you gonna sit up there and lie and say that, oh, Indians were called Negroes, right? You can read this entire book. Talks about how Indians and black and more was interchangeable.
At what year?
There is no distinction.
What year?
1,500 Indians were called
Exactly.
Negroes before the
Now
Africans.
go in that same book and speak when they said that Negro was specifically for people of African. See, you stuck in the 1500s.
No, we're going for specifically when
hold
the
on. I
Indian
made
was
it clear.
called Negroes.
Hold on. I
We're
made
not
it
gonna
clear.
we're not gonna shift the
Yo,
goalposts like you over there
I'm about to
fleeing and
step down,
shit.
bro, because I'm not
You
gonna
trying to
I'm
no,
not
you
gonna do
gonna
that,
stay
bro.
up here and get your ass whooped.
No, I'm not going to listen
Yes,
to
you
you if
are.
you
Because
can't
you
have
know
a
you about to
dialogue,
fail.
brother.
You know you
That's
about to fail
chaotic.
because I got all these sources in the back chat.
Yo,
That's why
Alquan,
you
bro, I
trying to
gotta go,
run.
brother.
That's why
I
you
gotta
trying
go,
to
brother.
run. Because you talking shit about people.
I
You
gotta
talking
go, bro,
shit.
because my energy is
Nah,
sacred, brother.
nigga, you wanted this. You wanted the smoke.
But you can't
Stop
speak and
running.
just not
Stop
let
being
me
a bitch.
respond, brother.
Let's debate. Let's debate. We warriors
This
here.
is not debating.
We here to sharpen swords.
That's not sharpening
Stop playing,
swords because
nigga.
you
We
don't know
about
how
to
to
kill
listen.
Africa. We about to kill that African shit.
All right, I'm out of here, bro.
But hold up, YK, in all truthfulness, we listened for an hour. So
exactly, but if he's making a statement and I can't respond and he's over talking me, I'm not staying for that. My energy is sacred,
but
brother.
we let you talk for an hour.
But just let him finish the statement.
Let him make his point, then I address the point.
Okay, let him. Yeah,
this is not a presentation. What he's doing is not a presentation.
Right, he's going point.
Yeah,
point.
I am about to show you my presentation. I got the sources in the back chat, boy.
All right, so let him make his point, each point, then address each point after he's made his point. If that makes sense. Tyron, you beat it out. What happened?
No, I want him to talk because he want to be a little bitch.
Oh
no! I was saying you make your point.
All right. So the first thing I'm gonna say is this, right? The man, he made many different analysis of those people. So you still couldn't get past the woolly hair that he spoke of, the lips that he spoke of, the other features. So even though you just talking about one thing, and don't show me no Africans that got an admixture that has straight hair, because that person right there has an admixture. Who is that? And where they from? Exactly. Those is admixtures. Like Ling Tyron, you're not in my level at all, bro. Get a PowerPoint debate. If you can't debate, I'm not gonna sit back here and argue with you, bro.
You're lying. You're lying.
Really do this.
You're lying. You're
People
lying.
that know me know I really do this.
Can I propose my
you like
point?
a
Can
peon,
I have my hour rant against your bullshit?
You can have your hour, but I won't be here.
Can I reply to your bullshit? Can I
No,
reply to
you
your
can't.
bullshit?
Why don't
You
you
sit
have
there
a
and
whole
listen.
section where you can
Can
do that
I
on your
reply to
own?
your entire pseudo grift?
Why don't you create a whole hour where
Can you listen to?
You don't got to do that with me,
Can you
brother.
listen? Can you stay here for an hour and listen?
Yo, Alquan,
you got to have a whole hour rant.
Alquan, can I ask you
got
something,
to have
brother?
a whole hour rant.
Alquan,
right.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Respectfully, can this brother do his presentation on another segment, brother?
Well,
because
what I wanted
He
you to
can
do.
have a whole hour. He can have a whole hour debunking all YK pseudo shit. But humbly, can you respectfully, brother? Can I just opt out of it?
Well,
I'm not saying she can't respond to my stuff.
You can't
But
tap
what I'm
out.
saying is,
You can't
I don't
tap
think
out. You gotta take the whooping. You
I
gotta
don't
take
look
the
to
L.
Tyron
You
as a
gotta go
scholar, bro.
report to not
okay.
coincidence that you got your
I
head
don't
cut
like.
off.
I don't look
You
at
gonna
him
have
as
to go to your
technical, brother.
boy.
Okay.
You gonna have to go to your boy and said you had
But
to kiss the ring. You had to
I'm
bow
get out
down
of
and
here.
kiss the
All right.
ring.
Wait, hold on, hold
You
on
ain't
1
tapping
second.
out.
Tyron, hold on 1 second. So let's do it this way. So Tyron is apparently trying to go at the word Negro. So let him deal with that first, and then you address that point. Then he can move on to the next point after that. Sounds good?
Go ahead, brother.
All right, go ahead, Tyron, about the Negro.
Got you. So in this book, and we also pulling from the old Oxford Dictionary of the etymology of nigger. And it doesn't mean African. It's applied universally to all indigenous people, not just African. So could you check in the back chat? Chapter 10, what's this? Chat.
What's the timestamp on that?
Chapter X, aiming high in the Apache book.
What's the time that you got it posted on?
Hold on, wait. Let me get it. Let me repost it, if that will help. Chapter 10.
Gutenberg.org, that one? You just
Yes.
put up? Okay.
Yes. Chapter X, aiming high. Tells you right there, Indians were called heathen indigene niggers. And I can show you images of Indians. You can't tell the difference between the Indian and the Negro because the Indian is dressed up like mammy. And you can't use that fine civilized tribe talking point either, YK, because they're dressed in the uniform of a slave.
Now let me get on that.
So can I respond to that?
Okay.
All right. So, like I said, Negro, everything that he argued with, I spoke on it in the damn presentation. I said, yeah, they was calling Indians Negroes in Brazil. Jack D. Forbes.
No, up
See,
here in
hold
North
on, bro.
America.
This is why I'm gonna leave.
Up
This is
here
exactly
in
why.
North
All
America,
right, I'm out of here, bro.
YK. Then what's up? Okay, he's being a bitch ass nigga.
See, what I want these guys to actually come in, prove it, and prove it while somebody else tries to refute it.
Exactly. Did he not have a whole hour on the mic to vent, bring up people that's not here to defend themselves instead of sticking to the presentation? And he kept skimming through shit instead of staying on the points that he had.
Man.
That's an unorganized presentation. How you supposed to debate somebody when you're not even pulling up the slides on what you're talking about?
See, that's the thing, man. I mean, he was brave enough to come, but see, when it comes time to running down the evidence that he presented and scrutinizing it, see, that's the problem. They never want to stick around, or they'll tell lies on it. So that's why.
Pull up victimization Olympics and say, I would never claim Indians because they was enslaving Negroes and they did this allegedly to a little black girl, but didn't pull up the source for that.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, YK, come back. We'll give Tyron a whole half hour or even hour to go by and debunk your stuff, and then you can talk to him afterwards. So that's why I kind of went down some of the stuff at the beginning, because I wanted to make sure that he at least had to address some of it once he was done. Well, anyway, you can go on.
All right, so within this article that I dropped, hold on, let me pull it up. Heathen. So further down the paragraph, it says, well, what's to prevent your boys getting those prizes if colonists was made Christians of instead of outlawed, exiled, transported, on charismatic, heathen, Indian niggers as they be? If people don't put into lottery, how the devil can they get prizes? Will you tell me that? Look at the critters here. Look at the publication tailors, barbers, and porters' sons. How they rose here in this big lake to be chancellors and archbishops. Did you find that paragraph where I read from?
Yeah, chapter X 10.
Yeah.
The Nelson Monument.
Mm-hmm. If you click on your browser tab with the 3 dots and type in heathen on the spyglass thing, it'll show you within the article 3 different times where they refer to Indians as Negroes interchangeably.
Okay, can you see it? I blew it up a little bit right here. Would you say click the 3 dots and do what?
Yeah, the 3 dots on the side on the browser, and it says find in page, a spyglass on a piece of paper that's folded.
Let's see, it says bookmark, history, download, password, print, save, find in page, and see, now you teaching me something new.
Yeah.
But I knew it all. And what was that word?
Heathen.
Let's see, highlight all. Okay, here we go. Crouching down and begging for life like a heathen engine. So you want heathen on the whole page or just that chapter?
Heathen Indian. It's got 3 parts in the book that says heathen, Indian, and nigger. And they're all used interchangeably.
This one says, you black she center of a heathen indigent.
I thought it black and Indian ain't the same.
Yeah, Indian. Yeah, that's just the way they pronounce it. And see, this is the thing. See, this is one of those things where some people might come with one thing and tell half the story. Then somebody else comes on, they tell the other half.
Exactly.
And if you present one thing, you got to be able to say, okay, well, if this other half says something, who's lying? And I tell you this, the white man can't be lying about 2 things at once.
The white man double speaks.
Right, you gotta be telling the truth on something. If he's lying about one and telling the truth on another thing, we got to accept that truth. You have to be able to
discern. People have to be able to discern through bullshit and find the truth within the lies that are told. You can't just go off of what they say on print or in their own words. You have to be able to decipher and use the scientific method and use different reading comprehension skills to be able to understand the multiple choice variants.
Here's another one: heathen Indian niggers, as they be. So you definitely proved your case on this part. But see, that's why he had to come back on it. So he can, if he has something to add to it, which he probably, I'm not going to say he probably didn't see, but to me, he didn't prove his part as far as, because he said he's going to prove that we're African. He didn't say that
he never did.
He said he was going to prove that he was African.
The colonial term of the capital of Tunisia. That's Carthage, Roman Carthage. That's not applying to the people in so-called West Central Africa because they have their own names for the land. And if these people were coming from West Central Africa, they would be calling themselves Bambarins or Farafenins or whatever language is that's in their own tongues. Just like American Indians within the South call themselves Miliki Yankee. They didn't all use the word Niji, Turtle Island. They had different names.
Right.
Some people called it Samana Huak, Anahuak, Tahuantin Suyo, etc. Ebayala. So you got to find out who in Africa, what languages these Africans were speaking. And they did not bring anything. They wouldn't even have prep time to bring anything with them.
Right. And now what Africans called themselves Negroes?
None. That is something that the Spaniards were calling the Moors. And when we decipher the name Negro, it goes back to the nightshade berry, its scientific name, Solum nigrum. And they're referring to the region in North Africa, which Pan-Africans compromise to the Eurocentrics and say that it's white North Africa. And they call the black people invasive species on the census. So you're calling yourself a double entendre. You're not even indigenous, aboriginal to Africa at that point.
So what would you think of that quote that he had in the book of the guy who said that he saw tigers in Africa?
He getting his babble from the book, The Black Sambo. Black Sambo takes place in Asia.
Right.
And you get the word Indian. And you getting people that's admixed with mongoloids and between australoids within Southeast Asia, they're called negritos. And over here, or they call us morenos and sambos.
Yeah, I never understood the Sambo part. Why we got called Sambo since it came from India. I thought it was always us until I looked that up.
That's their god. They're calling you God.
That British
mockingly.
Connection. See,
and these Pan-Africans can't even make the connection because they're so stuck on stupid with a baby language called Africa and Negro. When you predate that name, it wasn't on the walls in Kemet. That's some pseudo shit that you made up from these Pan-African scholars. It means land of dust, Afrique.
Damn.
And then you over here browbeating us and saying, oh, you shouldn't claim Indians because they was enslaving us. For one, that's a lie. Negroes were already slavers at the same time as the 5 civilized tribes. These are Black Americans, and this is your boy Henry Louis Gates snitching on you. And you want to use him for your DNA religion?
You know, there's another thing when he talked about the genealogy part. I don't think any person of reasonable mind can look at well, no, I'm sorry, not the genealogy, the DNA. I was going to ask who filled out the cars. I asked him who filled out the cars. I don't think I got a response on that one. But
DNA alone is not the end-all, be-all final solution for genealogy. They only give you less than 1% accurate results, and you have to take multiple tests to figure out all of your ancestry. They only give you a tiny percentage of it on your Y chromosome or your mitochondrial.
Right.
You got Black Americans that get DNA tests that don't even have West African on that shit.
Yes, that's the other thing too. Like I can never remember my man's name. I just call him the Hebrew or the Israelite. But like you said, they always leave out North Africa. Even Pan-Africans leave out North Africa, like that Wadi Maya. I made a video about it. Then I addressed it in his video that he went to. I think it was Jamaica. He didn't say, "Oh, well, I'm going to North Africa." He just keeps saying, "I'm not running scared from North Africa," but yet you travel all the way to the Americas instead of going to North Africa. And somebody said, oh, well, that costs more money. It costs a lot of money to travel to Africa. I said, it got to cost a lot of more money to travel from Africa to the Americas than within Africa. So it's crazy. So
you still got my sources that I got in the back chat, right? Let's go by
yeah.
one of them, because YK the Truth kept babbling and spewing pseudo shit the entire time. We're gonna go over Idra Elba, who made up African Fulani identity for himself. We're gonna go over a load of Equiano. We're gonna go over all of that shit.
This is the odd question. You got any kids? Yep, I do.
Oh, and they love using the Prince Hall Mason shit when they got their African lodge named from the British, when they called it the Black Lodge.
Yep, and that's part of the problem. Let me see. Which one do you want to hit?
Hold on 1 second. Let's go to the top with the Ira Aldridge.
All right, hold on.
We're gonna go over it one by one.
Let's see. What I was really looking for from him, I was looking for the because he said don't use your grandmother. Your grandmother's not hearsay. And that's what I was
You
trying
said
to
don't
explain.
use your grandma, don't use your relatives. You go with what the white man in the education say, what the science say. Okay, the science was invented by white supremacy. So you
Right.
have no choice but to go by what your parents tell you.
Oh
And
shit!
then
You know what? This stream,
research what they say.
yo man, the StreamYard. I guess they updated some features because before, if I backed out before, I had to restart the whole thing to share the screen. Now it just pops up again. Okay, that's cool.
Damn. Oh, let me go pull up at the same time. Okay, I got it at the same time. So it says in his early life.
Now, before you go on, Gregory Day says take a DNA Alquan that will tell you where you're from. No, it won't.
It will not. And we're going to play a clip on how it won't from your own experts. Henry Louis Gates and Rick Kittles contradicting themselves.
Uh-oh. Are you going on with the let me blow this up a little bit.
Let's get into what about this fake ass $5 African's life. But you want to disrespect your own elders by claiming some random shit in Africa. Okay. Aldridge was born in New York City to Reverend Daniel and Lorana. Also, Lorana. Aldridge on July 24th, 1807, but a few early biographies state that he was born in Bel Air, Maryland. At age 13, Aldridge went to the African Free School. Now, let's pause right there. Let's go to African Free School. Where is that? Because these were your Negro boarding schools that teach you how to be African and getting you away from being Indian. So African Free School, that shit was founded by Alexander Hamilton and John Jay. These are your abolitionists. These are your American history. You familiar with the play Hamilton, right? That's about a rapping slave owner. He
No.
taught us how to be African.
Yeah.
Another one, Richard Allen, he learned from Benjamin Chew, a Tammany Hall Freemason that was getting together with other white frauds and claiming to be Indians and handpicking different Indians to be in white status. Tammany Hall is the Delaware Lenapes and all that. That's Turtle Boy's people. He a Freemason. And he knows a whole lot about the Odd Fellows Convention and all that shit because his people were working with the white ops to take over Indian ethnicity. So back to Aldridge. He was first professional actor experiencing early life in the 1820s with the African Company, a group founded and managed by William Henry Brown and James Hewlett. In 1821, the group built an African Grove Theater, first resident African American theater in the United States. The short-lived company was subjected to protests by neighbors, attacks by rival company, and racist parody by sheriff of New York. The sheriff of the time was also a newspaper publisher, making it clear that Aldrich's career prospects in America were dim at best. Aldrich made his acting debut as Rolla, a Peruvian character in Richard Brinsley Sheridan's Pizarro. He may have also played a male lead in Romeo and Juliet, as reported later in 1860 memoir by his schoolfellow James McCune Smith. So scrolling down, confronted with the persistent discrimination which Black actors had to endure in the United States, Aldrich immigrated to Liverpool, England. So he spent his time in England acting in several plays. And further down, you read, it says that sometime afterwards, having limited on-stage experience and lacking popular recognition, Aldrich concocted a story of his African lineage, claiming to have descended from a Fulani princely line.
Uh-oh.
So how in the fuck can you sit up here and browbeat us with some African identity when you got a whole bunch of Negroes making up Bantu princely royal lines for themselves back in the day? Could you answer that, YK the Lie? I want him to come back up here and answer this shit.
That is interesting because that's a case of a Black man falsifying an African heritage to gain, I guess what? To gain money, right? For financial gain, right?
Yeah, he said that grandma lied and said that she was self-hating at her African self, but saying that she was an Indian. No, it's these free Negroes that was making up Bantu slave ship stories and getting paid by these white abolitionists that were trying to get rid of us, were the self-haters.
That's a good point. Where is this guy? See, a lot of times when you want to go to these Black Europeans, it's hard to really. They hide their origins as well too.
No, Alquan, he ain't even a Black. He's not even a Black European. He's a Black American that made up his own identity for himself.
Yeah, it says right here. Aldrich is the only actor of African American descent. That before people say, well, the African American part, you gotta keep in mind we didn't call ourselves these names. African American, Afro American, Black colored, all that, Negro, and we didn't call ourselves niggers.
Exactly. But they want to hold on to the name slave and African like it's their first surname and their last surname. You need to stop. So the next one that I want to talk about is Aloda Equiano, because they love throwing him around, talking about the differences between American slavery and African slavery, when he himself was a slave trader. He was over there enslaving Tupi-Namba Indians, and he was enslaving Africans. And he was one of the first Negroes to discover the North Pole. And his godparents were a bunch of Jews. And he made up a whole African identity for himself.
Or did they tell him to do it?
Yeah, they told him to do that shit. All he was a little chap. He didn't know who his parents was. All he had was a little sister that got sold away. But he was a godchild of a bunch of Jewish people.
Seems like it's the same old story. You go back hundreds of years. Black people in small hats. Small hats directing the Black people. Now, I have a theory about what's behind all that, but I ain't going to say right now. But goddamn it, they need to start sharing that goddamn money so I can believe.
YK kept bringing up Caribbean, saying, "Oh, he keep bringing up articles and books and saying Dodge the hijack." But what he don't understand is most of Karimio shit is valid because the door no return. He did a breakdown about that shit, and it was fake. Pan Africans couldn't come back from that door no return shit. So let's get into a load of Equiano. So this dude was born in South Carolina. It says that according to the memoir of Equiano, this Negro allegedly knowing how to write because Jewish taught him. So he was born in 1745 in the Igbo village of Eska. Okay, who taught this Negro this shit if he ain't never been to anywhere before? So in what is now southern Nigeria, he claimed his home was in the kingdom of Benin, but nobody recognizes him. But this was likely a geographical error. Equiano recounted an incident of an attempted kidnapping of children in his Igbo village, which was foiled by adults. When he was around the age of 11, he and his sister left alone to look after the family premises, as was common when adults went out of the house to work. So they were latchkey kids. They were kidnapped and taken far from their home, separated and sold to slave traders. He tried to escape, but was thwarted after his own owners changed several
Pause
times.
1 second. I highlighted slave traders, and I guess it goes to slavery. And you see, this is the part of brainwashing. You see where it goes right to Africa. Like that's the only place where slaves came from and where it was started at. Come on.
Yeah, but they skip over Indian slavery.
And European.
Exactly. And particularly American Indian slavery and wars dealing up to the colonial period. They don't even want to mention the Massey War. They don't mention to you about the Pequot War. And they don't even want to mention that all these Indians were slaves and only 5% of them slaves were actually from Africa.
You know
and
what?
this dude,
I just highlighted slave ship, and they show that usual schematic. And the funny part,
Thomas. He was tight with Thomas Clarkson, who drew the
check this
famous
out.
Brooks diagram.
But you remember all those arguments or debates we had, and I had with other people about what a slave ship was? Listen to this. It says slave ships were large cargo ships, specially built or converted from the 17th to 19th century for transporting slaves. Specially built. How many times did I argue with people about that? And they try to say, no, they were just generic cargo ships. Get out of here.
Or they was just some random ships that they what's the word? They gutted out and turned into damn slave ships. They want to make that a lie. But then we see photographs of prison hulks where they held white criminals and sailed them all the way to Australia and had them sitting on the coast of the United States holding white criminals.
Right. You know, if they're gonna do that for them, what the hell would they do for actual commerce? Come on.
Exactly. They would have them in neat and pristine places, not locked on a damn bed like they a bunch of seafood. So somebody needs to rethink they lie and go back over this slavery history and do some real research on this history and stop playing with our emotions.
You know what? This guy's hair, dude, this shit wouldn't fly today, man. Damn, that shit is crazy.
Real Lamar, you can get up on the panel. We can demolish and you can take the whooping that YK was supposed to take. Come on up.
Oh, let me see. Damn, that's different too. Let me see. What do you say? Who's that? What's up, E-Deck? You remember we went we had a little filling out process with Chris MVP Harris on that Frenchman's channel. Remember that guy?
I don't even remember that shit, bro.
My man backed the hell out. See, he likes Bogarden, but when we went to war with him, my man said I gotta go to work. Remember that one? You want him to come on? He said he's ready to
come on, get YK the Lies ass whooping.
You want him to come on?
Yeah, bring him up.
So MVP Harris, we're gonna find out if you the MVP. Or you going out like the San Francisco 49ers? Let's see what's going on here. So while that's going on, you can continue, I guess.
So the article goes on to say that this man's literary memoir about his life is fake. Says literary scholar Vincent Carrera argued it in his 2005 biography of Equiano that the activist could have been born in colonial South Carolina rather than Africa, based on the 1759 parish baptismal record that lists Equiano's place of birth as Carolina and a 1773 ship muster that indicates South Carolina.
Well, looks like we have a new challenger. And while I'm doing this, I'm noticing that the StreamYard really did change, because you see how now I got the two speakers on the bottom with the full screen. That's cool. I like that. But here's the new challenges. Sha Sun.
Peace. What's up, Alcorn? It's my first time on your panel, man. Peace to you.
What's going on, brother?
Just chilling, man. I just hear Ling up here selling these.
That's not my name, boy. Call me by my real name.
My bad, Tyrone.
So what's going on, son?
I'm chilling. I just hear Ling up here selling these same.
Stop calling me Ling, boy.
Oh, my bad,
my real name.
My bad. Tyrone selling these same old, pseudo.
Yeah, but you got to be able to refute them.
Hey man, he know what's up. We've been tapping his pockets since.
What pseudo, bro? You ain't been tapping nothing. Not a coincidence. Been muting my mic like a little hoe. And he already admitted that every time I come up there, I come up with sources that he can't even fight.
You be coming up there with lookership. You got
what lookership? I came up there with books and sources.
What Instagram pictures you've been showing the past hours?
Not just book pictures. I brought books. I brought this book. And Sassy P couldn't even handle the shit.
You got a book today.
So what are you talking about? Hold on. Let me show you my book. I have books. I don't play no lookership games like these hotel Pan-Africans.
I got that book, Africans and Race. I have that book right there. None of that. That book does not support your view on slavery. It speaks about slavery.
Oh, what book is that, Ling?
What book are you referring to?
That book right there. The one he got right there that he won't show. That book speaks about slavery.
Niggas are Indians.
No, it don't.
What are you talking about? Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Slavery. That's a lie. I have that book.
It even talks about Aboriginal Americans being Negroes.
This one.
What chapter are you referring to?
I have that book. And when you speak about African Americans, hold on. Let's speak intelligently. When you speak about that, Jack D. Forbes sat up there and said the reason why you had the Spanish and the Dutch calling American Indians or Native Americans or Aboriginals in this country Negro, they were referring to their skin color. They were not referring to an ethnicity because they were familiar with an African race, an African race of the people.
Right quick.
Hold on, don't cut me off. Hold on, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. It ain't a pause. You gotta let me finish.
Referring to skin color, right?
Yes, because anybody of darker hue they considered a Negro, but it was not necessarily an African.
Is that so?
Actually, is that so?
Yep.
Is that so? Because what is an African?
An African is somebody from the continent of Africa. So
right
there, that book that you have right there in that book, it clearly explains that in that book. And you showed that book because you tried to make an argument from ignorance on there because you didn't know that we had that book. I got that book.
Brother, stop. Stop right there.
I'm not your brother.
Stop right there. We not brothers, okay? Okay, nigga. So, when the white man defines what an African is, he is not referring to somebody of a sub-Saharan Bantu phenotype or a Nilot. He's not referring to a Hottentot, a Capoid. He ain't referring to none of them so-called black
We're
groups.
talking
He's
about the book
referring what
that you
a
just
white
showed, and
man's
now you're
referring
going
to.
somewhere
Hold on.
completely different.
Hold on. What a
Slippery
white
slope
man is
argument.
referring to as an African is a white person, a North African.
Now you're running to North Africa.
What's the word? Coptic, a Berber.
Now
A
you're
person
talking
from
about North Africa.
Roman
Which one you want to
Carthage.
talk about?
They're referring to people of Roman Carthage. They're
No, they're
not
not.
referring to people of Greater Ethiopia.
No, they're not. Because the
Yes,
Royal
they
British
are.
Trading
Yes,
Company.
they are. You can look at the
Hold on.
census.
Stop it. Stop it. The Royal British Trading Company, when they set up shop on the west coast of Africa, they clearly told everybody they were in Africa trading slaves, trading
So what
slaves.
part
So
of
he's
West
telling another
Africa?
lie
Because are you
right there
talking
on the
about
Gold Coast, on the
Mauritania?
Rice Coast.
Are
See,
you
now
talking
you're
about
running all over the
Mauritania?
place.
Are you
Right
talking
there on
about
the Gold
Mauritania?
Coast. Okay, now look
Are
at
you
what he's
forgetting
doing
that
now.
America has rice?
I want everybody to
America
pay
has
attention.
wild rice. You know that,
Excuse me.
right?
You know that, right? No. You said that the
No,
white
you
man
don't
never
know that.
referred to.
You don't know
Are you
that.
are you just going to talk when I speak?
You don't know it?
Are you just going to talk when I talk? Because you said the
Because
white man never referred to anybody of Bantu
you claiming to
designation.
be an
See,
African.
that's what he's
What's the
doing.
names? What's the authentic
Exactly.
names of West Central
Exactly.
Africans by the Africans
Exactly.
themselves?
You see what he's doing? He don't
What
have the
is? Hold
facts.
on, bro.
Ain't no
What
hold
is?
on. I'm talking.
Chris
Why
Harris,
you just can't relax while I'm
Yo,
talking?
can I ask Lingling?
Well, you
Can I
can't
ask
relate
Lingling one
on
question?
talking.
hold on a second.
Because
Hold on
you're
a
being
second.
stupid. Hold on, no, hold on 1 second. He's being
No,
silly.
Chris Harris, did you hear YK the Truth's presentation?
Why can't I was
Did you see?
listening to him for a moment. I was listening to it for a moment, but I was playing video games, and then I heard this dude start talking and filibustering all over the place and using slippery slopes. Because even the gentleman Ira Aldridge that he mentioned in the same source calls him an African.
Hold on, but did you agree with what he presented?
I didn't see. I told you I didn't hear everything that he said.
But what you did hear, did you agree with what you heard?
I wasn't really paying attention like that.
Okay, so that means you didn't agree because it was sounding like BS to you, right?
I told you I did not pay attention enough.
Okay,
Right.
Why do you guys try to create slippery slopes?
You're not an astute scholar, so
Yo,
stop it.
Yo, Ling, can I ask you something real quick? I mean, Tyron.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So Tyron, are you saying that Africans didn't come here at all during the slave trade? Like, what's your premise?
For one, your own scholar says only 5% of those slaves were African.
No, I'm not talking about my scholars. I'm talking about you.
To the United States.
No, I'm not talking about the scholars.
We're talking about niggas that's from the United States. We ain't talking about the Caribbean. We ain't talking about Latin America. We're talking about United States niggas.
No, I'm asking you.
Shit flies out the window when it pertains to our bloodline.
Wait, kiddo. I'm asking you, what do you think? Are you saying that the slave trade never happened, that Africans never came to the States? That's what you're saying?
Not with the Africans, no.
You said no?
Not with the Africans, no.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. Why are there black African-born people on the 1850 census in about 7 states? Where did those Africans come from?
Again, your expert says only 5%.
I asked you that,
to
brother.
the United States.
I didn't ask you that. I'm gonna ask you again.
Yes, you did.
I asked you. I'm gonna ask you again.
Did. You're filibustering right there when it says. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Because when you actually look at these, hold on. Because when you actually look at these people's documents, hold on. Because when you actually look at these quote unquote Africans documents, they're not saying anything about coming from Bambara. They're not saying anything about Nzambi Ngolo, the Kingdom of Mali or whatever, Songhai, none of that shit.
But we do have accounts of Africans saying that they come from certain tribes in West Africa.
I just read off to you.
Where did you get those accounts from?
Hold on, Tyron. What I'm asking you, I'm gonna ask you again because you didn't. I don't know if you didn't understand my question. You just said that no Africans came here. I asked you twice. You said no.
when it
Why are
pertains
there?
to slavery,
Hold on,
not
brother.
that many Africans got
Yo, you
brought to
gotta
the
hold
U.S.
on. Tyrone,
This
don't
guy's
cut me
a
off. I ain't
fucking
gonna cut you
dumbass.
off.
I can't. This guy's a
Tyrone,
fucking
I'm not gonna cut you off. Hold on, Chris. I ain't gonna cut him off. Tyrone, again, you said no Africans came to the States. So why are there black African people on the 1850 census? Why? Where
because
those people came from?
5% of them came from
For one,
Africa.
the
He's
transatlantic
contradicting
slave
himself.
trade. Hold on. For one, the importation of the transatlantic slave trade from Africa ended in the 1700s. So how are they
Who
bringing
told you
in
that?
alleged
You don't know
Africans
about the illegal. You
after
don't know about the
that?
illegal slave trade.
What illegal slave trade? You got to have slave ships for that, right? Which you ain't got the
Who
evidence
said
of.
they don't have slave ships?
You
saying
have to
that.
have
Y'all saying
slave
that.
ships for that,
No,
right?
wait.
but
Y'all saying that
You
there's
got to have
would
the
you-
Clotilda, which
Wait,
is not in
wait.
existence.
how
Wait,
would you
You
know
Tyrone.
got
about
to
the
have the
illegal slave
Henrietta
trade?
Marie. You
Wait,
got to have the Viper
you
and
been
the
on the
White
page for the
Lion,
past
right?
hour talking.
That's not true. That's not true. And that's a complete slippery slope. What
Hold
you
on.
guys try to
You
do
got
is
to
say,
have the
you
ships
can't,
in
hold
order to
on.
Chris,
prove
look,
that
Hold
you
on.
got
the
Yo,
same
yo,
way
are you gonna,
Africans up
hey,
in
Harpoon,
here.
are you gonna have a coherent conversation?
Well, I
Because
don't
if
even know
he's
where we're
telling,
going.
if he's had, listen to what I'm saying. If he's got the truth and he can tell the truth, surely he shouldn't be sitting up here speaking over everybody when we're trying to talk.
Yeah, he had
does
the
that a
floor
lot.
before we even came up here, Chris.
Well, he's just excited
he
to
gotta relax.
get that knowledge out. But Chris Harris, since we had a guy that was up there that just made a comment, it reminded me of the Olmecs. Do you believe that the Olmecs were black
Africans,
individuals?
no, they weren't.
Oh, you don't even
No.
believe that they were African?
No,
Were they black?
no, they were not.
Were they so-called Negroid?
No, they were not.
They weren't even Negroid?
No.
What were they?
Ivan Van Sertima got all of that wrong. He doesn't have any primary
you.
sources.
I'm asking
You
you.
sounded like a parrot.
So what were they?
You see how he can't help it?
All right,
You
never
sound
mind
like
that.
a
But
fucking
They were
parrot,
indigenous.
bro.
I sound like a parrot, or it sound like somebody that knows what they're talking
who
about.
is your scholar
Shut
that
the
says
fuck
that they
up!
weren't
I'm talking to my
Negroes?
man right quick.
hold
You
Hold
sound
on, bro.
stupid.
Who is
Hold on.
a scholar? Who is your scholar, master teacher, telling you that they not Negro? Who's your
Here's your
scholars?
scholar. How do you prove that they were Negro?
Hold on, Pan African, because y'all.
There y'all go. Now it's time to burn.
We're
not gonna deal with the burden.
We want to know
what he
who your
does.
scholars are.
See what they do.
The way we could tell is by looking at them.
Lookership.
Yep, lookership is very important. That's how they read
nigga nose, nigga eyes, nigga lips.
That's how they saw the pyramids. That's how they read the Rosetta Stone, by lookership.
Exactly.
No, they painted themselves as black on the walls.
Yeah, that's lookership.
So did the American Indians.
That's how you saw it, by lookership.
You know what? I thought we was gonna have an intelligent conversation.
That is intelligent.
With Tyrone,
That is, bro. Do you want to see the images of the
Dumb
black
niggas.
Indians on the wall?
with Tyrone?
Hold on. Do you want to see them black Indians? See, he ran like always.
Tyron, that's 2 times we went up against Chris Harris. That's 2 times he ran.
Exactly.
Wait. Hold on, Alphonse. Notice he ran from my question. I asked him to explain.
You see this?
Black.
You see them Negro
Yo,
peaches?
you gotta let me talk, brother.
No, hold on. Let's see that.
You see that widow's peak?
Yeah, that's lookership.
You see that nigga nose?
Wait. All those people, that's lookership. All those people that y'all
How's it
represent.
lookership? Is Tressa Potes?
You're looking at a statue.
But hold on, real quick, Shy.
That's lookership.
Shy. If you got eyes, whatever you see is lookership. But let's take this guy right here, right, that we're looking at. Let's suppose this guy was running from the police, right?
I don't know.
Now the police capture him. What do you think they're gonna say? They found?
I don't know.
Are they gonna say?
I don't do lookership. I don't look at statues and I don't look at statues.
But you know how the police they do their thing on the radio. One black male captured.
Nah, I ain't doing that, brother.
Is that what they're gonna say?
No. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, because you know what the answer is. That's
I'm not just doing that. Cause we here to learn. This is about real scholarship.
Yeah, this is about learning. This ain't the side net type of stuff we do here, man. We do the real.
Oh, y'all do the low level
stuff. This ain't booty
the
baby Bobby. This ain't Shaka Amos.
And this ain't what's my man forever. This ain't none of that kind of stuff.
That ain't him.
But y'all sitting here calling these statues in South America black people. That's what y'all doing.
We're not saying it. It's the Mexicans saying it.
Listen, if this does this look like a black man to you, just put it like that to see where your mind is at. See where the truth is.
No, I don't know what it looked like. It looked like a statue.
Well, of course, it's a statue.
He playing games.
But what kind of man does that look like? A man in
man.
society. A man in
A
society.
man.
Right. And what kind?
What kind of
You
man?
said what kind? A
Yeah.
man.
No,
What
there are
kind of
different kinds of
man?
men. What kind?
What phenotype? Oh man, does
Oh,
that
a
look like
Mexican.
Jorge?
A Mexican, since I know he from South America.
Okay, what is a Mexican? We got nigga Mexicans. Vincento Guerrero.
Yeah, he wanted. I don't know. One of
Okay.
them
Yeah,
South
he a
American
Mexican,
people.
nigga. So shut the fuck up.
Okay, is this man closer in phenotype to Wesley Snipes or
George
Jennifer Lopez?
He looked like on one of them. What's my man from X-Men? Magneto or one of them niggas. That's what he looked like.
Okay, I know.
Tyron,
I think the deal is he's one of those that's a helmet on his head type of guys.
Yeah, them
That's
niggas
what I
was wearing
think.
helmets.
That ain't no helmet. That's a widow's peak.
Hey
Some
Tyron, you love lookership. That shit. That's why. That's why niggas be beating you
Hold
up
on,
with
I got more
information.
images. I got more images.
So
Hold
you're gonna
on.
be blind to actual artifacts because you're
All
looking
right,
at
so
it.
look, y'all.
So
all right, so let me say
you
this real quick.
say that they say that this is a
Wait,
monkey.
because y'all both had
Okay,
the floor.
is this a representative of what this statue look like?
Wait a second,
Do you
champ.
see lips on this ape?
Wait a second, champ. Wait a second, Ling. You've been talking for the past hour. You've been up here by yourself, running your mouth.
So was fucking YK. He had the whole floor to himself.
All right,
he had the whole floor to
listen.
himself.
All right, listen. You want me to subscribe? You want me to sit here and subscribe to this statue and say that it's black or look like a black person with a nappy head or a widow's peak, right? But I'm still trying to figure out why you can't answer after you said there's no slaves coming. You said there's no African slaves came here. I still want to know.
Do you want to hear the
black
experts say it?
Yo,
you want to hear the experts say it?
You gotta listen. You gotta listen. You talking over people. I don't give a fuck about the experts. I'm asking you. You saying that
you regurgitate Henry Louis Gates, right?
Yo, why you running? You said that no African slaves came here. So since you made that claim, where did these black African people in 1850 come from to make the census? Where did they come from? Where, when, and where?
Before we go, I know, but I like to bizarre one point at a time. Let's get back to the statue. Now, what kind of man is this?
I don't want to do the lookership. I'm talking about real scholarship
Sir. If you don't want to do lookership, I suggest that you blind yourself somehow. Because every time
is that a Bantu? Is that a sub-Saharan Bantu? Is that an Olmec? Is that what you describe a sub-Saharan Bantu?
See, sir. You're disingenuous.
No, I'm not disingenuous. I'm trying to get you some real information.
Yeah, we're about to get to
hold on, but you want to say this is a slave ship.
Running his mouth.
Hold on, Pan-African, but you want to say this? Hold on
1 second. I gotta resolve this.
Why is this nigga running from my question?
Hold up.
But you keep saying looker ship, but you want to say this is a slave ship.
That's all you do.
Hold on.
What you do?
That's what you known for on the internet.
Hold on. Tyron,
you got 1,000 Instagram pictures. All you do all day is screenshot shit.
Tyron, hold on a second. Mr. Son.
I'm trying to hear you, Alcon. I'm trying to get you some real information, Alcon.
Don't worry, we got time. We're gonna get there. Now, listen, lookership. That's Bobby Banger's term to try to dismiss what people can see, what is obvious to the eyeball. And this guy, you won't mistake this guy for a Swedish guy, would you? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
So you wouldn't mistake this guy on the screen for a Swedish guy, would you?
Who? What's his name? Whatchamacallit, Bozeman. Rest in peace. I don't know. I never seen a Swedish person.
When I did see when you
they might
like
got
that,
black people in black people in Sweden. I don't know.
Okay, what about Russian president?
According to y'all, it's niggas everywhere. Yeah,
okay, what about?
Could be Russian. There's niggas
there. No. Let's get specific now, since you want to play this game.
Yeah, it's niggas in Russia. We getting specific.
Listen. Would you mistake this man for Vladimir Putin?
No, because he's white, brother.
Okay, now you know that he's white, so how come you don't know that this man is black?
But you showed me a statue first. You trying to argue a statue.
And that statue had his characteristics.
Statues, nigga. Like, I'm not gonna look at a statue and just assume what it is. Like,
what do you mean? You can look, bro. You could do that. You can look at you just assume that what Vladimir Putin was.
No, I'm not assuming nothing. I know what he is because I know what he looked like in real life. He's a real being. He's not a statue.
Now, are you a black man?
You said what?
Are you a
In
black
the
man?
context of America, yes, I am.
Okay, so you know what you look like, right?
Yeah, I know what I look like.
Okay, so what do you
But I don't. But that's again, you talking about a statue. You trying
who
to ask
cares?
me about a statue, brother?
Who cares? You act like a statue is a new thing.
It's not a new thing.
So
That's even more to my point.
to help him
About an old
grasp
ass
the
statue.
situation.
Wait,
Hold
wait,
on,
you
brother.
asking me about an old ass statue.
Alquan, to help him grasp what we're saying, pull up a statue
Y'all not gonna help me
of
grasp nothing. Y'all doing
Tutankhamun.
looking shit.
Hold
Which I
on,
get,
bro.
Tyron. You
Hold
known
on.
for that. That's
To get this
your whole
Pan African
play.
to understand
you
and
the king of looking
grasp
shit.
what we're talking about, can we pull up the Nubians and King Tut and all that in Africa?
All right, hold on a
The
second.
I just
statues
want to
of
know.
Africa.
Wait, because I'm about to slide. I just want to know what top.
Nah,
I
know.
nigga,
just want
you
to
ain't
know.
sliding nowhere.
You know he will.
Yeah, I'm about to slide. Tyron, I don't even know why I came up here. We've been beating you
You
up.
know,
You
because
just
you
came back alive. You
you
just
ain't
got
not
back
a
on the internet
coincidence,
2
and
days
that
ago.
nigga
We've
KY
been
Jelly
put
the
you to sleep.
lie.
Look, I just want to ask you,
So it
Tyron,
says right here, you got your African shit from the white
Hey,
man.
Alcorn, can I ask you a
It
question,
says right
Alcorn? Since
here.
it's your
Can you
show?
read it, bro? The British
Okay.
Hey,
soldiers
Alcorn, can I
named
ask
them
you a question?
Africans, nigga.
All right. Let's hear what Son has to say. But
Yeah,
before we do that,
I'm gonna ask you to
but before we ask that question, look on the screen.
more
What
look
did
at
he?
shit, right? More look at
Yeah.
shit.
Let me ask you this though. Before
What they
that,
got shower caps on their head?
but can you
That's what you
listen?
gonna ask me?
Can you listen? When you where are you from?
You said where I'm from, as far
Yeah,
as what, my city or
yeah,
country?
or the area. Yeah.
I'm from New Jersey.
Okay, so let's say you go to Patterson or Newark,
No, I'm
right?
from Jersey City.
Okay, well either one. You've been to Newark. I know you've been to Newark if you're from Jersey City. So let's say you go to Newark, right? You look around. You see people. You recognize what kind of people you're looking at, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So you know what black people look like, right?
Sure.
Right. So why is it when it comes to history, all of a sudden you guys don't know what black people look like?
All right, can I respond to you?
Yeah.
Without being cut off?
Yeah.
And we're gonna see how if you're genuine in your logic. In real time, like
Hold on,
like you just
Alcorn,
said.
drop the StreamYard right quick. I'm about to
look
get on my
look,
iPad.
Alcorn, I live in Jersey City, right? We got Mexicans here that's brown, like these people on the screen, like this painting. We got Indians from India here that's brown, like these people on this painting, right? So if I'm reading something and it references a people of being copper or brown, I can't just assume that they're talking about people like me, because why? I can't see the people. If they're showing a picture or a portrait like you got on the screen, I can't just assume that they're talking about a people that's just like me, because I can't see them in real time. Do you understand that?
You can't see any of these people in real time, but you know people from Africa and they're dark. You know what they're supposed to be about.
No, but that hold on, but Alquan, brown is just not exclusive to African people. It's not exclusive to black people like us. It's
exactly that's why I call East Indians black.
Okay, cool. So that's what I'm saying.
And keep in mind, the East Indians are called black in Britain.
Wait. What I'm telling you is brown is just not exclusive to one group. So if we're going by a portrait, if we're looking at a portrait like this, it could possibly be talking about multiple different groups. You can't just assume.
So stop your pseudo right there, because we can bring in the science. So what other?
The science says that.
Hold on, you said
says,
brown ain't exclusive.
The science says they don't have the same DNA as us. So don't go to the science.
Shut up, right quick. Shut up. So what you just proposed was brown is not exclusive to Africa, right? But we know for a fact that even if they pull out a dark Mongol in Asia, they still cannot predate the Negrito. So when we look at America and they talking about the Australoid being the father of the American Indian, that says right there that the Native American cannot be the original. A substitution cannot be the original.
They all Asian though. They all of Asian
What
stock,
are you talking?
brother.
They are not Asian, nigga.
Yes, they are. The DNA.
Find what an Asian is.
Yo,
Negro, define what an Asiatic
pause.
is.
I'm about to debunk you. You talking too much.
What,
You gonna make yourself
what an
look stupid.
Asiatic is,
Hold
nigga.
on, you talking too much.
Is it
You
a
gonna make yourself look
mongoloid?
stupid.
No.
You gonna make yourself
Is it a
look stupid.
mongoloid? Is it a caucasoid? No.
Yo, relax, because you're gonna make yourself look stupid. Lucia, who they described as Negroid, had Asian DNA. So
from the Pacific.
They all
they didn't just say Asian.
They
said
all
she
got
had,
Asian
hold on,
DNA,
she had
stupid.
she
Whether
had
it's brown or Mongoloid,
and
it's still
Melanesian
Asian DNA, stupid.
And guess what, Negro?
It's Asian DNA, stupid.
Here's how
Asian
retarded you
DNA.
niggas are.
It's Asian DNA. Yes,
shit.
yes.
Hold
It's
on.
of
Here's
Asian
how
stock.
I point out how retarded.
There ain't no such thing as Asian DNA.
It isn't.
Well, you just don't know that. Tyrone knows this.
It isn't.
Tyrone,
y'all niggas
you not related to those people. Wait. My bad.
Y'all
Ling, you are related to those people because you are half Mongoloid.
Word haplogroup.
I keep forgetting. Ling is half Mongoloid.
I keep forgetting that you Bantus are dick suckers.
I forgot you was half Mongoloid.
So,
but what I'm saying is,
let's go with this haplogroup shit.
Hey,
let's go with this haplogroup shit.
Alcorn, bro.
Let's go with this haplogroup shit.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Sun. You see this new picture on the screen?
Yeah.
Now, what kind of people are these?
Well, I don't know.
Now, you know where East Indians.
Games,
you know, yeah, I know. You know, East
I'm
Indians.
not playing games. I don't know where these people from.
No, I'm saying, would you call them black people?
They could be. They could be us. They could be they could be Melanesian. They could be, who knows?
Okay,
but smoking crack, bro.
Now, what we do is we like to eliminate certain criteria.
Do. Where you got this picture from? That's how we eliminate that. Where is this picture from? Source it.
It's from Tostedi.
Yep. Now,
it's in the Sudan.
What is it representing?
The so-called Nubian or the Kushite.
And you got the dark one, really dark one in the background. Now, you know what East Indians, their hair is usually straight and shiny, right? Is that right?
Yeah, sure.
My man says sure, like it's a joke or a mystery. But we know that that's the case in most cases. So we can eliminate that here with these people.
But you're showing Africans right now, brother.
They're not Africans.
Okay, now they're Africans.
The word Africa has not been installed.
Wait, you just said, Tyrone, I asked you where's this picture from, and you just said that it was African.
The name Africa was not installed to the
continent. No, I'm not saying that.
But Tyron, don't confuse them. Don't give them wiggle.
He said it was African.
I'm saying, Tyron, you see, when you put those suggestions out there, you start giving him some wiggle room.
Don't give him wiggle room, bro. I'm asking you, Alquan, where's this picture from? What is it referencing? What is it suggesting?
This is obviously ancient Egypt.
It's ancient Egypt, okay.
And their neighbors.
You said what? In their neighbors?
Yeah, this is their neighbors.
That's what I'm saying. What it's saying that with their neighbors where?
Obviously to the south, yeah.
Okay. The so-called north, the north from
their perspective. What's your point about the picture?
So my point is, do you recognize these people to be some black type of people, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to that Olmec statue with the afro.
But hold on, Alquan. Hold on, Alquan. Let me say this. What you're not understanding is, again, just by looking at a picture from a different time period and seeing brown or people that may look like us, you cannot say that they're like you. You can't do that, brother.
No, see, my man, that's not where I'm going. I'm saying strictly, simply, and plainly. You know what a black man looks like. You know what a white man.
Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you look at Melanesians, they look like us, but a lot of them got blonde hair and blue eyes.
Oh, but we don't concentrate on those. We concentrate on the ones that look like.
Negro, we can have blonde hair and blue eyes if we want.
Wait, you're missing my point. You gotta.
The black man possess all the phenotypes in our gene pool.
No,
so you kill your own shit.
Alquan, can you let me finish my point, brother?
Let's see
what I'm telling you is, if we look at, let's just say they drew a picture of some Melanesians, right? But it was a portrait.
Okay.
If I looked at it and said, yo, those are African Americans, right? And then I could be wrong. The whole time they could be Melanesians. You get what I'm saying? So
I get that part.
Alquan, pull up them blonde-haired Egyptians.
But you also
red-haired Africans.
But you also
could be anything. That's my point. So just looking at.
But that's not my point. That's not my point, though. My point is, the basic general characteristics.
All black people are not the same, brother.
Sir, listen. The general basic characteristics of most black people. That's the hair and that's the skin. That Olmec statue fit the criteria.
You saying that? Okay, I don't have a problem with you.
Okay, well, tell me.
It's not us saying it. It's the Mexicans saying it. It's the Jews that know.
Can you get that picture of that Olmec back up?
I don't got a problem with y'all thinking that.
Now,
that's what y'all think. I'm just not putting no thoughts on the statue. I'm not doing
type in Monument F. I'm letting my phone charge right quick.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see that.
We gonna agree to disagree on that. But again, Alcorn, I want to ask you. We got past that. I want to ask you the same question that I asked this guy. Do you are you under the pretense
Mexico,
of
Monument F,
or the thoughts that the slave trade never
Monument
happened?
F, Mexico,
or that Africans never came here, Alcorn?
Oh, head, Olmec head. Olmec head.
Hey, Alcorn, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Well, hold on.
I was saying, are you under the idea that Africans never came here or the slave trade didn't happen? Are you under that thought too?
But before we get to that question, I'm trying to resolve
damn,
this
bro.
issue.
I answered y'all question. It's
no, actually, you did not. You avoided
no, I did
answer
y'all question. I said we agree to disagree. I literally answered y'all question.
But that's not answering the question.
It is answering the question. I literally said that I don't think these people black, brother. I don't think that. You think that, and I said I respect that.
But that wasn't the question, though.
What was your question?
The question was, did that Olmec statue have the basic general characteristics?
No.
So okay.
No.
Matter of fact, here it is.
No.
Right here. So with that being the case, what basic general human characteristics?
I don't know.
Now you bullshitting.
No, I'm not bullshitting because
now you bullshit.
Wait. No, you bullshitting because I just gave you an example of how if somebody drew a picture of a Melanesian and one of us saw it, if we thought like you, we would say, "Oh, those black people like us." But in reality,
sir,
you're not listening. You keep.
But you can't trick me with these little.
I'm not trying to trick you. My point is, if you're looking at a picture and you know, so you don't know. Wait, pause. This is where you disingenuous at. You don't know that there's different brown people in this world. You don't know that.
But sir, I'm the main propagator of that. So,
okay, so what are we talking about?
But I'll tell you what we're talking about. We're talking about a man with a clear.
Alcorn, I just said I respect if you think that this man looked like us. I respect it.
That's not disagree. But once again, I didn't say that he looked like us. That's not what I'm saying.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying he looks like a black man.
Okay, cool. I'm saying I don't think that. Okay.
Okay, now that you're saying that, now tell me what kind of man this man represents.
You said what?
If this man is not hold on. If this man is not a black man, then tell me what kind of man this man represents.
I'm saying he's not a black man in the context of being like us.
And I agree with you. Now tell me what. I agree with you.
Wait, Alcorn, hold on. Why are we having this conjecture if you're agreeing with me that there's different types of brown people?
But that's beside the point. We got that acknowledged. Now tell me what kind of man that this guy looks like he represents.
Those people from South America, they are brown. Some of them were brown.
Okay. In the context of a black man,
he's not black in the context of us, brother. He's not black at all.
But listen. There's no need to get excited. It's very simple.
Because you're being slow right now. You really being
slow.
Well,
I'm slow. I'm
not
being
saying
slow.
You being slow.
No.
That's know that there's different brown people. You just said you the.
Yeah, but we're not concentrating on the. We're not trying. So you're trying to concentrating on the skin. Now I'm trying to tell you, there's a white man, there's a yellow mongoloid man, there's a black man.
What yellow mongoloid man?
You use your imagination. Now, what type of man?
You saying this man is yellow or mongoloid now?
See these things again. I know what you're trying to do. It's not working here. So let's concentrate. What type of man are you seeing that he represents out of a white man, a yellow mongoloid man, and a black man?
This is why I just told y'all about the migration of the
my man.
You gotta answer, brother.
I'm talking strictly looker shit. I'm talking strictly looker shit now.
Again, that's what I'm telling you. If you listening, if you genuinely listening, I'm telling you that there was a brown migration here too.
My man. I'm not worried about nobody else. I'm worried about what we're looking at on the screen right here.
Okay, so that's what. No, you listen to what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I know what you're trying to tell me, but I want you to tell me the truth.
You keep cutting me off. There's a brown stock of people in that migrated here, brother. So when you see,
I'm not worried about the brown
brother.
stock. Yeah, I'm not listening. Yeah.
You cutting me off on purpose. You doing that. That's a tactic.
No, yeah, you damn right. It's a tactic to confront the lies. That's what the tactic is.
To do what?
To get rid of your lies. That's
I'm
what
not
the tactic
lying.
is.
I'm not. Lucia is a Negroid. That's Lingling. Lucia is a Negroid. Guess what? Smart guy. She got Asian DNA.
Okay. Well, I'm not worried about that.
Okay, so people like him resemble her in South America. They're brown, but they're Asian stock.
Okay. Now
you don't know that? You probably just don't know that.
Now you're going with Lucia. So okay, so you said that Lucia is resembling this person right here, right?
What I'm telling you, listen, that's why you got to stop cutting me off. What I'm telling you is there's a stock of people that was old group of people that came here that have brown skin that's of Asian stock. So when you see brown people in South America, people like him may resemble them. They're not black people though.
Okay, well, whatever you want to call it. But that hair.
I don't know what his hair is. It's a statue. You saying that. And again, I respect
you
that.
See,
you think his hair looks black or not?
Listen, man. I know you've seen some 1970s movies, man.
All right, bro. I ain't gonna do the looker shit with you.
That's what we got to do. Now look at
this. You can do that. You can do that with Ling Ling all day. That's his thing.
There's another perspective.
That's why you got Ling Ling up here. That's his thing.
There's another perspective. So we know it's not a helmet.
I don't know what it is.
Black guys don't know what an afro is, just like the Frenchmen. They don't know what an afro looks like.
No, I just don't know if it's an afro or not. It's a statue.
Oh my God! Now, can you believe this, man? We're in a day and age where black guys don't know what afros look like. This is unbelievable. But I guess lookership is out of the question. In archaeology, I guess the archaeologists are supposed to be blind when they go do their research, right? Don't look at nothing.
No, but when they look at stuff, they're clear about it. That's why I'm referencing Lucia. They didn't just see it and was like, oh, this is a Negro. She's a black person. They checked the DNA. They went through everything to say, okay, her people or stock of people migrated from here. Just so people like you wouldn't say, yeah, she was always in America. She's African. She's Australian. They got the specific. They ain't just look and say, yeah, that's a black person. Who does that?
Okay, now you see these hairdos, right? What is this hair?
These are real people, though.
Okay, now what is this hairdo typically? What is this hairdo?
This is not a statue, brother.
Right. We all know this. What kind of hairdo is this typically called?
You said what?
What kind of hairdo is this typically called?
That's an afro.
Okay, so you're very clear on that. You easily recognize
because this is a person. Let me say this to you, Alquan.
Okay, you want to see a person with an afro?
Wait, Alquan. Let me ask you this genuinely. How do you and Ling Ling know for a fact that this portrait of this man and the hair that he has on his head was trying to portray a afro that like a black person?
So these are the DNA people.
Wait,
if you pull up my screen right quick, bro.
How do you know that for a fact?
These are the DNA people ancestors of Lucia if she had skin on herself.
No, wait.
That skull had skin on it and hair on it. It would look like these Polynesians right here.
What I'm asking y'all is,
it would look like these Polynesian women right here.
Wait, all that's cute. What I'm asking y'all is, how do y'all know that? How do y'all know that hair that's on that statue is portraying black nappy hair? How do y'all know that? In reference of an afro, how do y'all know that?
Well, I'll tell you exactly how. Let me tell you exactly how we know that. Number one, you're black. Number two, we just showed you a black woman.
Shit.
Oh, no, listen.
You didn't read that.
When you get up in the morning and wash your face, and you listen. When you get up, sir, listen. When you get up in the morning and wash your face, that's looker shit. That's how you know you're black. And this,
I'm not gonna look at a statue.
When you see the wide nostrils,
when you look at yourself.
You're comparing a human to a statue. Y'all niggas serious right now?
Listen, sir.
Like you compare yourself to a clean cut, nigga.
Listen, sir. Is that a humanoid statue?
Huh? No, it's a statue, brother.
I said, is it a humanoid representation in the statue?
So yeah, but how do you know that?
Okay, so that's pause right there. Pause right there. Hold on, pause right there.
No, wait.
Pause right there. No, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish my point. Pause right there. You said it's a humanoid statue. That means it's representing.
Yeah, but
that means it's represent.
Where did you read the head text about? Wait.
Hold on. That means that it's
hold on, Alquan.
That means hold up. Let me finish what I'm saying. That means it represents a human being. That means that somebody saw the person.
Cool, Alquan. Cool. So where did you read the type of head text that was? Where did you read that at?
There's no need to read it. You got eyes.
Again, look at this. So again, here we are. This is for human interpretation, and I'm not doing it.
We know. Now, you familiar with Jackie Chan?
Bro,
son, do you know about Jackie Chan?
Yo, they told me, yo,
shit, bro.
But listen, are you familiar with Jackie Chan?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Jackie Chan.
Okay, so you know what his hair looks like, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and you know his hair doesn't look like that statue's hair, right?
Wait, what? No, I don't know that because again, that's
okay, man. Okay, man.
Alquan, let me say this to you. Alquan. When statues are made, when they was making like you got to consider the time period when they're making these statues. They're not. You think that they're really trying to be specific of how the hair texture look, the texture?
Yes, nigga. Yes.
Yo, y'all niggas is crazy. Y'all ever had toys before?
Pan-Africans did the same. Hold on,
wait,
bro.
Pause. Y'all ever had toys before?
Hold on,
wait.
bro.
I'm
Pause right there. Pause your argument right there.
No, you pause.
Just say, you ain't gonna play them games. Because
you an idiot,
when
you're a whole idiot.
When the Pan-Africans, hold on, white people was using liquorship to show you that Egypt was white and to get you off of claiming Egypt's blackness, right? Hold on, you got Mabel Brunton. Hold on, you had Mabel Brunton. You had Lou Wig, which they still use that fake ass net.
Who gives a fuck?
You ain't gonna flee from this.
Who gives a fuck? I'm not Pan-African. Weirdo, you know this.
They give a fuck. The mainstream science give a fuck. History gives a fuck.
So you doing looking shit?
You ain't gonna Pan-African Bantu shuffle away from this.
You just ran from the census, bozo. I asked you why the African people
shuffle away from this, nigga.
Never come here.
You're not gonna Bantu way. You ain't gonna Bantu squirm out of this.
Why you squirmed out of that census, bozo?
You're not gonna Bantu squirm out of this. You're not gonna Bantu squirm out of this.
Why are you running from the census, bozo?
Stop.
Okay, son.
Alquan, can I talk to you, Alquan?
Okay, but yeah, let's do that now, son.
You asked me 1,000 questions about the statue. I want to ask you one question so I can get out of here because I don't want to talk to Ling no more.
Yeah, because you a little bitch.
Before you ask that question,
hold on, Alquan, he's not going to answer my question because he can't. I want to ask you
a question.
Before you ask that question,
that's not my name, bitch.
All right, cool. That's cool. All right, so Alquan, let me say this to you.
Hold on, before you ask that question. Hold on, we got time. We got time.
About a statue.
Yeah. Now, this person right here, who does this person represent in this statue?
I don't know.
Okay, does it look like a black man or a white man?
You said what? Look like a black person.
Okay, so if that's so easy, how come the other statue is hard for you to?
Yeah, because I don't know what I don't know what that is.
You don't need to know who the hell it is.
Oh, okay, that's cool. All right, cool.
Like you said, it's a statue.
I feel like you're running from my question. I feel like you're running from my question like he was.
Ask the question.
All right. So again, I actually, because before I get to my question, I gotta make sure what's your stance. Do you believe, or are you under the same premise that this other guy is saying that Africans never came here, or the slave trade never happened?
You know what? Let's instead of trying to get some preliminary questions in so you can ask the right kind of question to get the right kind of answer. Just ask me the question.
I'm asking you, did the slave trade happen? I just asked you. Are you under the, because I don't want to assume that you're saying something that you're not. So I'm being fair. Okay. Are you, when I asked him, he said no Africans came here. Are you saying that too?
Well, what I'm saying is the evidence does not show that the transatlantic slave trade happened exactly the way they say. Number one, I'm being generous.
Okay.
And at best, it doesn't even show that it actually really happened.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. What do you believe it happened, or do you not believe?
I don't go by belief. I go by, that's why I said the evidence does not show.
Okay, so you're saying it didn't happen?
No, I'm saying the evidence does not show that it happened.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying it didn't happen?
No, I'm saying that the evidence does not show it.
Okay.
Meaning, there has to be evidence. If there's evidence to show that it happened, then I'm down with it. But if I can't see the evidence,
okay. All right, so you don't think black? All right, another question. So black people that say they of African descent or that they ancestors, you don't believe that?
See, again, it's not about belief. It's about what can be proven and what cannot be proven.
And y'all haven't proven the African today. You haven't.
All right. So So that's what. All right. So Tyrone, I'm gonna ask you one more time.
It's just like you didn't believe that statue was a black man.
Wait. Hold on.
Exactly.
Wait. I'm gonna ask you one more time. No, but we dealing with a statue that's not giving clear, firm, confirmation of what that person is.
Man, if that was a statue,
with them slave ships, we not giving clear confirmation if that ship was a ship.
Cool, Tyrone.
If that was the statue of Superman, you would have known what the hell it was, man.
Wait, Alquan, let me ask y'all both one more time. Again, he's saying that Africans never came here. That's what Tyrone said. Slavery ended.
I'm not saying it. It's Henry Louis Gates saying it. I just told you what I said. I said not that many Africans got brought up here.
Oh, they did come. You saying they did come.
You filibustered in saying that. Yes, you did.
No, Tyrone. I asked
you wanna read the article where
Tyrone,
I got it from?
Hold on, Tyrone.
Shy son, read the article.
Running, brother.
Read the article where I got what I said it's from.
Tyrone, I'm not. Listen,
you keep trying to filibuster and trying to flee from what I gave you, the answer I gave you.
Tyrone, I just don't want to attack you on something that you're not saying. That's what I'm saying. If it's either yes
it
or no.
It says here. You want me to read to you what your source says?
Tyrone,
because you love using him. This your godfather.
Alquan, please can I talk to you? This your master teacher. And fuck up the context. So I'm
not rambling, bro. I'm giving you facts.
No, Alquan. No, but you jumping now because when I asked
how am I jumping? This is on the topic.
Wait, when I asked you did Africans come here, you said no. Now you're saying, oh, they didn't come here in the numbers. You get what you see how you can try to kill.
No, I did not.
But he did say that earlier.
Any Africans came up here. No, so no, you're not an African. You got to prove that.
Wait, but you said none came to the states. I asked you 3 times.
No, it is not. You can rewind it back and see what I said. Chat in the chat. Did I not say? Put one in the chat. If I told this Negro here that barely any Africans came here, only 5% of the slaves came up here to North America. So you just holding it on Brazil or the Caribbean. You cannot claim to be an African if that's such. Put one in the chat if I said that earlier.
Alquan, I asked this man 3 times and he said no. I made sure I asked him 3 times. He's lying right now. Now he's switching it up.
Now I heard him say what he just said earlier.
Alquan, I heard him say no when he said they did not come to the States. He's lying.
That's what he said. He said 5% came.
No, he's saying that now.
No,
he said it then.
I said it earlier. I said it earlier.
You didn't say it to me.
When Chris Harris asked him, he said that.
No, what I'm saying is he didn't say that to me.
You want me to rewind the video back to see what I said?
Nigga, I heard you. That's why I proceeded to ask my question.
Well, let's rewind it.
When you said
let's not get misconstrued what I said. Let's not get misconstrued on what I fucking said.
Stop talking. This is how I know you said no, because I proceeded to ask my question and say, so why is there black African born people on the 1850 census? If you would have said yes, I would have never asked you that. You said no. Now you switching it up. So again, I'm gonna ask Alquan that same question. If Africans never came here, why the fuck is it black African people on the census before slavery ended? Where they come from?
That's a good question. That's a good
South Carolina, they in Georgia, they in North Carolina, they in Delaware, they in fucking PA, they in Florida.
Okay, that's a good question. Where
does it say people came from?
Again, that's a good question. Where does it say that they came from?
And if you need the names, I'll drop them in the back chat. I got a list of them.
Sir, where does it say that they came from?
They birthplace say Africa on the census.
That's invalid.
That's not
it's not invalid.
Yeah, you just can't.
What country in Africa?
Wait, you need some
What's the state? What was the kingdom's name?
Pause, brother. Pause. This is how I know. Let me tell y'all something. This is a learning moment. This is how I know y'all never looked at a census. When you look at a census, it only tells you the state.
Hold on. Did you say?
Y'all gotta let me land. This is why y'all
family genealogy.
No, I am. But did you say we had to look at the census?
I said this is how I know y'all never seen a census.
No, you said look. That's what you said.
But the census is but the census is documentation, brother. The census
See
is
how you
documentation.
filibustering bullshit in there, bro.
No, but the census is documentation.
Right, and you gotta look.
Deny
did not say African on the 1700 census.
Wait, you said what?
Negro. It said color.
Wait, Tyrone, this is how I know. Wait, Tyrone, humble out. This is where you're gonna learn something. It's not gonna say African in that section. It says Africa in the birthplace. That's what it says.
That doesn't make any sense.
Africa.
You said what? That don't make any sense. How does it make any sense?
Hold on, because I want to play a clip from Henry Louis Gates himself. He said that it's hard for Negroes to find a specific. Hold on, bro. It's hard for you to get reparations because they didn't even keep documentation of you being a slave like that. So let's listen to Henry Louis Gates contradict your bullshit. We gonna listen to Henry Louis Gates contradict your own bullshit.
What is he contradicting? Did you hear what I just said?
Your own West African bullshit.
All right, so hey Tyrone, I didn't make the census. I wasn't even born. I'm asking you.
Nobody did. Nigga, white people invented it.
No, but what I'm telling you, wait. What you're not understanding is these census are documentations of people. It got a bunch of people on there. It got people that the birthplace say Europe, the birthplace say different states. So when
hold on, brother. Did I not read off?
Listen, what I'm telling y'all is,
brother, did I not read off 2 Negroes that made up a Bantu identity for themselves?
Right.
During slavery.
Wait. What I'm telling you is, but the Negroes are not making a census for themselves, stupid. So
right. It's coming from the white man.
sold Africa back to these
Negroes are not doing the census for themselves, stupid.
White people are doing it for them.
Exactly.
Right. But with the Africa stuff, niggas ain't coming out of their own. Hold on, brother. Son. But with the hold on, bro. Because with your own African claim that was given to them by white folks. White people ain't give Indian to niggas.
Right.
That's your claim.
That ain't my claim. White folks did not allow niggas to claim to be Indian. White people are selling you Africa and telling you to go to free African school or installing in Negro preachers that wanted to be a part of the Episcopal church. And they just sent them away from that church and gave them their own church and called it African by white people telling them to call it that.
Right. Preachers like Jesse Jackson calling us African Americans, but calling himself a Native American.
Right. Alcorn. All I'm saying is this, and this is something I want you to build on. Again, this man and others are saying that African people never came here. It wasn't the numbers, or 1 minute they say the numbers, next minute they saying it never happened, right? All I'm saying is somebody in the chat, what's his name, Lois Lane or Lois Lady Luck, he said, how do I know that these people are African? Again, if he ever seen a 1850 census in South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Maryland.
So you're talking about lookership. That's what you're talking about.
Lookership. That's lookership.
That's not lookership. That's documentation.
Nigga, you just filibustered in there and said that white people writing the census.
Wait. So here we go. So documentation is fake now. How do you verify?
I didn't say it was fake. I said it was lookership. That's what I said.
Wait. You said that shit.
Wait.
You said that you did not have you put words in people's mouths. You said you. That's not my name, bitch, nigga. You said.
All right, so you gotta let me talk, bro. I'm not gonna cut you off.
Rewind that whole statement you just said.
Hey,
you said white people made the census and niggas was not allowed to call or identify themselves, right?
Right.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they wasn't allowed. I didn't. You're
Chat,
lying.
put
I never
one
said
in
that.
put one in the chat. If you heard him say that shit.
Alquan, this is
You
why you
did, but
got
the
to
truth be told,
He's misquoting me, brother.
but the truth be told, you don't even have to have him say that because we already know because it's 1850. We already know the state of the black man back then.
Alquan, let me say this, please. I'm not gonna cut Ling Ling off. I never said that they couldn't identify themselves.
It's Tyron, nigga.
I said Alquan, fool. I'm talking to him.
You called me Ling Ling. It's Tyron. Get it right.
I'm gonna let you talk. What I'm telling you is that these people, again, somebody in the chat asked, how do I know that they're African? Again, y'all saying this is lookership. Tyron show a bunch of what he would call sources on his before I came up here and while he was on here. I never once said that was lookership as far as his sources go. I'm gonna adhere to it. I'm gonna look. I could
have sworn you did say that all his stuff was lookership.
I'm talking. I said his pictures.
He said every single piece of evidence that I brought on the screen is lookership. When I did not bring up lookership, I brought up sources talking about his Pan-African leaders.
I said you show a lot of. All right, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Well, son, let me ask you a quick question. If you saw a picture of Richard Pryor,
why you keep asking me about pictures, brother?
But listen.
I'm getting to actual documentation.
And this is actual documentation. Pictures, that's documentation.
No, pictures are not documentation.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
This picture you got on the screen right now. What is this, man? Is he half black? Is he a mulatto? Is he white?
This is a Yamakra Indian.
He's an Indian?
That's a Yamakra Indian.
That's a Yamakra Indian. What, all right, so be honest, Tyron. Wait, Tyron, hold on. If the average person saw this picture, would they know that? Would they think that?
No, yes, because that's what the education is all about.
They don't know. That's why I said.
And this man in this photograph looks exactly like me.
Wait, Tyron, he has the same. Tyron, take your emotions.
Let me explain to you this picture why I put it on my avatar.
Hold on, Tyron. Tyron, your emotions aside.
Stop right there.
My point is,
you want to know? Hold on. You want to know why I chose this man? Hold on.
That's not my point.
Hold your horses.
We would not know that was that Indian that you just said.
Hold your fucking horses. So
we don't care about
your story, Tyron.
We don't care how you lost your voice. We don't care how you sound like a bitch.
I'll let you finish. Hold on. Because this image that I chose for myself, for my avatar, I phenotypically look like this Indian. So does my sister.
I don't have a problem with that, Tyron. I don't have a problem with that.
What you said that niggas ain't niggas.
No, that's why you gotta listen, Tyron.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
And then misquoting me. The reason why I said that is
hold on. But your boy YK the Lie earlier said that Indians and niggas aren't the same when we all got Indian phenotypes over here in the land.
I'm not YK, brother. I'm just sticking to what we talking about right now.
You hang out with him at not a coincidence.
Yeah, but I'm not him. He's not up here right now. Let's stick to the point.
Yes, he is. He's in the chat.
Let's stick to the context of what we're talking about. No. But to stick to the context of what we're talking about, Tyron. If you would have never told me that, what would the average person have thought that this man in this picture was? But they would have said he was the Indian that you just said? Yes or no?
I'll say no. But
exactly.
But see, this is the whole point. The fact that he is what
I get that, brother. What I'm saying is you can't just my whole point is you can't just assume. That's what I'm saying.
No, but our whole point is we're trying to tell you what is.
I don't have a problem with what he is. That's why you heard when Tyron said what he is.
Yeah, but you were just saying earlier that it's impossible. We're African, but this is a black man that's Indian.
Wait, you said what?
You said it's impossible because we're African, but this is a black man that's
Indian. What
Indian.
was impossible?
That we're Indians.
I didn't say that. I never said that, bro.
You said we're from Africa. You said we're from Africa. That's what
you're misquoting me. I don't know who you think you're talking.
Okay, then why were you talking about the 1850 census for then?
That's why y'all got to stop cutting me off. And listen, because y'all clearly not listening. I set him up for a question. He said that the slave trade didn't happen. He said no Africans came to the States.
I didn't say that.
You did. I said he said that, but you can't hear. I can hear myself.
Maybe I can't.
All right, cool. Because I can hear myself. I asked your man Tyron, did Africans come here? He said no. So that's why I proceeded to ask him, okay, since you're saying no, why are there black African-born people on the 1850 census in multiple states?
Oh yeah, where does it say that
Where
they're
did they
black
come
African?
from?
Does it say that they're black African, or does it just,
Yes,
just...
it says
Can you
Negro
cite
or
that
black.
source?
Wait,
Can
I'm
you
gonna tell
show
you.
it on the screenshot,
Wait, I'm gonna
son?
tell you. Wait, I'm gonna tell you how you.
We
can
don't
read
want
it.
to hear. We don't want hearsay. We want to see it.
One of y'all got a family search?
What's that?
It's a family search account. This is how you can find your relatives.
My brother, we want you to drop the link like y'all do it. Not a coincidence. Y'all be muting mics and say drop the link. We don't want to hear hearsay.
Source up.
Give me 2 seconds, kiddo.
Source up, like
I got you.
say,
Hold on.
Bobby
Hold
Banger.
on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Don't shoot yourself in the foot yet.
So that's funny. A man can't tell you what a black man looks like from looking at a recreation of a black man, but he can tell you what a black man looks like from reading words in a book.
And then on top of that, these Negroes can tell what an African is and discern an African from a Black American just by looking at their classical features.
See,
you
just
can
like
tell an Ethiopian or a Somalian, even though it would be rude to ask them, wait a minute, are you from Somalia? Yes, how did you know? Because you can tell by that Fleetman forehead.
So this brings us
you
back
can tell
to
by their classical so-called Caucasian features, right? Or you can tell a Bantu. What a Bantu look like. You could point out their hot dog on the back of their neck. You could point out that they obviously don't look like no Black American when they stick out like a sore thumb through their thick nose,
right.
their fucking lips.
Sarah, this reminds me of the Ma'at Forever, where the man, for some odd reason, wanted to play stupid and act like he couldn't recognize what an afro looks like.
Exactly.
I mean, these guys are hilarious. I see he lost a lot of people over there because people keep debating with him about the basics. And he's always, every time you say something black, he's like, nah, brother, no, brother. That's not it. They're like, man, what the fuck is this man on?
Exactly. They're getting butt hurt for the Native Americans.
My man dipped out. See,
yeah, we told him to source up. Y'all heard him.
We'll see if he comes back.
We told him to source up, and he didn't.
Okay, here he comes. He's back. Okay, we'll say it was technical difficulties.
Could y'all see that? Could y'all see that link that I posted in the back?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, we got multiple links.
It's a family search link. Mine's I only put one back there.
Let me see what comes up on that.
It's asking you to sign in.
Yeah.
Oh, because I signed in already, but
matter of fact, are you on a computer?
I shared it with it already signed in. I'm not sure how to do that.
Can you share your screen, or
can I share my screen from my phone?
Oh, you're on the phone. Okay, but I think you can.
No, I'm saying, can I? I don't know how. Alcorn.
Yeah, I think you can. Let me see if I
can. That's why you need to get you a laptop.
I got one. I'm on the move. I'm not you. I don't just screenshot all day, brother.
Right.
Damn, I hate when they always want too much, but this is too much to open up the account, man.
Oh, you got a Facebook, Alcorn? You can sign in with your Facebook.
Hold on, let me go back.
Now, while you doing that, I'm about to play a clip, fair use, that debunks his whole argument.
Hold on, Tyron. You not debunking me, brother. I didn't make this.
Yeah, I am.
I didn't put, but hold on. You would have to prove that these black people that's on the census that's saying birthplace Africa are not really Africans.
But
you
what specific tribe, what ethnicity, what country?
Man. This it doesn't.
Africa is a continent.
Hold on. We know that, Tyron. Hold on,
Tyron. Then why aren't you using a specific kingdom?
Why
aren't you using an ethnicity?
Wait, Tyron.
Yeah, I ain't signing into that, man. That's some type of church thing.
Wait,
man.
Tyron. Let me say this to you, Tyron. Do you? Because you might not know this. It's Indians on the census too. When you look at the Indians, you won't be able to tell what tribe they from. It just tells you their birthplace. So you can't use that premise that what tribe is the African from.
Actually, we can, because they're not being
No, they
called
don't, nigga.
America.
You never
Hold
seen
on,
the
bro.
census. That's
They're
why you
not
up
being called a continent.
Wait, what?
They're not being called a continent.
Who told? Wait. Hold on, Tyron.
You nigga.
Wait, Tyron. Tyron. The birthplace where you will see Africa at is in the birthplace. There's no law or no rule that says that Africa or Europe or any continent cannot be put in the birthplace. That doesn't exist.
Come on,
brother.
that means there's no specifics.
Did we not go
Wait,
over?
you said what?
Did we not? Hold on, bro. Did we not go over two niggas that labeled themselves or made up memoirs about themselves, claiming to be from Africa
again? And I just,
hold on, and then
I just fixed that by telling you that.
We ain't gonna flee from this point. We ain't gonna flee from this point now.
Black people are not making
no. Stop right there. Stop right there. And we're gonna use your boy, not a coincidence, for example.
You stupid.
We're gonna use him. We're gonna use him. So, not a coincidence showed us his genealogy. And he can prove a specific ethnic group and tribe to the Shinnecock. But with his claims for Africa, it goes cold because he has to rely on a less than 1% accurate phlegm kit for a relative, which that in itself is not conclusive, because they are drawing upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of ancestors, and they really can't give you a definitive ethnicity to an African tribe when it all goes on to an out of Africa theory hypothesis.
Which of course,
it's not talking about a transatlantic slave trade hypothesis. It's talking about the out of Africa.
All right, I don't want to talk about that, Tyron. I'm not talking about that. So another question for you, Tyron.
But you do know that's like asking Pablo Escobar, I was born in South America.
Wait, hold on, brother.
Exactly, but not.
I got a question
talking
for
about
Tyron.
A tribe.
All right. So Tyron, what you saying is that the black people that I'm talking about that got Africa as their birthplace on the 1850 census, you saying that's fake? You saying that's not true? That somebody wrote that for them?
Absolutely.
Okay, so all right, so stay there. So you do know that there's white people on there too that got birthplace Africa. That's fake too. I can show you some white people born with the birthplace Africa on the census back then too.
All right, so who the white people that was born in Africa? Name
you said who?
Yeah, who are the white people that was born in Africa? What parts? Were they born in Cape Verde with Tyron, Donovan?
Tyron,
Real rap. Were they born in Senegal?
Wait, Tyron. This is where your fallacy is. On the census, there's never any specifics like that. It's not common, brother. It's not common like that. You only get common in some states. They had specific like their own, but when it comes to like the general census, it only says the states. It says Georgia, Alabama. It doesn't say the actual city.
So is Africa a state? Is it not a state in Ohio?
Wait,
hold on. Isn't there a landmark in America called Africa?
Tyron, I'm glad you saying. Wait, Tyron, I'm glad you saying this because hear me out, Tyron. I just did a whole presentation debunking Dulcinea and the people from Top Cats about that. I show all the places in Africa, all the places in America that's called Africa. And when you look at the birthplace, it will never show you a district, Africa District, Georgia, or Africa Town, Indiana, or Africa, Ohio. It will never say that in the birthplace. It will say Ohio or Indiana or Georgia. So that's
but you know what? Brother. But you know what though? That's specific. But that's from the United States. From the United States, that's specific.
It's not calling. It's not calling out the Gold Coast from Guinea. Wait. It's not saying anything about fucking Rice Coast.
Wait, what I'm telling y'all is in the birthplace, it's only gonna show you a state. It's not gonna say such and such.
Yeah, but that's better than saying the United States or North America.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is in the heading, it says territory, it says place of birth, it says state, territory.
Well, I'll tell you where they came from in Africa. West Coast, North Africa, South Africa.
Wait. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to out of the country, it's just giving continents. Europe, like I said, Europe.
But why would they do that if they knew where they took these people from?
Hold on, brother.
Exactly. Why didn't they document that?
Hold on, brother. What I'm telling you is, in 1850, the common practice was to just put it'll say Europe, it'll say Africa. There's no specific. Now I can't tell you why they're just being that. You know what I'm saying? Why they're not being specific. And you can't sit up here and try to act like
they'll tell you somebody came from Ohio though, instead of North America.
Wait, you said what?
Exactly.
They'll tell you that somebody came from Ohio instead of North America though.
As far as because in the category it says you can put a state. It says that. So if they know the state, it puts the state. But when it comes to
so
outside,
that means they didn't know the country from Africa.
Wait, then, right? Wait. What I'm trying to tell you is the continent would be territory. It doesn't say put the country for outside the continent. It doesn't have that, brother. Now you trying to corner that, but that was their rules. That was their rules. And you could tell if you ever seen the census. So it's not like y'all keep, and that's why I keep referencing.
So how can you? So with that
hold
basis,
on, Tyrone,
how can you tell?
Wait, Tyrone, hold on. Most Indians are from specific Indian areas. They had their own names for their areas. When they're on the census, it does not say that. It says Georgia. An Indian is on the census born in Georgia or born in South Carolina. It does not say, oh, such and such area or such and such territory. It does not say that. So it's not specific. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Hey, son, I'll go by what you're saying to a degree, but let me ask you a question. Which is more easily forged?
Obtainable.
No, forged. Which is more easily forged? A piece of paper, document, or a statue?
Both.
No, I said which one is more easily forged?
They equal to me.
No. One is easier to forge than the other.
In your opinion.
Okay, so you can just go out and build a statue right now. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, I could chop something up and make it look like anything.
This man bullshit. Man.
Hold on. Anatomically correct face.
Let me say this to you, Alquan. Hold on.
No,
Alquan.
you can't. That's not easy.
Alquan,
that takes time.
Wait, Tyrone. Alquan, I would be with you on that. But here's the problem, because people keep is a couple of apples that try to they could have made that up. When you look at those census, those black people, it's
so,
other black people.
Wait a minute. Why do you keep using the word abo?
So you can respond properly.
Why do you keep using that word abo or wabo? Why? Where do you get that shit from?
Bro, you drifted from what we talking about. I'll tell you after.
Negro, if you all about black empowerment, why are you against being an Aboriginal?
Stop putting words in my mouth. I'm not
but you're using the words of white supremacists. You're using the words of white supremacy. Hold on, bro.
You niggas is super.
Hold on, because you sound like a buck dancing coon, bro.
None of y'all niggas online.
You sound like a coon, bro.
No, you a coon.
So where did you get that word from? Hold on, bro. Who sent you? Where did you get that word from? Hold on, bro. I don't
fuck with y'all. Y'all niggas is definitely. Hold on, bro. Hold
on. Because we're about black liberation for black Americans.
How you pro-black? You have Chinese, nigga. You shouldn't even be in this conversation.
And you're admixed too. If you pull up your genealogy, you're saying that you're full blood Bantu. So hold on, bro, nigga, stop. You ain't gonna run from this. You ain't gonna run from this. You're not gonna run from this. Where did you get the word abo and wabo from?
Did you tell Alquan that your sister was telling people that I was African?
It's a joke that's put on you. Hold on, bro.
Did you tell Alquan that your sister was telling people that I was African?
Brother, stop.
I'm not your brother. You Chinese. You're not my brother.
Here's a joke. Hold on, brother.
You Chinese.
Here's a joke that's on you. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna debunk you right there. So you use the word wabo, right? You use the word abo, right? Hold on, bro. You love using that word as an insult, right? But you don't even know. Hold on, bro.
You know that, right?
You love using that insult, right? You love using that insult. You love dick sucking them Native Americans, right? You love them, right? You love them. You love them. You tap dance for them. You trying to save their griff.
Did your sister?
Hold on. I'm gonna give you a history lesson on that insult.
Was your sister calling y'all African? Yes or no?
Brother, shut up and listen.
I'm not your brother. Can you tell a
brother? Shut up and listen.
Was your sister not calling you, saying that y'all family was African?
No, we're not. You want to hear from my sister herself?
Was she not saying that?
Mouth? Didn't she say that from the horse's mouth?
Didn't she say that? Because we got you on tape saying we got her. We got you and her on tape.
Brandy, Hold on.
Brandy, what she saying? Y'all was African.
Brandy, did you say that we African or are we American Indian?
She said y'all was African.
Hold on. He want to hear your own statement from the horse's mouth, because they love running with your interview with King Bold. What I said is that I am Black American, Chinese, Irish, and Muskogee Creek Indian. I didn't say African at all. One of my co-stars on the thing said that she was African American, and that's about the only person in that lineup that said African. I, on the other hand, said Black American. And that her hairstyle. And then I said that braids are worn by every culture. And then I mentioned one culture, which is Fulani, who has a certain hair braid style that I was inspired by. But being inspired does not mean that you are that culture. So
sounds good to me.
So stop using that shit. So now let's get back to what you were saying earlier. You love to use the word abo and wabo. I'm gonna give you a history lesson.
Hold on, not a coincidence channel saying that she was confused.
Hold on, y'all niggas love running with information without fucking confirming it from the source.
Because we got you on tape saying that she
y'all don't go to the source. You Negroes don't go to the source. So
no, we
I'm
went
gonna give
to the
you
source.
a history lesson on abo and wabo. Wabo in Native American language means great mystery. That's the white spirit.
You're not even an abo. You like some
Hold on, nigga, Negro. Shut up and listen.
Name for you.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. Because you shooting yourself in the foot. Hold on, bro.
Chinese, Irish, Indian.
Hold on, Negro.
Alquan, he have Chinese.
Hold on, Negro. Who gives a damn?
He a Chinese.
Who cares?
He's a Chinese.
How does that negate?
What?
How does that? Hold on, brother.
He's a
how does that negate?
Indian.
How does that?
What?
How does that negate my ancestry?
The nigga's a Chinese.
So, nigga, you claiming to be a $5 African?
He's a Chinese Irish.
You trying to claim to be a $5 African?
You like what? Like so you made that up?
Why do you keep trying to flee from what I'm talking about?
Irish Choctaw.
Why do you keep fleeing? Why do you keep fleeing from what I'm trying to tell you?
Because you cut me off when I was asking you something.
Nigga,
keep doing that.
Negro, shut up and listen.
Yo, you gotta stop
listening time. It's time to put on your thinking caps. It's time to put on your thinking caps.
You're not black.
So, wabo, when these Pan-Africans use that word wabo,
why y'all
from these Native Americans, hold on. When these Pan-Africans use the word wabo from these Native Americans, they don't know that they're being called gods in their own language. And the Native Americans don't even know this shit because they don't do research on their own history. Wabo means great spirit, the white spirit. So when you throw that word around like an insult, you really calling yourself a god. And when you throw around the word abo, you're using a racial slur from a white supremacist, mocking you for being the original man. A substitution. There is no such thing as a goddamn white aborigine.
That's true.
So when you sit up here and argue with us, you
not
are
even in Europe either.
Fucking history and science and your own perspective. You're hurting your own relatives. You getting up here making 10-hour lives talking shit about our Indian claim, but you over here being a $5 African, and Africans don't even claim your ass. They call you Okada and O'Bruni.
It looks like he dropped out.
These niggas don't even think about what the shit they use.
Damn. So my man, obviously we know my man has been slipping and sliding from the facts, to say the least. When you ask him about the statues, you kind of know what kind of camp he's coming from when they start that lookership stuff and they don't want to identify a clear-cut black man. You know, kind
exactly.
of.
He getting that shit from them Native Americans and them Egyptologists. They know where that shit come from.
I mean, come on. You don't know what an afro looks like, just like the French man. He wore an afro, the French guy, but he doesn't know what one looks like. And then he talks about a statue. I don't know the origins of a statue. If the statue had been a statue of a turtle, you would know what the hell that was.
Shit is. Same with Turtle Boy. He will sit up here and make a video talking about how them Olmecs heads are transforming from howler monkeys and jaguars, knowing for damn fact that these people are depicting negroid features.
Yep. It's crazy. And it's funny, I was going to say earlier how he was going on and on about trying to get details that he couldn't really support about the documents. But yet, when it was about the statue, he didn't know anything.
He playing games, bro, and then he want to sit up here and argue about the census saying African on the thing, not giving specifics on what ethnicity. Because I just read to this nigga earlier that we had a lot of Black Americans in the South being educated in a white man's institution, and they were told wonderful things about Africa, or they was given the slave Bible saying that they're destined to be slaves forever because of what some Bible characters did allegedly in the past to justify you being in chains.
Yep. It's crazy, man. It's like lookership. If you say lookership sucks, that means you can't look at any ancient artifact ever.
And you can't use that white man to say, oh, Egypt was white. But
right.
Here he is making media, he's making images, and he's sitting up there showing you that white people are white Egyptians.
Yep. And it's crazy, man. That means you have to dismiss the pyramids. Can't look at that because that's lookership.
Exactly. And you got to dismiss the DNA too, because that's lookership as well. It's confirmation bias.
People with
because
afros.
They flip through, with afros.
The man gets up in the morning with the afro hair, but he doesn't know what an afro looks like. He doesn't realize that mostly everybody else doesn't have one. Well, what they say anyway.
Brother Al, this Negro gets stupid when he hears the word haplogroups. But when we show him the opposite of what the haplogroups say, that Black Americans are their own unique race, when it shows that Paleo-American Indians' ancestors are Australoid Black people, when we show them DNA evidence of the ancient Egyptians.
Didn't he admit to that, accept that with the Lucia?
Yes, he did.
But he didn't want to relate it to the old man.
You.
Yeah.
Playing games.
But then earlier he said, well, there are other brown people.
Other brown people who? There's only one brown people, and that's you.
Yep.
The black race. Everybody else is khaki colored.
So since he's in the chat room, we know he left this time. So, but one thing that's good.
He need to get his ass back up here and stop being a coward.
One thing I'm proud of is it's documented now. Chris Harris, my man, had to dip out 2 times going up against this.
Yep. Why couldn't he stay? Wonder why. He said, "Oh, Tyrone up here." Yeah, because they know I get busy with the knowledge.
Here he comes. He's back.
I left because there's really no point in talking to people like him. I was trying to talk to you, but you keep playing the fence like you.
But
just
you
said,
keep babbling.
Look. See what I mean? Why am I up? Why would I stay up here if he ain't gonna let nobody talk? This his show. You said that Black people are their own unique race. Again, I don't know. I don't want to project nothing on you, Ling Ling, but I don't know if you subscribe.
That's not my name, bro. If you want to speak with me with respect, use my government name, Tyron.
In a way, that's kind of a funny joke when you say Ling Ling, then he says that's not my name. Because I don't know if you
Irish.
No, not that. Because I don't know if you're familiar with that song from years ago. That's not my name. They call me Cena. That's not my name. And the group was called the Ting Tings. That's why it's funny.
Oh shit.
That's why it's funny.
Yeah,
But
my point about the statue was, again, I just from me knowing that there's multiple different groups of brown people, I can't just assume that they talking about us.
yeah,
You know,
but we
so
weren't asking.
that's all I'm saying.
We weren't asking you if it was us. We weren't asking you if it was a specific person. Or we were asking you, was it a general black man? That's all we were asking.
Yeah, I don't. But that's the thing. That's the thing, Alquan. I don't consider everybody a black man in the context of being like us. Like, you know, you could call that a social
That's why I said.
construct.
That's
Then
why I
what
said.
is a black man like us? Explain that.
You said what?
What are those attributes?
Well, again, so let me. That's why I give you an example, Tyron. When we looking at pictures, we trying to we let's be fair here, Tyron. We examining a portrait or a statue. Again, this is not in real time. And then we're examining writings. So some of the writings may say the people are copper, right? Or brown or bronze or whatever. But again, in real time, I know that there's different groups like that. So if
Yeah, but when you say you trying to be slick, when you say
no, I'm
real
not.
time,
You gotta let me land,
Yeah,
brother.
you are,
Please let me
bro.
land. That's why I dropped down, because y'all not gonna let me land. Y'all gonna keep talking over me.
But hold up. When you say real time, though, that means living. That's what that means.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Alcorn. So if we looking at something from past times, if we looking at a writing or we looking at a statue, I can't just say that, brother.
But you said that for the writing, though.
Wait, you said what?
You said that for the writing, the census.
No, because the census. Wait. When we looking at this, I just said this in the chat. When we talking about this statue, it has no clear description of what these people are, brother. When we looking at the census, it's telling you the birthplace. It's telling you that.
That's not clear.
Wait, brother. Wait, you gotta listen. It's telling you their birthplace. It's telling you what they look like. It's telling you what they are, Negro. It's telling you white.
Okay. All right. Well, check this out.
That's what I'm saying. Wait.
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you go, but real quick. So if you look, real quick, but if you looked in it, hold on. I'm gonna be real quick. If you looked in the census, the 1850 census, and you looked up, let's say Johnny Jones, and it said he was from Africa. Now, can you take in that information? Can you just go back and find him in Africa?
No.
Wait, what?
If you looked up in the 1850 census and you found an African named Johnny Jones, and they say he's from Africa, can you just go back to Africa and find his family and look him up?
No, the census doesn't work like that, bro.
Okay, so if it doesn't work like that, then how's it working?
All right, so y'all gotta let me land. It's telling that's like here. If like my great grandparents, right? They're on the census in New Jersey, but neither one of them are from New Jersey. They, you know what I'm saying? It's telling you their birthplace. So if you looked at them, you don't know them personally. So you don't know where you could find you would have to really dig deep or personally know them to be able to find their family in the Carolinas. That's the same thing. We don't. I don't know if they were doing any type of census in Africa in 1850. So that's the only way that you would connect him to his family over there at that time.
Okay, so in other words, you can't. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, but that doesn't negate the fact that this person or this woman is born over there. That doesn't negate that.
But I'll tell you what it can suggest. It can suggest forgery. That's what it can suggest.
No, exactly. That's all right. So I was trying to answer. I was trying to tell you something about that, right? Before I dropped off, it wouldn't. To say that is forgery. Like it would be. I would agree with that if all the black people, because there's not a lot of black people on the 1850 census. You got to keep in mind that only 3 black people made the census during this time. There's a lot of black people.
What? Those
you gotta let me land, bro. You fucking up the fuck. Listen, Tyron, relax. Relax. There's only 3 black people on the census in 1850.
Right.
Now, yo, you gotta let me land. I'm talking to Alquan. So, with that, right, Alquan, every black person that's free and that's on the census in 1850, their birthplace doesn't say Africa. It's different areas. You got South Carolina, you got North Carolina, you got Georgia, you got Florida. Pick up, you know what I'm saying?
You didn't say that earlier. You said Africa was for all of them. That's what you said.
No, I did not say that. That's why y'all gotta stop cutting people off, brother. Y'all keep cutting, bro. Hey, Alquan, if you heard me yelling at Ling, I said he's the master at.
That's not
quoting.
my name.
I never
nigga.
said that. I never said
son,
that.
I ain't call you no funny name, so call me by my government name.
All right, cool. I'll do that if you stop misquoting me, brother. Respectfully. If you stop misquoting me, I won't call you Ling Ling ever again. So that's what I'm saying, Alcorn. I never said all those people. If y'all heard me, I said all those people. There's black people on there. That's birthplace at South Carolina. Pick a place.
We've been talking for a while. You didn't say that.
I did say that. Y'all kept cutting me off, brother.
Oh, if we cut you off, how did you say it if we cut you off?
Huh?
I said, how did we say it if we cut you off?
I'm hearing y'all. That's why I went into, I talked to Tyrone mad times. He's good for that. He cut you off and then misquote you. That's what he does, brother.
So I'm not misquoting you here. So Sean, son, you just said that the free Negroes got to call themselves by the states that they from in
No, I did
America.
Not say. There you go again. There you go again. I did not say that.
I'm just like what you just said. What you just said. What your ass just said. You said the free Negroes got the chance to call themselves.
I never said that. I never said that, Alcorn. Please check it, Alcorn. I never said that. Alcorn, I never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. You want me to say what I said?
Did this nigga say?
I'm gonna tell you what I said. I said only. I'm gonna tell you what I said. This is why I don't like talking to you, Tyrone, because you ain't got no integrity. All you do is
you said that free Negroes were saying that they was born. They put that when they was born in the United States, but the slaves, they weren't able to call themselves anything.
I never said none of that. Alcorn, you see what I mean? You see what I mean, Alcorn? Alcorn, he just did what I just said he do. I didn't say none of that.
So are you saying that the free?
I never said no. That's why I don't like talking to you. That's why I call you Wingling, because you're a piece of shit. Stop misquoting people.
No, you full of shit.
Stop misquoting people.
You just said.
Stop misquoting people.
Okay, so you're saying that the free Negroes. Hold on. I'm not misquoting you.
You just misquoted me.
You saying that the free. Stop. You just said that the free Negroes themselves, when they got put on the census and the white man came to them and asked them where they from, they said African, right? Is that what you're saying? Hello?
Yo, Alcorn, can I speak, brother?
Hold on, bro. Stop. Answer the question. Did you or did you not say that?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. Now you want to hear what I said? Do you want to hear what I said so you don't got to misquote me?
Which one is it, nigga? You just said that they didn't sign on the census saying they came from Africa, or did you say that they did?
I'm gonna tell you what I said again, so you don't got to misquote me. This is what you like to do. You do this all the time. All you do is misquote niggas. All right, so shut up so I can tell you what I said.
I'm not misquoting you. Say it again.
Shut up so I can tell you what I said. I literally said that only free black people made the 1850 census. That's what I said. Then I proceeded to say that some of the birthplaces, because Alcorn said he was trying to allude to forgery. That's what he said. So I purposely said to him that would be, you would have an argument if all of those black people birthplace said Africa, and that's not the case. Some of the birthplace say Georgia, some of the birthplace say South Carolina, North Carolina, etc. Some Africa, etc. So that's what I said. I never said
you did say that. You did say that later recently. You didn't say that earlier though.
No, I did say that. Wait. I never said all these black people was African on the census.
But that was your point. But that was your point referring to the 1850 census.
No, my point. No,
exactly.
No. This is what I mean. You not listening. You can't hear, Alcorn? You can't hear? You said you might can't hear. I said to Ling, did African people come here?
It's Tyrone, nigga.
Whatever. I said, did African people come here? He said, no, listen. If you shut the fuck up, this is why Alcorn keep misquoting me, because he.
Okay, relax. I did hear that part. Okay, so you got frustrated, but so I continue what he was saying. He did start off saying, did African people come here, and then that's when he went to the 1850 census, and then he said, how come it says African on the census? He didn't say nothing about Carolinas and no other states.
Exactly. And did he not say that the free Negroes were allowed to identify themselves as African on the census? Did he not say that?
Right. He did say that. And just because it's from 1850 alone, that should tell you that they weren't free enough to
and that's full of
identify
shit. And they
themselves.
full of shit because those free Negroes that's claiming to be from Africa got their directives from African Free School or some white Episcopal church.
Yep. So
and like Turtle Gang, not a coincidence of them. They sit up there and admit that they're Indian, but then say that their ancestors say that they came from Africa. And they changed their paperwork to say Africa because white people was denying their Indianness.
Yep. See, now, it's one thing when you want to try to twist conversations and the facts. See, I think they have to be a little more skillful into not playing themselves or exposing themselves big time. See, people like me,
his hand, bro.
I pay attention to what people say. And I write them down too, just like I wrote down YK the truce stuff. So that way I can run it back and say, this is what you said.
Exactly.
Address the situation. See, they hope that you're not writing it down so that you start forgetting.
And they hope that through their little rant talking shit about people that ain't here to defend themselves, that you won't catch their bullshit.
He's back. Let's go.
Yeah, my bad. I fell off. But let me say this to you, Alquan. I don't know where I landed at. What I was saying was, which part did you? What was the last thing you heard?
You said they were from the Carolinas and not just Africa.
Oh yeah. That's what I was saying. I said when I initially asked Tyrone, I proceeded to say, so why are there African-born people, Black African-born people on the census? I never said that all of the Black people on the census in 1850 birthplace said Africa. I never said that.
But when you say why are there African-born people, that suggests that that's all you're talking about.
No, it does not suggest that.
Hold on, Shah-Sun. How would they know that they were born in Africa if that was suggested to them by white puppeteers?
Wait. You're saying that it was suggested to them. You're saying that.
That's not me suggesting anything.
You don't even know these people.
I gave you examples, bro. I gave you examples of Negro sellout Negroes.
Alquan.
Shah-Sun, you're not gonna do that.
People. How can he just project something on them and he don't even know?
Did I not bring up three, actually?
More
than three.
People to generalize
all your Pan-African heroes that you use. You can't use them no more. You can't even take them for credible sources when they're sellouts.
In multiple different states. How do you know all of these people were suggested?
Shah-Sun, multiple different states does not negate the fact that white people were training Negroes to claim to be African.
So you would have to prove that they trained every last one of these black people.
They all got their same. Hold on, brother. They all got their same. Hold on.
You cannot prove
because I can name off. I can name off the people that gave them their education.
How you don't even know? Wait,
I can name off the people that gave them their African education. You got the Royal Geographic Society in London.
Alquan. How can he prove that these Europeans gave all of these black people from South Carolina, North Carolina, these average Joes, these average nobodies, mind you, it ain't a lot of them. They all the way up to Massachusetts. It's like 1 or 2 in each, 1 or 2, 3 or 4 in each state.
And guess what? They get the same directives from the same system, the same curriculum.
This is why Alquan can't hear me because you keep talking.
In the schoolhouse, they give issue books about history.
What I'm telling you is, hold on, Alquan. What I'm saying is, all I'm saying is I'm not even. You see how much integrity I got. I'm not even denying what Ling saying. What I'm saying is you're generalizing and you're making a vague, bold claim that all of these people that got Africa as their birthplace got some type of information from a European.
It's not that bold. You know why we could infer that?
You can infer it, but you can't prove it.
But we
can because they're not using no specific African.
Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Specific African language. They're not using a specific ethnic group.
But hold up, it's not. But hold up, I'm going a step further, and the reason why this is how we piece everything together. It's the 1850 census.
Okay.
That means they had to have been slaves.
Wait, you said who had to be slaves?
These so-called Africans that you're talking about.
No, they did not. Why? Hold on. I'm gonna be fair to you, Alquan, because I'm not gonna attack you. I'm learning that. I want to be clear on what you know already. Are you under the pretense that every black person was supposedly a slave back then?
But isn't that your point if they're coming from Africa?
No, that's not my point. No, it's not. It's not my point. You didn't ask. You didn't answer my question. Are you under the pretense that everybody back then was slaves, was enslaved in 1850?
In 1850,
in the year 1850, half the African American population were free. And
Okay,
they
so
actually
you can tell
owned slaves.
Alquan that.
Hold on, this
Okay, so
is
you can tell
coming from.
Alquan that.
Hold on, bro.
Exactly.
1850. Hold
Exactly.
on,
Thank you,
Shy Son.
Tyron. Hey, Tyron. Thank you, Tyron.
Silence. I'll let you
Thank
talk.
you for that,
Hold
brother.
on. In
Thank you, brother.
1850, they stopped bringing in Africans around that time frame. They stopped bringing in Africans in the 1700s.
Okay, and
so
what is your point?
So that means that they didn't bring Africans at all like that. There's not
All right,
enough.
so
Hold on, there's
here's the
not enough
problem with that.
Africans.
Wait.
Hold on.
This is what
There's not enough
all right, cool.
Africans to change the demographic of the people.
Okay, we learning from each other, right? Tyron, so let me tell you
You
something,
claiming to
Tyron.
be African is false.
Wait, Tyron, what you're not understanding is, right? When did the census start? 1790, right? So if you see somebody, let's just say you see somebody on the census in 1850 and their birthplace say Africa. He might have not, if he's not on the 1840 census or the 1830 census, guess what he was? A slave, because they didn't put slaves they didn't put slaves on the census. So it doesn't mean that he came over in 1850, brother. He could have been here but got free and then made the census. That's how that works.
Yet
but
a lot of Negroes back then,
but you know,
a lot of Negroes back then received their African directives from Freemasons.
When you humble out, thank me later. You just learned something new.
Negro, Shy Son, listen to this. A lot of your Pan-African leaders that was claiming to be African slaves and making up elaborate royal backgrounds about themselves.
I'm not Pan-African.
Hold on.
I'm not Pan-African,
because your nigga earlier went on a tangent, emotional tangent, talking about some five civilized tribes and Indians mistreating niggas, but ain't got no evidence to show that shit.
I'm not YK,
Hold on.
brother.
Hold on. This nigga said that we self-hate Africa and that you shouldn't claim Indian because the Indians was doing all this mistreating slaves and shit.
Who told you that?
Yo nigga earlier.
All right, but wait till YK get back up here. I'm sure YK don't got no problem putting hands and feet on you up here. But he not up here right now.
Jelly back on the live. Put him back on the live so I can serve him up his bullshit.
But yeah, Alquan, I just wanted to be clear.
This nigga said, this nappy-headed nigga said, this certified coon said.
I'm gonna leave in a few minutes. Ling. All I wanted to know.
I know you ain't leaving because we giving y'all this ass whooping.
All right, cool. Ling, let me say this before you can get the floor back. All I was saying is, I just wanted to know where those black African people came from. You know what I'm saying? Ling saying that first Ling tried to allude to, the slave trade was over. So are you saying that they came after the slave trade was over? You saying that Africans started coming here?
The transatlantic slave trade did not last that long.
All right, cool.
It was only a short window. So your alleged window, hold on, bro. Your alleged slave trade window starts at 1626 to 1700s.
Right, cool,
That's a short amount of time to bring in some millions of African slaves. That's a short amount of time, and then you got to factor in hurricane season.
All right, cool, Tyron, cool.
So, Negro, your story not making sense. Negro, your story's not making sense.
Tyron, that's cool. All I want to know is where these African-born people come from. How did they make the census in 1850? Where did they come from?
But if they didn't come as slaves, then how did they come and why would they come?
Wait. Who said that they
Why would they come?
We don't know what they came as. You don't know that.
But that's why I said if they weren't coming as slaves, how would they come and why?
Hey, Alquan, this is why you gotta listen, brother. That's why I broke it down to you. If an African-born black person is on the 1850 census, but he's not on the 1840 census, or he's not on the 1830 census, guess what he was, brother? He was a slave. because they didn't put slaves on the census. I don't know if you know that.
Same with Indians. You didn't. I don't know if you knew that
They
majority of the
Indians
chattel slaves were Indians themselves.
Wait, you said what? But
I don't know if you know this, but majority of those chattel. Shah
Indians
son.
got taxed. The Indians
Shah
that was taxed
son.
are on the
Okay
census,
then,
goofy.
but Indians were still slaves, and they're still wearing the uniform of a slave.
You say Indians
They're
were
still
slaves
wearing
in
the
1800s?
uniform of a
Wait, are you
slave
saying
even up
Indians
until
were slaves in the
1900s.
Wait,
They're still wearing. You want to see them? I got the photos.
You said Indians are slaves in the 1800s. What does that got to do with the census, brother?
Everything to do with it. Because the census can sit up there and tell you that an Indian came from Africa.
Nah, they not
yes,
doing
it
that,
can.
brother. They're not doing that.
Yes, it can.
Oh, they were honest.
They're not doing that.
Yes,
they were. Yes,
no,
they
not.
were.
That's why I just told y'all this.
Yes,
Indians
they were. Then explain the Cherokee wearing the wardrobe of Mammy.
Wasn't no Indians
explain why the
there,
Chickasaw are wearing the wardrobe of Mammy. Explain why the Choctaw and all them wearing the wardrobe of Mammy. I can show you the images.
What does that have to do with the census?
It has everything to do with it because the census uses Negro, colored, and mulatto, does it not?
Yep, in the birthplace.
And a Negro and a color and mulatto can be used interchangeably.
No, but wait, what you're not understanding is the
you
birthplace
saying no, but it means that exactly to the T.
Is saying what it says, and you can't get around that.
So
you
want to see these Indian slaves dressed like Mammy?
You said what?
Indian slaves dressed like Mammy. What's this? You said this shit comes from Africa.
Women in Florida.
Seminoles.
Yep.
Cherokee.
So what are you saying? I don't get what you're saying.
That means not that many Africans was coming over here to teach these people how to do this profession because they're already the slaves.
Wait. Here we go with lookership.
That's not lookership.
We know it's Africans in Florida.
Muskogee, dressed like Mammy.
Florida. So I'm not about to sit here and do this with you. You can play this lookership game with people that don't know, but I know I'm not stupid, Tyrone.
Look at all this shit.
For this.
Look at this. This is in Asia. This is in Africa.
Tyrone,
this is Chickasaw.
Those girls look Chinese. They look like Chinese Irish Choctaw.
This is Chickasaw.
Those black people go back to the
Why was LaToya playing with these toys in 12 years a slave?
I dare you to lie and say those people was black. Go back to the Chickasaw.
Yeah, they are.
Those Chickasaws is black people? Stop right there.
Yes, they would be called black.
Oh, you's a weirdo. I'm out. Hey.
How about weirdo, nigga?
Alcorn, those black people.
You looking at your culture right here. You looking at Aunt Jemima right here.
Where is Alcorn?
Is this your Aunt Jemima, nigga? Ain't that Aunt Jemima? Why ain't they dressed in the Southern Belle uniform?
I'm not claiming them.
Black people.
I ain't claiming them. I'm not claiming them.
This nigga's a goofy. This is what I mean. Look.
How am I goofy, nigga? Tunica woman.
This nigga really called them ladies black.
Why are they dressed like slaves?
Oh, those black people. These black people. Wait.
Why are they dressed like slaves? Why aren't they dressed like the big house mammy? How aren't they dressed like a madam? Why aren't they dressed like this? Why aren't they dressed like this? Since you want to use 5 civilized tribes, why aren't they dressed like this?
You're exposing yourself. I hope the people in the chat see that.
Why aren't they dressed like this? Why aren't they dressed like the Southern Belle?
All y'all people in the chat that's
why are they not dressed like the Southern Belle, nigga? Explain that shit. Why you keep bringing the 5 civilized tribes up, but they dress like slaves?
Tyrone, this is why I don't like talking.
You keep bringing 5 civilized tribes, but they dress like slaves.
You are a goofy.
You are a coon, nigga. You a coon.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me ask Son, because YK the Truth didn't really prove it. Can you prove that we came from Africa? Not with circumstances, not with hearsay, but direct evidence.
Yeah, documentation. I got an article in Massachusetts that's from 1788 banning Africans.
Okay, so that trumps like statues and stuff like that.
What you mean statues?
Yeah, like that statue. the Olmec statue.
Nobody, but wait, nobody. But wait, what do black people coming from Africa have to do with the Olmec statues? I don't understand.
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain it. What I'm trying to say is the fact that the Olmec statue that actually shows you exactly what something is, what something was, whether you call it lookership or not. But the documents, you have to hope.
Not really. Oh no, not really, brother. Because again, a statue is a statue. It's not really clear on what type of person it is. So again, if you want to
actually,
wait. Let me respond, Alquan. Let's have the genuine conversation. The statue again. If you're not under the if you're not in the know of what people or what these people that inhabited this area look like, it leaves room for any interpretation. I don't have a problem. I understand why y'all think those people is black. I don't got a problem with that. What I'm telling you is documentation is documentation. Every state,
documentation could be fake. Just like you can fake.
Hold on, true.
You can counterfeit money. You can counterfeit comic books. All types of stuff.
Cool, Alquan. But here's the problem, right? When y'all be referencing stuff like the Olmecs, right? Y'all reference that. Y'all always referencing them stuff. And then let's go to y'all grandma. Ain't none of y'all grandmas ever told y'all came from South America. Not one of y'all. So I don't even know why y'all keep running down there to reference or to suggest this we've been here when ain't none of y'all related to any of those people down there.
Negro, the culture, brother. They back to Latin America.
But it's the same way.
You get what I'm saying? Wait, Alquan, do you get what I'm saying? Nobody black related to them.
I'm about to explain it right now.
You're not related to those people.
But listen, it's the same way you got the Sodnetter and his crew. They always talking about Kemet and all this kind of stuff.
Fuck Kemet, fuck Sodnetter, fuck all of that. It's all overrated. Let's get that out the way.
All these Pan Africans, they always.
Yeah, because we not. You know why I'm saying
that? So can you deny this?
Wait. The people that our ancestors, we don't come from Egyptians. We don't come from that. We don't come from East Africa. You might have a couple of people that got Mozambique DNA or whatever, but majority of the people we West Africans. I don't give a fuck.
No such thing as Mozambique DNA, by the way. But
wait, you said what?
There's no such thing as Mozambique DNA.
When I say that, meaning that there's people like they have ancestors that may have came from there. The Portuguese was bringing people from over there. If you didn't know, so that's what I mean.
I do know, but not they didn't bring them to our world.
What you say?
They didn't bring them to our world.
Supposedly only a few came. I don't know too much about that, brother. So I'm not. My point is we ain't East African. That's my point. So when you see Sodnetter talking about,
we ain't West African either.
Hold on, let me land, brother. When you see Sodnetter and them talking about Egypt, it's irrelevant to me, in my personal opinion, because we ain't them people. They Africans, but we ain't them people. So that's that.
But the point is, when it comes to Egyptian statues and all that kind of stuff, you know, when that Olmec head, you know what type of person you're looking at. You don't have to.
Nah, don't, brother.
But listen, you don't need.
Hold on,
you don't need
to
worry. But hold on a second. You don't need to worry about their origins. You just need to know what you're looking at. It's just like if you see a Bentley, you don't need to know what factory it was made in.
But that's lazy science, brother. I'm not doing that. I just had to hold on, Alquan. I just had a conversation because if we did that, we'd just be calling anybody black because a lot of people look black. Like
shit, that's what we do already.
And I don't do that, brother. I live in like I said, I live in a city with Indians from India. They be brown. They be darker than some black people, brother. They be
I've seen some.
My point is, Alquan. Here's the problem with that, because you got black people, you got abos or people in this community saying, "Oh,
why do you keep using the word abo?"
Wait. You gotta let me land. You got black people in this community saying black people got hair like that. We got straight hair like that. So now the hair that the Indians got, like how we were saying, you know how you said, you asked me earlier, yo, you could look at a black man and tell his hair. You got abos saying that we got nappy hair and straight hair. So now if I look at an Indian, so if we just took away DNA, we took away specifics of knowing where people came from, we'll just be calling anybody black. So we can't do that.
You know the characteristics of black in general. Alquan, hold him right there, because he can't squirm out of this. Now, according to the white man's dictionary and etymology, it says that black means to become bleach or to become pale.
Cool.
It has nothing to do with your melanin skin. That's just a status. So why on earth do you keep referring to yourself?
Tyrone,
shut up.
Hold on, Tyrone.
Shut up. Why on earth? Why do you keep referring to yourself as a person that bleaches or becomes pale? It's a non-color.
So this is what I mean. He don't listen. I said when you asked me, was I a black man, Alphonse? I said in the context of being in America, I am a black man. I never said nothing about my skin is black.
But
I never
what
said
kind?
like that.
The thing is, what kind of black
now, when
man
I'm telling
in
you,
America?
hold on, you gotta shut up, bro. That's why Alphonse can't hear me. When we talking about black people, we do this on purpose because of this social construct to separate ourselves. But what I'm saying is if we just did that, we'll be calling anybody black. We'll be calling and they're not that.
I hear you. Like the way people call Michi X black or Rachel Dolezal, how they fell for that.
Anybody, bro. They'll be calling anybody black.
But when it comes to that Olmec, that is what a lot of people might.
You again.
It doesn't matter if it was. But listen, it doesn't matter if it was a statue or a cartoon. I mean, it represents somebody, and we know what that representation is.
Nobody's denying that. Nobody's saying that. Hold on, Alcohol. I don't know if you know. We know nobody's saying that people weren't here or that
but you said that guy that you said the hair wasn't Afro hair.
You said it wasn't here
because of the statue, right? I don't know that what they're all right. So with statues, right, at that time, we don't know what they were trying to convey with the hair, because it's not like they could put the actual texture in the statue.
Well, they did a good job.
You know what they were trying to convey with gollywogs and minstrel tunes.
Any one of y'all ever had like a toy, like an action figure?
Yep.
All right, some action figures, right, on black figures and white figures have the same hair. It don't always.
That's a manufacturing process.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
but those are fictional characters, though.
No, these are characters of real people, wrestling men.
Those are fictional characters.
No, my child. Hold on, my child got collect wrestling men. Those what's the New Day? The wrestlers, the New Day, they black.
Okay, what about Star Wars toys? G.I. Joe.
No, hold on, brother. We don't stick to real people. Hold on, brother. We sticking to real.
That's what I'm saying. Most toys are patterned after fake people that don't exist.
Exactly.
I'm talking about toys that's patterned after real people.
Those are very few. That's very few.
No. Hold on. My point is that sometimes when they put the hair on these figures, it's not conveying what we think as nappy hair, etc. You know what I'm saying? It's a molded sculpture. So again, when you're looking at a statue, these statues was made probably, we don't even know when. You mean to tell me that you're gonna assume that they're trying to convey that that they was trying to convey a certain look?
Oh, but you know what? I think you just answered your own question. Because just like you said, the toys are trying to give you an approximation of black Afro hair.
No, but that's why. No, wait. No,
they're trying to come across.
You killed them right there, Alquan.
I said that they're not always conveying that. They're here. You could
get but if they weren't conveying that, you wouldn't know that that's what the hell is.
No. What I'm saying is if I know who this wrestler is in real life, and I'm looking at the figure, why isn't his hair looking nappy? That's my point. So what I'm saying is they're not always
I brought up an example. I brought up an example of how you are anti-lookership, right? So can you identify Baron Samedi in Africa? Are you practicing anything of the cultures in Africa? Or are you practicing shit that's already in the Americas and the Pacific Islands?
Like Alquan, again.
Hold on, man, look at the images.
Like I said, bro, I understand.
Look at the images.
I just don't agree with it. That's what I was saying.
Who in West Africa paint skulls on their face? Since you all knowledgeable on African culture.
There you go misquoting me again. Did I say I was ever all knowledgeable African culture?
No, bitch ass nigga. Answer the question.
I never said that.
Where is Baron Samedi in West Africa, and why don't they paint skulls on their face?
Ask somebody that said that.
No, you nigga. You claiming that we're West African, right? You're claiming our culture comes from West Africa, and y'all's self-hating on African shit. I'm pointing out to you some shit that's in
Why you ain't call
Africa
YK up
and the
here?
Americas. No, nigga,
Tyrone?
you the expert on Africa and you
Hey,
telling us to
Tyrone, why you ain't
appropriate
call
some
YK
random
up here?
shit.
You keep talking
You're
to me.
telling
YK
us
must
to
have put
appropriate some random
YK must
shit,
have put all
right?
types of hands and feet on you because you keep
So
talking
where's
to me
this
like I'm
Africa?
him.
Where's this skull face painting shit in Africa?
I don't know.
Because you
What's
don't
his
know
name?
nothing about African culture. Where's
Baron
it at?
Samedi. I thought he was like Haitian or something. Wasn't he like Haitian voodoo? Papa Shango?
That ain't African.
No, I'm saying I don't know what his character. I don't know what Baron Samedi character.
That
If I'm not
originates
mistaken, he was
in.
more.
They say it originates in American culture.
Oh,
The
I don't know, brother.
Loas.
I can't
You're
speak
not
on that. I
familiar
don't
with
know. I
voodoo. I
always
thought
thought
you
he was
knew
like
about
a
African
Haitian voodoo
culture, but
dude.
you keep assigning some shit to us.
What did I assign to us? What did I? You
West
keep
African shit.
you
Yo,
keep talking
nigga
about
that
shit
got
that
on the
nobody ever
panel.
said.
Yo,
You keep
bitch ass
misquoting
nigga,
people. That's what you
YK the
keep doing.
Truth, got on the panel and said that we self-hating on Africa
So
by
why you
claiming
keep
some
talking to
random
me
shit
about
from
that?
natives.
YK
Hold
said that
on,
to you.
nigga.
YK said that to you.
This
I
is
didn't
your
say that to
camp.
you.
This your camp. You saying that our
No,
shit. You can
just cause
find
multiple
West
niggas in the
African shit.
same belief
Y'all be
put hands
playing
on
this
you don't
looker
mean we in
shit.
the
Hold
same
on,
camp.
bro.
Don't put me to his. I
Y'all
don't
be
know what
playing.
YK
No,
said to
nigga,
you.
I'm not putting nothing in your mouth. Yo, nigga.
Pause.
Yo, nigga. He came up here crying and shit, talking about y'all shouldn't claim Indianness because
Y'all should.
look
I don't
what
know
they
why y'all
did to
claim to
our
be Indians.
ancestors
Yo,
and
no
shit.
disrespectfully, I don't know why y'all claim. Hold on, let me say this.
Butchered
I
this
don't know
black
why y'all be
girl.
claiming
They
to be
did this,
Indians.
they did that.
Indians got their ass beat by Europeans and they still ain't
And
recovered.
so
I don't
did
know why the fuck y'all
Africans,
be trying
nigga.
to be
So
proud
did
to be
Africans.
Indians.
So did Africans. And
But
don't you
why
have
black
cases?
people rich
Hold
in
on,
America?
you talk about real time shit,
Name
bro.
some
Hold
name a
on,
famous
nigga.
Indian.
Hold
Name a
on, nigga.
famous Indian.
Hold on, bitch, nigga.
Name a
Hold
famous
on.
Indian.
Hold on,
Name
bitch,
one.
nigga.
And
Hold
you
on, bitch,
Chinese.
nigga.
I don't know
Hold
what the fuck
on.
you
Hold
talking
on, bitch
about.
ass
Stop
nigga.
acting like you
Hold
some
on, bitch ass
full-blooded
nigga.
Indian. You
Hold
a
on, bitch
Chinese
ass
Irish
nigga. Hold
Choctaw.
on. Hold
How?
on. Hold on. Because you said real time, right?
How you a
Don't you
Chinese
have
Choctaw?
Africans
How you a
kidnapping
Chinese
black
Irish
American
Choctaw? How?
children for sex trafficking?
How?
Don't you
What
have
is your culture?
Africans
Wait,
organ
what is your culture?
harvesting people?
What is your
Don't you have
culture?
Africans
Hey, wait,
fucking up
Tyrone, real
black
question.
people's
Ling, real
land over
question.
here
How
in
are you
Africa?
Irish Chinese, Irish Chinese Indian? How? What the fuck is your culture? What you grew up doing?
Exactly. Just like you are
You a
mixed.
mutt
Just
mutt.
like you have
You a
different
super mutt.
ethnicities in your
You a
ancestry.
super mutt.
Okay, let's look at your
You not even
genealogy.
a
Are
real
you full
Indian.
blown
You probably
Bantu?
got like
Hold on,
2%
brother.
Indian in you.
Shah son, are you full blood Bantu? Let's see your
I
genealogy.
never said I was Bantu.
Are you full blood
I'm not making those
Bantu?
claims. You said you
You
Irish,
made the
mutt,
claim that you full blood
you
African.
Jamaican, you
You
everything.
said you made the claim that you are full blooded African.
I never said
Are
that. Then you
you
go lying
certain?
again.
Are you
Then you
for
go
sure?
lying
Are
again.
you
It's all
sure
like
about
talking to me.
that?
Hey, Alcorn,
Are
I'm about
you
to slide,
sure
bro.
about that?
Hey, Alcorn, I'm about to slide, bro.
Are you
I
sure
can't do this
about being
nigga.
full blown
This what he do.
African?
He misquote to try to argue. He misquote
Nigga,
you
are
lying,
you
say you
full
said
blown
something you
But
never
you
said.
saying
You a
that I'm a
goofy.
mutt, right? You're
You
saying
are
that,
mutt.
right?
You are mutt. You a
Okay,
wild
so
mutt.
are you. So are
How you
you.
get Chinese? Wait, you
So are you.
indigenous, right?
How do you get white people in your DNA?
Wait. I'm
How'd
confused.
you get white people in your
Wait, I'm
DNA, Shah
confused.
son?
Wait, I'm confused.
Shah son, can we see
How
your
are you
genealogy?
Chinese?
Shah
When
son,
did the
how
Chinese
are
people
you?
get here? How
Oh,
you got
he got
Chinese
here. Oh,
in
you want to know
too?
my story? You want to know how the China man got here? He got here because he was a paper son. And he lived in the black
What
American
time
community.
period?
Hold on,
What
I'm
time
giving you
period?
the history. Nigga, you want to know about my history?
No, I don't. I'm out. I don't even
Yeah,
care.
because you kept
You's a
asking.
mutt.
You kept asking.
You're not even. I don't
You
even
a
know why
mutt.
you in this
Can you
conversation.
prove? Hold
Tyrone.
up. You said
I
that
don't
you
even know why
full
you in this
blown
conversation. You
African,
don't even
right?
qualify. You're not one of us.
You full blown
You a
African,
tether.
right?
That's what they be calling. That's what y'all be calling.
I'm
You
a tether? How am I a tether?
You a tether.
How am I a tether? Explain.
You need to go over there and get beat up by Mike
Explain,
TV
bro.
and them because you
How
don't.
am I a tether?
You like
Are
a
you full
super
blown
immigrant.
Bantu? Are you full blown slave?
You
Is there a
probably can get deported.
DNA? Hold on, bro. Is there
Tyrone,
a
you probably
DNA
can get
marker
deported.
for slave?
Tyrone, you got a green card.
Alquan, can I ask you this question?
Tyrone,
Is there
you
a
got a green card.
DNA marker for slave?
Tyrone, you and your sister got green cards.
So if there's no DNA marker for slave, why are you sitting up here telling people that they African slaves?
Tyrone, you got a green card. You could tell us.
I don't have a green card to anywhere.
Your Chinese ancestor had a green card.
I'm from here. All my nigga ancestry is from here.
Your Chinese ancestor
All my nigga ancestry is from here.
Wait, your Chinese ancestor?
All my nigga ancestry is from here.
So
what are you
how
talking
y'all
about?
have Chinese?
How we got Chinese? You want to know? because you had a paper son come over here and live in the Black American community and marry an Indian woman. They even had a newspaper clipping talking about the Chinaman marry a Negro woman.
So why you just lie and say all your family is from here? If
How
you know
about
you related to that
I never
Chinaman.
lied. I never lied. Where's the lie?
You just said all my family is
Where's
from
the
here,
lie?
but you got a Chinese
Where's
relative.
the lie?
You
Where
just
is
said
the
all your
lie?
family from here, but then you just said you got a
Yeah,
Chinese
they are.
relative.
Where's the lie?
Because you just said,
Shah son, can you prove
you
that all
just
your
said
family members came from America?
all my ancestry from here, but then you
Shah son, stop right there. Let's talk about your genealogy.
What about it?
Are all your ancestors from America?
I doubt it.
You doubt it? Where are they from? Are they all black? Could they all be from sub-Saharan Africa, Bantu,
I'm sure I got some white
Africa?
people in my wait, you gotta let me answer. I'm sure I got some white people in my down the line.
Right. So you a mutt.
Nah, mine is a little way back.
Nigga,
like,
you was a mutt.
Like,
you not no full blood Bantu slave.
Look, Tyrone, you got Irish,
nigga, you
Chinese.
not full
I don't got all of that.
Bantu black.
Wait, hold on. You got Irish, Chinese.
You're not full blown Bantu
you got Indian,
black.
You got mad shit in
and
you,
I'm
bro.
not hiding it. I'm not hiding
you
it.
Jungle juice.
Okay.
Am
I hiding it? That's the thing. Am I hiding it?
Huh?
No,
I'm glad you're not. But
am
I'm not
I
understanding
hiding
why
it?
you
No.
even in this conversation, nigga. Use a.
But how
squirrel.
are you?
You
No,
don't even
nigga.
qualify.
How are you in this conversation when this is
You
about
made up.
you?
You genetically modified.
This is about you and YK.
You like,
this is about
the Yakub
you.
story.
But
Niggas just mixed a whole bunch of shit up together and got
Alquan, did this nigga's partner in crime just get up here and cry about Indians mistreating Africans?
Stop talking about YK. Why he not up here?
He was here. He's still in the chat. He's still in the chat. And he was afraid to answer my questions. So you're going to have to talk for him because he's not here to defend himself because he ran away. So now, answer my question. Did your boy not come up here and have a tirade crying about Indians' alleged mistreatment on Africans? Hold on, Negro, shut the fuck up and listen.
We beat you up. That's why you ran over here.
You didn't beat us up. How did you beat us up? How did you beat us up tonight?
We was worried about you, Tyrone.
How did you beat us up?
Because the last time
How? Explain.
You had the raccoon eyes.
I didn't mute your mic. I didn't mute your mic. I didn't kick you off.
The last time you was on Not a Coincidence panel, you had the
Not a Coincidence kicks me off. He's a coward. He does not let me talk. He does not give me the floor to speak for an hour like we gave to your boy to sit up here and hang himself.
You ran the panel because you thought you could hide.
Bro, I ain't run to nowhere. I always been on Alquan.
Yeah,
have I always been on Alquan's channel?
Yep.
Have I always been in Alquan's platform?
Oh, this where you was hiding at. I asked you where you was hiding.
Where? Where did I hide?
The Abos was even asking.
Where did I hide? How did I hide? Explain this shit.
Died
where?
Hey, Shah son,
what out here?
What ancient like civilization do you relate to most?
Do I relate to most?
Yeah.
I can't even say, bro. Honestly, I'm a 90s baby, nigga. I don't even know if none of them niggas was listening to boom bap and all that.
I mean, like Egypt, what else? Some type of Moors or whatever else.
Nah, I don't subscribe to none of them.
I mean, there has to be some ancient culture somewhere around the world that you relate to, or
say, I would say, all right. So I would say because I haven't done my DNA, but I know where my family from, and as far as being in South Carolina, my family is like directly from Charleston, South Carolina. And that particular side of my family, majority of them never claim to.
No, they don't come from South Carolina. They come from Ghana.
Shut the fuck up, the man asked me a question.
Son, nigga, you don't even belong to South Carolina. You belong to Ghana somewhere because y'all disrespect your Indian grandma.
No, but according to him, ain't nobody African.
Nah, you ain't supposed to mention America because America ain't your homeland. You got stolen from Ghana.
All right, okay, but like an ancient civilization.
I'm trying to answer you. Like I said, my family is from Charleston, South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? They blacker than black. You feel me? And again, majority of my family never claimed to be that particular side because we all got a bunch of sides. That particular side of my family never claimed to be Indian. So I would ask one if they not Indian, but we know they black, what are they? Because we know they ain't European, because they ain't never claimed to be European either. So one would have to, ask what are they? And a lot of people in Berkeley County, in that area in South Carolina, don't claim to be Indian. They claim to be Gullah. You know what I'm saying? And, from the
Gullas
islands,
are
from the islands.
But I'm not really asking about your personal history. Like
I'm just giving you clarity.
But you know how Sinetta and them, they keep going to Egypt.
I ain't one of those, bro. Again, I don't got no problem with Sinetta and them. I'd be lying if I didn't say I watched them for years, because they just providing content. I never followed.
Said that he identifies with the Gullah, right?
Alquan trying to get clarity. I never followed, Sinetta and them. That's why, I don't want to say I started it, but I used to be, spamming the chat saying Egypt overrated, because I know why they highlight Egypt. You got to understand they Egypt, Egypt maniacs, because of the whole religious conversation. So
right.
to
Freemasonry.
them, well, no, you gotta understand, no, you gotta understand the world that they in. They arguing Islam and Judaism and Hebrew Israelites. So you had
that's the world of Freemasonry.
Right. Well, I guess, but you had a group of black people trying to their way of trumping that was saying that Egypt was black. So now you got all these Egypt,
right. Well, so that's what I'm saying. Like,
with it.
Like some people might have an affinity towards Rome or anything. So I'm saying, which one do you kind of look at?
I don't have no affinity to none of that shit over there.
I mean, anywhere.
Oh, what you mean, like anywhere? As far as what? Like as far as culture?
Like history, like an ancient civilization that you might say, "Hey, man, I like what they did." Carthage, or somebody like that.
Really, none really.
Now there has to be something, because you just can't just be all into history and just not at least say.
Well, I don't think that's a qualification, like, you just to be in history. I'm more about facts and getting the facts straight. Like I'm not really. That's why I say I'm not a Pan African. Somebody, an Indian just lost to a Moor, right? So I disagree. Like, look, this is how you know I'm unbiased and I'm about truth. I don't agree with black people saying that they the original Indians, right? I don't agree with that at all. But an Indian just lost the debate to a Moor. And I was mad that the Indians didn't vote for the Indian, because that Moor shit is garbage. It's not true. It's not real. It's all gibberish.
I agree with that.
So how did they vote? How did they vote against an Indian who I know, though I don't agree with him on the fact that we are the original Indians, I know that his information about the city and states of where Indians was hardcore facts. How did they vote against him? You get what I'm saying? But again, that's me. I'm about truth. I'm not on nobody's side.
Well, did you watch like martial arts movies?
When I was a kid, but I'm a 90s baby. I had older cousins that was like born in the mid to late 80s. So Kung Fu, that was a big thing. Wu-Tang was, Wu-Tang.
So what I'm saying is, like, if you watch some of those movies, don't you at least say, damn, I like some of the outfits. I like the architecture.
Well, as a kid, like so I got an uncle that's like a black belt. So, but that really wasn't nothing that I was extremely into.
No, you didn't have to be fascinated by, but I mean, at least say, damn, I like to look at that.
Yeah, yeah. As a kid, I used to have to sit there and watch my cousins watch that, and you know what I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I never really got like obsessed with it though.
Because you got a lot of white people who love ancient Egypt, and Italians, of course, they like Rome. So and then you have Pan Africans who just pick and choose or combine every damn thing together.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out.
That's why I be saying that Egypt overrated shit. Like, I don't be wanting to offend none of them, because I like some of the information, some of these guys, but I be feeling like not fuck Egypt, but fuck Egypt in the sense of that shit don't got nothing to do with us. Like, I mean, if you want to claim it as far as everything being black, I get that. I don't got no problem with that. But when it comes to the context of them being our people or us, then it's like that's why I'm saying, right, stop talking about it. Because
there's some people some people Muslims, they fascinated by the Islamic world.
Islamic, yeah.
Right. So I'm just trying to figure out, okay, which one do you lean towards most?
None of those, bro.
There got to be at least one that you lean towards more than the others.
None of those.
So Carthage is out. The Moors are out. The Moors
all
out.
Of them out. Even the West African cultures is out. Because I don't know nothing about them like that.
Portugal is out.
You said what?
Portugal.
All of it is out, bro.
Nah, something got to be there. I can't
I like
believe
hip
that you
hop
don't.
music. I like Black American culture.
Okay,
That's what I'm into.
everybody got something that they look in the past and say, okay, I like that. I like Rome. I like Greece.
I don't really care about that stuff.
I don't know. Okay, I'll take your word for it,
Yeah,
man.
I don't really care about it because you know why? To me, it's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, like you watch movies like 300 and all of that. Like I'm not fascinated by those movies. Like that's all about, to me, those movies about European pillaging and going to war, and I'm not fascinated by that. I don't give a fuck about their story like that. You know what I'm saying? It adds clarity on a historical point. So you know, if you try to fill in gaps, but I don't care about none of that shit they was doing. Most of those movies you see, those ancient movies, be about them. I don't care about that shit.
I mean, if you take it to like a World War II, you know, some people fascinated by Germany, even though a lot of these places were victims to Germany.
Yeah, facts. I don't care. They do. Some people like that shit.
You're not fascinated by Japan?
Nothing. None of that shit, bro. I don't be kidding.
I mean, I'm fascinated by Japan because I like electronics and computers and stuff. So, you know, they're high tech. So I like what they have. And I've been watching actual karate movies lately. Not kung fu, but karate. And, you know, because I want to see actual karate in action to see what it looked like on its own without influence from anything else. And I got to admit, when you see it on its own, it ain't bad. Even the outfits ain't bad.
No. You
know, just got through watching that that G.I. Joe, that Snake Eyes the other day.
Yeah, like I said, I'm from Jersey, so you know, like they always would say, like, you know, people from outside of the area, like in other states, would think that, like, you know, because of like Wu-Tang, that like everybody like watch, like, you know, kung fu movies or into that stuff. Like a lot of people did, but a lot of people didn't. You ever seen the movie Ghost Dog?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. We all seen it.
Oh, wow. They shot that in the city I live in. So that was like a black, you know, kung fu.
Oh, I tell you, speaking of Jersey City, because I'm in Jersey City a lot, but I didn't know until I saw Unsung that your group PM Dawn was from Jersey City.
Oh yeah. PM Dawn, they from Harrison Avenue. Yep.
But for the longest time, I never knew where the hell they were from, man. I was like,
I didn't
damn.
know PM Dawn. They you know, that's before my time. But they used to, the building they used to live in. My family used to live in that building when they was kids. They grew up with them. Yep.
Yeah, they're one of those groups that people didn't. They never
They
said
was
where the hell they
cheesy
were
back
from.
in the day. Now I ain't trying to diss them, but you know, shout out to
Yeah.
PM. But you know, they was kind of like cheesy compared to the time. You know, the hip hop music was like rough and rugged, and they was.
Hey man, New Jersey got to claim them. That's New Jersey.
Yeah, fact. He definitely claimed them.
Oh, okay.
Now I want to get back, since you buttered him up. He admitted that his people are Indians. Because what is a Gullah Geechee?
Did you hear this guy? I never said that.
Yes, you did admit that you were Indians.
Alcorn, why you keep letting this man do this? I never said that.
Yeah, you did. You
said
your relatives didn't claim to be Indians, but they're claiming to be Indians.
Wait, what?
You just did admit that they were claiming. They said they weren't claiming to be Indians, but they were claiming to be Indians because you got the Gullah Geechee. The Gullah Geechees.
Indian, you goofy.
Yes, it is.
You want to get on the phone?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna let an Indian tell you where it comes from.
All right, you're gonna argue this. I already know your talking points. You're so predictable and stupid. You're gonna say that they the Guao. You're gonna right. You're gonna say they was by the Ogeechee River. The Guao and the Gullah.
Yeah, that is.
And what we really want to talk about is this part of the narrative. Is Ogeechee Native American? Firstly, in our words, in our language, Ogeechee is water.
That's not the Gullah.
Listen.
That's not the Gullah.
You ain't got the science for that shit. Listen.
For the Yuchi or Yuchian Indians of the Lower Creek Confederacy. So they're saying that the word Ogeechee comes from or means Yuchi.
It does. That's what I read too.
Conflicts that are being shown. And before we get into the conflicts, let's show this. The Wali village at 7.
Wali, you heard that?
Notice I highlighted the Wali, right? Village.
It ain't Gola, it's Wali, and it ain't Gola.
So why you
see here in the yellow bottom, it says this marker stands.
Listen, nigga. Listen, and you can reply.
We're going to keep using the word Ogeechee to explain the connection.
You can listen and then reply.
It said that the word Ogeechee meant Uchi. Ugechi, or Ugechi meant Yuchi, right? However, somebody's getting their information mixed up, but the principle behind, or the point behind the whole thing, is that the word Ugechi is a Native American name, right? And you will see this used in the Gullah Geechee. They say Gullah Geechee. So they're showing you that there is a Native American connection to the Gullah Geechee. It's not just they're all African or West Africans. However, let me read this conflict, which you'll find at Statesboro. It's Statesboro magazine, and you read it here, and I highlighted it. It says, or further back to before the Revolutionary War, when her course was called upon to form our country's borders, or even before that, when the natives who lived along her banks named her the mighty Ugechi.
I'm about to slide.
Right? So they're saying that the natives who lived there called her the mighty Ugechi. And to further confuse people about what does the word Ugechi mean, you read here where the question is asked, what does the name Ugechi mean? It says river of the Yuchi, river of the Yuchi, which of course goes back to what I told you. Uki in our language means water. Ukichi, Uki, Uki. So they're telling you that Ugi means water or river, right? And you see that it says the name Ukichi is Indian in the origin and means river of the Yuchi, seen far away, right? So it goes back to what I told you before when you break down the phonetics of a word. Uki in our language, chi means you, your, right? Ukichi, Ukichi, right? So they're saying as well that it also meant Yuchi, but we speak Hichiti. You can go to Florida and you will find a spot there called Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee. Ugi means water, Chubi means big. Now here you will see that they talk about the word Gola or Gullah, right? And it says a tribe in Liberia and Sierra Leone, right? West African tribes. Now, many people say that Gullah comes from the root word Angola. However, the African people did not solely come from Angola. They also came from Liberia and Sierra Leone. So them using the word Gullah would not be because all of the Gullah people came from Angola, obviously because they came also from Liberia, Sierra Leone, and different other places in West Africa. To further validate this point, you see it says, what part of Africa is Gullah from? It says West Africa. And it goes down and says the Gullah Geechee people are descendants of Africans who were enslaved on the rice, indigo, and Slee Island cotton plantations of the lower Atlantic coast. Many came from the rice-growing region of West Africa, right? So again, they're talking about they came from West Africa, not just solely Angola. So the word Gullah could not apply to everyone that did not come from Angola. Here we're talking about Liberia, which of course is a West African country, and it is bordered by Sierra Leone, one of the two places that they say that the Gullah people derive from. In this data application or this data website, it tells you that Angola is located in Central Africa, whereas Liberia is located in West Africa. This particular article, lowcountrygullah.com, asks, is every Geechee Gullah? So are you Gullah or a Geechee? Over time, the names have been combined and have become interchangeable. In the technical sense, the Sea Island slaves from North Carolina or South Carolina were Gullah. From Georgia to Florida, the slaves were considered to be Geechee. Why is there a distinction there? Okay, distinction is purely shown when you look at the word Ugechi or Geechee, right? Being a Native American word, hence people say again, there is no Native American connection to the Gullah people. However, we're going to disprove that shortly in a second as well. But there is a distinction between the two different groups. There was no Gullah Geechee people as a whole. They're saying that the Gullah came from one portion, the Geechee came from another portion. But as we just saw again, the word Geechee, Ugechi, is a Hichiti or a Native American word saying what? Water, right? Or Yuchi, as they're trying to say as well, which of course, you know, the Yuchi were a part of the Creek Confederacy, which we ain't got to go into all that, but we're going to continue. Now let's really dive in, because here you have Yale, one of the highest educational facilities and organizations.
This is why this nigga flees.
As a matter of fact, a lot of people want to go to Yale because of how prestigious they are as an organization. However, look at this, what Yale says. Yale University says, Black Seminoles - Gullahs who escaped from slavery. In 1850, a group of Seminoles and Seminole Indians escaped south. What are they trying to say? Let me help you. So here they're telling you exactly what they're trying to say. And we're going to deep dive into all of this. Well, I'm not going to deep dive, but I'm going to dive into it topically just to give you guys some more help. And it said,
so the gist of he was trying to say was these people are relatives of the Yamasee.
One of the highest educational facilities and organizations in the United States. Matter of fact, a lot of people want to go to Yale because of how prestigious they are as an organization. However, look at this. What Yale says, Yale University says, Black Seminoles - Gullahs who escaped from slavery. In 1850, a group of Seminoles and Seminole Indians escaped south. What are they trying to say? Let me help you. So here they're telling you exactly what they're trying to say. And we're going to deep dive into all of this. Well, I'm not going to deep dive, but I'm going to dive into it topically just to give you guys some more help. And it says, the Americans called the Florida Indians Seminoles from the Spanish word Cimarron, meaning wild or untamed. And they called the runaway Gullahs Seminole Negroes. Or Indian Negroes. Oh, but I thought all the Gullah were Africans. Because here you have Yale, one of the highest educational facilities and organizations in the United States. Matter of fact, a lot of people want to go to Yale because of how there's no way they're connected to our tribe or the Yamasee. They're all Africans. But Yale just said opposite too. This is the complete document. Again, it's on Yale's website. You can find it for yourself. And to bring this home a little bit, here you have the U.S. Department of Commerce, right? This is federal and state documentation for Indian trustees and Indian areas, Indian land, right? So we're going to deep dive into what the federal government says on their government website, govinfo.gov, to talk about who the Seminoles were. Govinfo.gov. So here on govinfo.gov, it tells you land status, and it's talking about the land, and this is just one of the tribally owned lands of total of, I think it says 35,763 acres that is in trust for the, quote, Seminole people. And it says here, and you see it in the green, the people who came to be known as Seminole, the name means runaway, were a combination of Hichiti-speaking Oconee Yamasee. Oh, what's that right there? What did it say? Yamasee. Driven from the Carolinas and Creek fleeing Georgia. Interesting. Their ranks were swelled by fugitive slaves who found refuge and freedom amongst the Indians in Florida. Now, why isn't there no other tribe listed there for the Seminoles? This is the government's website. And it says only and solely Oconee or Hichiti speaking of Oconee Yamasee. Right here, it says it. Okay. So again, the document that Yale had said Seminole Negroes, and if the Yamasee were identified as Negroes, which no one can dispute or argue, yet y'all get where I'm going with this? See, smart people will catch on to this. So when we list that there is Gullah people that are eligible for enrollment to our tribe, we did it because we did our due diligence and research. We don't just make up people, and we're not just accepting anybody into our tribe. So I would encourage you guys to deep dive and stop just taking information from the first part of Google and accepting what is being said. All right, y'all can finish the rest and figure out more.
So did you get what he was saying? Alquan.
Yeah.
From what you just heard from this man, Siku Hidnigo Hajo, that these niggas are full of shit.
I mean, excuse me. Doesn't matter who the source comes from, they're always going to deny.
Exactly. And they're telling us right here, instead of looking at the first part of Google and arguing us over the damn definition of copper colored, you need to look into these tribes and these names that you call specifically the Black Americans, like Gullah Geechee, like what Harriet Tubman alleged her grandma came from, the Santee.
Yep.
You need to look this shit up. Or you'll have these ignoramuses sitting up here saying we only come from Africa.
Which they can't even prove that we actually did come from there. And
exactly. And they can't point out no specific tribes.
But
not even the language.
even though Shah's son wanted to not identify an ancient civilization that he was fond of or felt that he were part of his people, and the Olmec statue, you know, it just didn't look black to him. I mean, if that statue don't look black, I don't know who the hell looks black, to be honest with you. But I mean, shit, that's black.
YK the Lie said I got triggered by his presentation. He need to bring his monkey ass back up here and explain that shit instead of fleeing.
I'll tell you this. So many Pan-Africans have already said we're everywhere on the earth. So, and they said, and so many have also said that we were here first, or here already.
YK the Lie. If he's fake, bring your ass up here.
Once one person says we were already here, that's the end of the story right there.
Exactly.
They can't take
it's
it back.
It's already in documents.
They can't take it back. They admit it, but they always followed up with, we still mostly came from Africa. Doesn't matter after that point, because once you say we were already here, that's it. If you can't say there were a few, can't say there were 200, because then you got to ask,
mixed in with Africans or anything like that when they already saying that they're Negroes.
Yeah, now you got to ask the question, okay, let's say if it's 200 or 2,000, then where did they come from?
Exactly. And he wants to play games like I told this nigga. I told both of them niggas.
And if the numbers were so low as they want to claim, how did you know? Why are they here? How did they leave an imprint on history then?
Exactly. They would have, if we are to go by this transatlantic slave story, the officials said not that many Africans came up here. So those Africans would have been absorbed into other ethnicities by then, because it's only like 92,000 or 322,000, as Henry Louis Gates say.
You can use Gates, or I like using W.E.B. Du Bois, because people. I just noticed when you use certain people's stats, even the harshest, you want to call them agents, they don't argue.
Exactly. And they love Rick Kittles and Henry Louis Gates. They'll bypass the fact that this nigga married to a white woman, has a biracial daughter, but will sit up here and talk shit about my ethnogenesis, but they're not questioning Henry Louis Gates' agenda as to hiding how you get reparations. You want to play games with reparations.
Yep.
Isn't that what we want? Money? Getting what's owed to us? Why are you playing games with this shit with some nothing burger African worship?
Could be Caribbeans, could be in secret societies or something like that, But one thing I do know is that once again, while YK the Kid, the Truth, actually put on a decent presentation that would probably shock and amaze and probably convince others, but he gave us more bones than actual meat. I was looking for I wanted and really you don't even need an hour to get right to the point. And the point is, show that we came from Africa. I'm not even one of those people who's going to ask you from where. But if you can prove where that it happened, then obviously the where is going to follow with it.
Exactly. Where in his presentation did he show that our culture comes from Africa? He ain't bring up no banjos. He ain't bring up how the slaves smuggled seeds up they anal to plant it over here. He ain't bring up like any of the dances examples, because he ain't never observed West African dance. He ain't never observed American Indian dance.
I'm sure those white guys that he quoted from didn't either.
Exactly.
But see, that's the thing. When it comes to culture, it definitely can't be proven.
And that right there in itself is lookership, because what was Melville Herskovitz doing? What was some of these Negroes that call themselves Afro-Americans doing? Playing lookership with our own culture.
Yeah, I mean, people should stop with the liquor ship put down, because the author Bobby Banger, I asked him about it. He and told him what liquor ship is, and that's what you need, and that's what you guys do. He didn't have anything negative to say about it after that.
This entire volume of Sex and Race is about liquor ship.
Yeah, the cover is. Shit. Matter of fact, that book wouldn't have been able to be possible or be respected without the liquor ship part.
Exactly, and Henry Louis Gates pays respect to this series of books, even though he brought up his own pseudo, bringing up a paper. Hold on, let me pull up this paper that these niggas love regurgitating. Give me a second. These niggas love this nigga's talking points from out of this paper.
But see, that's why I say that the easiest thing to prove, if it could be proven, is that we came from Africa. Then that shuts up. It still won't shut up everything, but it'll shut up a lot.
Hold on, give me a sec.
Where does rumors in your family?
Where is it? Oh, here
Henry
it is.
Louis Gates Jr. exposed and debunked. Henry Louis Gates Jr. exposed and debunked. Henry Louis Gates Jr.
So this is Kwame Nkrumah. No, not Kwame Nkrumah. This is Dr. John Henry Clark exposing Henry Louis Gates from back in the day. He wrote down these black scholars who works. Professor Gates questioned when reading works by whites in French, German. Could you pull up my screen, please? Alcorn. All right. So this is what he wrote in response to Henry Louis Gates. These black scholars who work for Professor Gates question were reading works by whites in French, German, and other languages that spoke positively about African American achievements. Long before Mr. Gates' parents were born, this school of black scholars are neither demagogues nor are they pseudos. They are the forerunners of the present propagators of Afrocentricity. They know what Professor Gates doesn't seem to know.
You're exposed and debunked.
So here I found a bunch of papers from the Just Story.
Henry Louis Gates Jr. exposed and debunked.
On Just Story, there's a article about William G. McLaughlin, paper Red Indians, Black Slavery, and White Racism, America's Slave-Holding Indians.
To get to the bottom of this contradiction, for once and for all, I've invited an expert on Native American history to meet me at Harvard, Dr. Claudio Sant. Claudio, one common belief among African Americans is that the slaves managed to escape from plantations and find refuge with their Native American brothers and sisters. They'd sit around the campfire, slapping five, and smoking a peace pipe with co-chiefs. Did this happen? Some cases it happened, but just as often, these fugitive slaves were captured by Indians and returned to the planters. And in fact, the colonies had policies. They implemented policies of rewarding Indians who returned fugitive slaves. They might be given 2 guns and a kettle if they brought back a live slave, and half as much if they brought back a dead slave, or rather the 2 ears of a dead slave, which is what they required. According to Claudio, substantial social contact only occurred in the early colonial era when settlers enslaved Native Americans and African Americans together, and between the Revolution and the Civil War, when a small number of Black people were enslaved by the 5 civilized tribes. If this is true, why does every African American I know believe that their grandmother had high cheekbones and straight black hair? I think it's probably a desire to be associated with people who are portrayed in popular culture as fierce warriors and who resisted the United States.
Damn, Gates is a house nigga for this.
Yeah, he is.
Living in Jim Crow America, who wouldn't want to be?
Africans love this nigga.
crazy, Horace.
Yeah, going to the white man to put black people down. Come on.
Whatever happened to American Indian diaspora slave DNA? Why are they using natives mixed with European DNA coming from the Bering Strait and not Australo-Paleo-Indian DNA to compare to us? We're testing African admixture test on res natives.
Sylvia's had fried chicken. Believe me, that's a much better way to function than hating each other. So I called Malefi first thing. I said, Malefi, I just got my result back. I am a Nubian. Where are you from? I am the true African prince. My friend Anthony Appiah, whose uncle was the Asantehene, the king of the Asante people. And when Rick Kittle sent me a certificate announcing I was Nubian, Anthony Appiah looked at it and said, "What a ton of rubbish." Now, why would he say that? Well, there's a slight problem with being either Zulu or Nubian if you're African American. You know what the problem is? None of our ancestors who came here in slavery came from South Africa, the Zulu people, or from Nubia. None, zero. Egypt is over here. The slaves came from the area from Senegal down to Angola. 97% of the slaves came from that region. All right? So, do you know how long it would take it to walk from Sudan to Senegal or to Angola? It just didn't happen. So I looked at Anthony and I said, "You're just jealous. But I am a Nubian prince. I didn't care. I had it framed. I put it up in my living room so everybody could see that I was royalty." So I didn't think about it. I thought maybe it was trade, maybe it was on a trade route. You know, there were great Muslim trade routes. You know, today, this is important for the students. In my time, we were taught that the Africans were these benighted people, and they were too stupid to build a boat or to be curious about the world and cross the Sahara Desert. It's rubbish. Africans are just as curious as anybody else. The Sahara Desert was a highway. It wasn't a barrier.
So for the chief
shut up. So I thought maybe my Nubian descendant had come over and ended up being tricked by some white man and ended up in Maryland or Virginia or something. So that was cool. And if I needed an interpretation, believe me, I could have produced one. So, and by the way, you know, the Zulu thing, when Oprah was finally in the first series and we gave her a DNA test, basically the next day she went to South Africa to announce that she was opening what became the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy. She was in an auditorium like 75,000 people or something, and she announced that she just had the test and that she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business. I said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. I called Rick Kittles. And I said, "Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu?" He goes, "No, man, she made that up herself." It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, "Rick, are you in your lab?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Is anybody there?" He said, "No." I said, "When the results come in, make her Zulu, man." You know? I said, "You back there making it up anyway." Nobody believe you could take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy? So anyway, I was a Nubian and it was cool. Well, here's the miracle, one of the many miracles, thank God, that happened in my life. I've made a series. I found the big three myths of African American genealogy. The first one is that I am descended from an Igbo princess.
So he sat up here and said this slide to cover the track of trying to say that we don't have Indian DNA. The Igbo princess talking point, which no one, have you ever heard from someone's relative that they were Igbo or Nigerian or Fulani princesses anywhere besides these DNA coons like Brandon?
Here's YK back. He says he wants some get back.
You know, we're going to continue listening, but he can talk after this.
Sordid soil of slavery. That there was a German count walking by the shipyard, the docks in Charleston, and he looked over and saw my great-great-grandmother and said, man, she is fine. That is my Igbo princess. And he goes and he buys her and makes her his wife, and they live happily ever after. It never happened. Never happened. Malcolm Gladwell. I was on Martha's video. A couple songs said, we were never slaves. So get point number 2, because my great-great-grandmother was an Igbo princess. And there was a German walking by, and he bought it. I go, oh, really? And the next thing, and I told her that was because she got very angry at me, so I decided to be cool about how I told people that they were believing myths. The next thing, Malcolm Gladwell was in my last series, Face of America. I called him, and I said, Malcolm, would you be in my new series? He said, yeah. And I said, how far do you trace your ancestry? He said, oh, man, I'm so glad I got somebody to tell. You know, we found out I descended from an Igbo princess. Yeah, I heard this story. Between 1616 and 1618, which is even before the Pilgrims came, it was of European origin, brought here by fishermen and explorers before the Pilgrims came. It's quite clear this from the first arrival, for the first time that Africans set foot in Americas, they were contributed by the Native Americans. The interaction continued obviously all the way through India removal and even after, because it is a state in the southeast where West African Americans were in.
All right, now you can talk.
All right, you can go in the back, bro.
Henry Louis.
Go ahead, talk.
Put him in the back, bro. Put him in the back.
Nah, nigga, you
no,
here to
I don't
want to
be over talk, bro. I went away so you could talk.
Talk.
I don't want to be. All right, so go in the back, brother. Go in the back, bro.
You're in a bad cop, good cop
put him
situation.
in the back until I finish, brother?
All right, Tyron, let me just put you in the back for a minute. I gotta get something to eat anyway, so be right back.
This whole Alquan, you stepping away because I wanted to play a video. That Henry Louis Gates video has been debunked already. I'm tired of people using Henry Louis Gates when in that very same video he mentioned having a DNA company, his own DNA company, and that you could trace your ancestry through DNA in that same exact video. In that video, he was speaking past tense. That was over 10 years ago when he spoke with Rick Kittles about that. DNA has advanced. You got other things like a human genome and other things that has advanced. So he was saying that, like, I'm skeptic. Like, in my mind, you just making it up. He's not saying that, it was a hoax. He was just saying that's the way he felt about it at that time. You got to put it in a context. He's speaking in past tense. This was 10 years after that. And he had his own genealogy. And I could show the video. I gotta show the video because I'm tired of Aboriginals using Rick Kittles, and then they use the 60 minutes clip and they misquote that. Bro, this DNA shit has been beat up a long time ago. Like, that was one of the first things I destroyed when I came out the gate, was that Rick Kittles claim. Just give me 1 second. I got it right here, brother. With this Rick Kittles. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Is it right here? 60 seconds. It's not the there it go right here. I got it right here. Here it go right here. All right. Right. Now I'm gonna put the link and I'm gonna play the video. So I don't want to hear this shit no more, bro. Now, can I share my screen real quick, Alquan? Are you there? Did you step away? He stepped away. So now I'm gonna play it. It says right here. In that same video, Henry Louis Gates said you could trace your Y chromosome. In that same video, see the Aboriginals, they leave a lot out in that video, and they just clip the part where he say, well, you can't spin in a tube, but he's talking about 10 years ago. He wasn't talking about at that moment. That's why he said what he said. That wasn't at the time that he's speaking. He's giving you a story of something that happened years ago.
Article is outdated.
Listen,
that would mean article. And then you already see that Troy Duster went ahead.
So he said, well, we had to run, your results were anomalous. And we had to overcome. But you want to be Zulu or you want to be Nubian. Who were the Nubians? The Nubians were the Black Pharaohs. And so a Nubian, and all these people wanted to be Nubians, descended from the Black Pharaohs. So I called Malefi first thing. I said, Malefi, I just got my results back. I am a Nubian. Where are you from? I am the true African prince.
Now, my question is, how do you debunk something like that?
My friend Anthony Appiah, whose uncle was.
Yo, Alpine, you there, bro?
Yeah.
I'm trying to play. Are you playing a video?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
The Asantehene, the king of the Asante people. When Rick Kittle sent me a certificate announcing I was Nubian, Anthony Appiah looked at it and said, what a ton of rubbish. Now, why would he say that? Well, there's a slight problem with being either Zulu or Nubian if you're African American. You know what the problem is? None of our ancestors who came here in slavery came from South Africa, the Zulu people, or from Nubia. None, zero. There's a slight problem with being either Zulu or Nubian if you're African American. You know what the problem is? None of our ancestors who came here in slavery came from South Africa, the Zulu people, or from Nubia. None, zero. When Oprah was finally in the first series, and we gave her DNA test, basically the next day she went to South Africa to announce that she was opening what became the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy. She was in an auditorium like 75,000 people or something, and she announced that she just had the test and that she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business and said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles and I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man, she made that up herself. It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make her Zulu, man. You know? I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody all the slaves brought to and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy? Nobody believe you could take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
Now, this is the part that most of these pretendians leave out. They'd be like, well, Louis Gates said that you can't do it with no spit. You can't. This is him being sarcastic. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? But check it out, though. See, this is the part that they leave out. You know what I mean? They always cut that part out. Well, you can't chase no spit. And no. But let's see what he says in that same video. Don't use that shit anymore. Don't Louis Gates.
This is the kind of amazing stuff that we discovered. Now, we gave everybody in the Series 3 test If you're a man, we gave you a Y-DNA test. If you're a woman who had a male descendant of the father or the grandfather, we gave that man a Y-DNA test. The reason the men are men in this room is because of Y-DNA, but women don't have Y-DNA. We all have mitochondrial DNA. And your mitochondrial DNA you inherit from your mother. Your Y-DNA from your father, if you're a man, is exactly the same. Your mitochondrial DNA from your mother is exactly the same. Yours is, whether you're a man or woman, is the same as your mother's, hers is the same as her mother's, hers is the same as her mother's. That's why they can trace you back to Lucy, or trace us all back to Lucy through your DNA. And finally, the pie chart is your admixture, in which we examine how much African ancestry you have, how much Native American or Asian ancestry, or how much European ancestry. And this chart shows you the number of ancestors you have at the 6th generation. We have 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, all the way up to 64 great-grandparents. And this is how your DNA markers are passed down. Your Y-DNA is passed down from a father to his sons, and a mitochondrial DNA is passed down from a mother to the son or daughter. And what we do to trace your African ancestry, have this huge database. We go all over Africa testing people, and we say, what is your ethnic group? And they might say Igbo or Yoruba. And then we test this young lady right there. And if you match in the computer, it's like, ding. If you have the same mitochondrial DNA structure as the person who says they're Igbo, and lots of Igbo people, then that means you share an Igbo ancestry in common. It's as simple and as complicated.
It's over. It's a wrap. It's over. It's a wrap. Play the whole damn video in this context. Play the whole video, not what was done before. Hold on. Hold on.
The video.
Hold on. I'm not finished.
We're gonna break it down. We're gonna
hold the finish. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. That's why I asked you to stay in the back, brother. It's almost over. It's almost over.
All right. Keep playing.
Now
we about to debunk
hold
DNA.
on. Hold on.
So go ahead.
I just got that in the back. I just demolished you. Let's keep going. Now we got the first article out the way. Okay, now we got the video. You can respond when you can respond when the video is over.
Could you explain?
Hold on. You can respond when the video's. I'm about to get up out of here again, bro. Because I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not trying to argue with nobody. All right, so wait until it's finished. When it's finished, you can go in.
Go ahead.
All right, so go in the back, bro.
Play your video.
All right, if I swear I'm out of here. If I hear one peep out of you, I'm out. Louis Gates out the way. Now we are about to get the 60 minutes out of the way. So you don't, y'all Indians don't got that no more, thanks to YK the Truth. Y'all don't have that anymore as far as DNA go, which means you got to go and get that ass a DNA test. Get that ass a DNA test. Because your arguments, boop, they shot. It's shot. Get that ass a DNA test. Let's keep going.
As that. We call it guilt by association.
Now, let me ask you a question. All right? Let me ask you a question, Cootie Mayo. If they testing us back 500 years, right? And we share the same genetic markers as those people in the African continent, wouldn't that mean that we originate from the African continent? Wouldn't that mean that we share the same common ancestor with them? And we are not Native Americans? Checkmate. Wouldn't that mean that DNA testing is not a hoax? Because we know he just said that they test back 500 years. So you got to get that clip the hell, play the entire video. Don't cherry pick the part you need. Play it all. When you have an article, look at the people who wrote the article. What do they believe? Because if you believe that they say DNA testing is a hoax, then you also have to believe everything else. This is why they got to start saying things like the transatlantic slave trade was in reverse, because that way we could still say, okay, well, even though there's records that we came from Africa, we was in America first. But that failed. You got debunked on that because you say it's impossible. So it's a lose-lose for you natives, so-called natives. You getting this work. Okay, so now that we got that out the way, let's go to the 60-minute, back to the 60-minute, because they love to use that video. So after this video, I'm about to just body this video, yo. They ain't gonna be able to use this again. Watch this. Let me show y'all something real quick. And figure out a try. Let's go. Let's get it.
The problem is, Sierra Leone wasn't the only answer Vi got. A company called Relative Genetics found a match to a single person in the Wobi tribe in the Ivory Coast.
Different? Different. Now, I got all excited about.
Now, let's stop right there. African Ancestry has the largest African database. Wouldn't it make sense to go to them, because it's a greater chance you're going to get an accurate testing? They got the largest database. Those other companies do not. So let's keep going. That's just one thing that they failed to mention.
That and this is different? Now, how could that happen?
Then a third company, Trace Genetics. Your particular sequence matches sequences reported among multiple Mendanka individuals in Senegal.
What's up with this?
And Family Tree DNA, the company that linked Vi with Marion in the first place, came up with a whole list of matches. This goes on and on.
My goodness.
Now, though the other ones say Family Tree, different names, but African ancestry. So they specifically focus on your African ancestry. That avoids all the other chaos. This is why they say they're only using a small percent of your DNA. Or they only examining a small percent of your DNA.
Goodness. So what do we know about Vi's ancestry? The DNA does indicate that she has distant relatives in the Mende tribe, but she also has relatives in all those other tribes. So no one can say for sure where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from. So no one can say for sure.
You know what they can say for sure, though? Even though they're off because they don't have the largest database, it can show that they're all taking her ass back to Africa. They can show that part, white lady. They can show that part, white lady. Let's go.
Where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from.
For DNA kits called into question. They are the kind advertised on TV claiming to trace your ancestry. A woman says she used 2 different popular services to trace her family history and got wildly different results. Fox 32's Tia Ewing reports.
And I was shocked.
Smith's breakdown from Ancestry showed 97% European and 2% Asian.
I'm a black girl. I am not a Jewish white lady. I'm black. My parents were black.
She contacted Ancestry with questions, but says a rep told her the results are accurate.
She told me there was no way they could have made an error.
Smith decided to try again, but this time she submitted a DNA to 23andMe.
And the results were very different, but they were not a surprise to me.
Did you know that in Texas?
Hold on. I hate these ads. Let me skip this real quick.
Whereas in Florida, no.
The 23andMe findings showed 70% African for Smith, after Ancestry's findings showed none.
Both kits can't be right. One of them has to be wrong.
These DNA tests for ethnicity, entertainment value only. Entertainment value only. Entertainment value.
Now, let me tell you why he's wrong, right? African ancestry is different than those other sites, okay? And I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to prove it to you. Can you trace your ethnicity through DNA, right? It's a yes and a no answer. And I'm going to prove it to you based on this. Check it out. Let's go. It says, can you tell your ethnic identity from your DNA? The answer to whether a DNA can tell.
Now, I'm gonna stop sharing right there. Hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing it right there. But just know that I spoke with the man from that 60 seconds. The white dude, Hank Greeley. I reached out to this man. I got over about 4 paragraphs going back and forth with him. The same man from that 60-second clips. And he told me that you can't use DNA to trace your ethnicity. I spoke to the horse's mouth. Everybody I reached out to, they all say that DNA is real. You cannot find me a qualified geneticist. I'm not talking about a nigga that's studying fruit flies. I'm talking about somebody that's qualified in human genetics that's going to tell you you can't use DNA to trace your ancestry. I've been beating this shit up for 7 years, bro. I reach out to these people that y'all going to. Hank Greeley, I could pull it up of him saying, man, y'all still watching that? He said, I did that shit 20 years ago. So I said, Mr. Greeley, do you believe that you can't use DNA to trace your ancestry? He said, yeah, he did his. But they took it out, that part. He said, yeah, I even did one for that clip, for that 60-second clip. That wasn't juicy enough, so they didn't put that in there. This is what he said to me. I got the evidence. I could pull it up of the conversation me and him had. And he said, you can do it. But it all depends on the database. Who got the largest reference panel? So with that being said, I'm going to humbly leave, but just know you can use DNA
nah,
to trace.
You not leaving,
I'm
nigga.
not going
You
to
gonna
argue
get
with you,
this
bro. You can
ass
scream by
whooping.
yourself. You can
You
scream
gonna
by
get that
yourself, though.
ass whooping, nigga. Ah, bet. I bet. So you want to use DNA. Gotcha. Let's play these clips. So watch this. We're going to catch you in your own lie.
But very unspecific. Unspecific. Yeah. Every African American for each of my series has claimed to have a great grandmother with high cheekbones and straight black hair. Well, look at Africa, Ruth. What do you see in Africa? I see nothing. Africa is a big blank continent on this map. What this means is that you are the only person whom we've tested who actually descends from a Native American female. It's very powerful.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And determine where in Africa our forebears were from. Among those using the test to trace their family's past, Spike Lee, Oprah Winfrey, and actor Isaiah Washington, one of the stars of Grey's Anatomy. Brother Washington, your mitochondrial DNA is quite common among the Mende and Temne people in Sierra Leone. What you talking about? Got him! Got him!
Trace their ancestry back to Africa. The history will be lost to them.
You think about young African Americans growing up thinking that history started with slavery. I mean, how do you think that impacts their psyche? We went through slavery. We didn't start with slavery.
To Vi Higginson, the prospect of tracing even a tiny fraction of her ancestry back to Africa was enthralling. 60 Minutes sent her DNA to African ancestry, as well as to several other genetic genealogy companies, to see what they could tell us about Vi's maternal lineage. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. Jill's company sent what they call a certificate of ancestry. Oh my God. It says that you share maternal genetic ancestry with people from the Mende tribe in Sierra Leone. Do you know anything about Sierra Leone or the Mende people? No. Nothing.
Notice why Lie didn't play the whole video.
Or something like this. Now, this is just a tiny bit of information. But they take it as you right, because it's cracking open the door that was closed for centuries.
There's a place in Africa you could say that I'm from. A tribe. I am thrilled. It puts a name, a place, a location, a people. It opens up such possibilities. But the problem is, Sierra Leone wasn't the only answer Vi got. A company called Relative Genetics found a match to a single person in the Wobi tribe in the Ivory Coast. Different?
Now, I got all excited about that. That's different.
Now, how did that happen? Then a third company, Trace Genetics. Your particular sequence matches sequences reported among multiple Mandinka individuals in Senegal. What's up with this? And Family Tree DNA, the company that linked Vi with Marion in the first place, came up with a whole list of matches. This goes on and on.
So what I just showed you in this clip, this nigga doesn't know how DNA works. They tell you got to take different DNA tests to find out all of your branches. And what they use for the mitochondrial is the out of Africa theory, not a slave trade database. They're not collecting slave graveyard DNA. They're not collecting Indian burial ground Negroes. They're collecting spit from random West African tribes.
It's so offensive. How do you decrease my Nigerian? How do you decrease my Nigerian ancestry from 46% to only 6%? What the? What is going on?
Your maternal lineage, we analyze variants within these regions to determine the parts of your DNA that you share with people within specific ethnic groups. Are you trying to tell me I'm white? I'm so confused. The HVR variants listed below indicate DNA sequence patterns that you share with European populations. The combinations of HVR variants determine your membership. The sequence similarity score represents our 100% confidence level in your result. Haplogroup H, sequence similarity score 100%. And then they have the nerve to say, we understand that this information may be difficult to absorb, do you think? Especially if you were not aware of any European ancestry on your mother's maternal line. It is important to note that even though we did not find African ancestry for your maternal lineage, it does not mean that you are not African American. It does not mean that your mother is not African American, and it does not mean that you have no African ancestry anywhere in your family tree. Please feel free to contact one of the specialists in our office to discuss other lineages that you can test to find your African roots. Can you guys see this? It legitimately says, you're not African. Got it.
Europe. Okay, so Sudan, Somalia, Uganda, Guinea, Rwanda, and Tanzania. Okay. So number one is Sudan. So I am 3% African. I missed Black History Month last month.
So what do we know about Vi's ancestry? The DNA does indicate that she has distant relatives in the Mende tribe, but she also has relatives in all those other tribes. So no one can say for sure where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from. When I handed Vi the certificate, she got extremely emotional about it. She wept, and it meant so very much.
People want to believe
They want to believe they've gotten an answer.
And it's not fair of us to let them believe that we're giving them certain answers because scientifically, we just can't.
Ken Greeley is concerned that the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of a tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
But what about your own company?
We have
He didn't exclude you. He included you.
But we have the largest.
They have the largest shit, but they can't give you no information.
That we're able to provide some level of
guessing.
But he would say that even though you have the largest database, it's still small on the scope of things.
As I said, I share those concerns.
About yourself. And that's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from whom. There are just 2 bits of DNA that remain pure: the Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast.
All right, now my turn. Stop that. Stop
No,
that.
nigga, you gonna
It's
listen.
the same video. Stop that.
Shut the fuck up. You ain't play the whole thing.
Yo, first of all, don't disrespect me, bro.
You didn't play the
We on the
whole thing,
internet,
bitch
bro.
ass nigga.
It's the internet, bro. I
You
can't
didn't play the
spec
whole
you, bro.
thing.
Don't talk out your mouth, bro.
I am. I'm gonna talk as much I'm gonna talk out my
Yo,
goddamn mouth.
you said what
And
you
you
said,
ain't gonna
bro.
tell
Let
me
me
shit.
put him in. This
You
is my
over here
story. Put him
bullshitting
in the
on
back,
the
bro.
internet telling people that you
I
can't
got
use this.
I got some for that. Let me respond to that.
Do you think that they explain what you just explained to us?
Many of them does as good a job of pointing out the limitations. But businesses often don't go around telling you how weak their product is. We don't oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA, trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%. It's less than 0.1%. It's less than 0.1%.
that's pretty tiny.
Yeah, but for people who know nothing about any of them, I think it's very important.
Yo, how many clips he gonna play? Let me get this in real quick.
No, we gonna get
Yo,
it
Alquan,
in
put him in the back. Let me address that. Let me address that,
We're
brother.
gonna get it in on your bullshit.
Yo, Alquan, let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. I got something for that DNA shit he talking about. Because now he trying to move to something else. Let's address one.
No, it isn't. It's on the same shit. This your nigga.
Doesn't mean that they're.
But you showing different clips and you being disrespectful.
No, this is your nigga. We going by
All right,
your
so
DNA
yo,
shit.
Alquan, you still there, brother?
Because of the experience of the transatlantic slave trade. And so immediately upon arrival here in North America, there was a lot of mixing going on. And so we see remnants of that in the DNA of African Americans. A lot of men, when they test their Y chromosomes, get a little nervous because, in fact, 30% of the Y chromosomes that we test of African American men are of European ancestry. And so many of them get upset or they are concerned when the match comes back European. You know, I've heard many men say to me, well, I'm very dark skinned or I'm African. You can just look and see. But he told me that I'm European. What we told you was that your Y chromosome goes back to Europe, meaning that there was a European male in your family lineage. And that was part of what we see on your Y chromosome test. It doesn't mean that you're European. It just means that that lineage went back to Europe. And if we were to test 12, 15, 16 lineages, they'll go in many different places because we're a very mixed population. When I perform ancestry testing on myself, what I found was
Alquan,
90% West African ancestry and 9 to 10% European ancestry. So that reflects that 10% of my genome that's of European ancestry. And in fact, a big chunk of that 10% is the Y chromosome because I have one of those 30% of Black men who have a European Y chromosome. So having a match.
I'll let you know when I'm ready to land my plane. It's just a couple shorts, and then I'll let you talk.
But it's a bunch. It's a bunch of gish.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
I gotta address one thing at a time, bro.
Because your boy, hold on, nigga. I don't care about your time. I don't give a damn about your time, nigga. Because I'm going through.
You already played that. You already played that.
I'm going through your bullshit.
I found that the big 3 myths of African American genealogy. The first one is that I am descended from an Igbo princess, and she was so beautiful. He buys her and makes her his wife, and they live happily ever after. It never happened. Never happened.
So he said Indians and Africans never met each other. So listen to this shit.
A couple of them said we were never slaves. So get point number 2, because my great-great-grandmother was an Igbo princess. And there was a German walking by, and he bought it. I go, oh, really? And the next day, and I told her that, she got very angry at me, so I decided to be cool about how I told people that they were believing myths. The next day, Malcolm Gladwell was in my last series, Face of America. I called him, and I said, Malcolm, would you be in my new series? He said, yeah. And I said, how far can you trace your ancestry? He said, oh, man, I'm so glad I got somebody to tell. You know, we found out I'm descended from an Igbo prince.
Nobody says
yeah, I heard this stuff. Hey, I want everybody to be honest. Just the African Americans in this room. How many of you are descended from a Native American? Just raise your hand. Don't be ashamed. There you go. Look at all them Native Americans. Well, I got news for you. None of y'all are descended from Native Americans.
Got him.
No, listen, because you about to get this word. He said a common Indian never saw each other. Okay, that's a lie.
Well, guess what the DNA evidence shows? Only 5% of the African American people. 1 out of 20.
I'm about to dip up out of here.
American ancestors.
I don't care if you leave. We still cooking your ass.
Bro. All right, you can. I need to share my screen, brother.
Have a significant amount of white ancestry. You know that those high cheekbones and straight back hair that came from your white great-great-grandfather.
That's a fact.
The African American and the average Native American never saw each other.
So he said they never saw each other, yet only 5% of the slaves from Africa came here.
Damn.
Are you retarded, nigga?
He just beat you up.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. That debunks you. That debunks you.
Get your bitch ass off the panel if you don't want to listen. I'm going to replay what this dumbass nigga said.
That's my turn.
I'm going to replay what this dumbass nigga said since you interrupting.
You played a lot, bro. You scared.
No, it's not. It's not your panel. This is not a coincidence, nigga.
This is my show. You just hopped on,
no,
brother.
It ain't, nigga.
Look at the
channel.
Look at the profile pic. That's my face on it, brother.
Channel,
this is my show, brother.
Now let's get back.
He reached out to me, but he brought you on. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah, you got your ass whipped.
I don't know. I don't even know why he brought you on here.
That's why.
He said he was going to address
and
me.
He messaged me to come get your ass.
No,
so
he
what
addressed
are you talking about?
He brought you to derail a whole show, bro.
Ass.
He brought you to derail a whole show, bro.
Ass. He messaged me to come get your monkey ass on your lives.
Yo, Alquan.
He told me to come up here and get your monkey ass.
No,
on your lives.
He said he was going to be the one to do it, not you. Yo, Tyrone, I don't fuck with you. Yo, Tyrone, nobody fucks with you. Nobody fucks with you, bro.
Nigga said he never met Indians,
nobody
right?
fucks with
you. got Indians with nigga and
Tyrone, nobody fucks with you. I don't fuck with you. Nobody fucks with you, bro.
Who are you?
Your Aboriginals don't even claim you.
Who cares?
Nobody claim you. That's why I ain't want to speak to you. Because I know you dumb. I know you dumb. That's why I don't want to speak with you.
You jumped off the Indian panel to cry.
I know you dumb, so I don't speak with you. Respectfully. I know you dumb, so I don't want to argue with you. Yo, Alquan.
Yeah.
Brother, he said a lot. Can we share my screen real quick?
All right, we'll do that.
He
And then
said he got African American blood, right?
Please,
But I thought you said
let him
niggas,
go in the
Indians,
back.
and niggas
Let him
never
go in the
mixed.
back, bro. Because he's
hold
not
on.
being fair at all.
So I'm about
bro.
to end this in a minute because that All-Star game is about to come on in a minute.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. All right. How long I got?
You got your ass whooped.
How long I got,
fled
bro?
from the panel.
All right, bro. You can get in the back. I didn't come to argue with nobody.
And you came to get whipped.
All right. Appreciate it. Just go in the back, brother, please.
So show us that evidence that you was talking to with
just
Hank
go in the back, bro.
No, nigga, show us that.
Can you just sit him in the back respectfully,
show
man?
us the paragraphs you got from debating.
Just let him do it. Let him do it.
Like, you just fucking up the bill, brother. What's good? It's your brother YK the Truth. And it's another sad day in the Aboriginal community. It's a very sad day. You can never use 60 minutes again.
Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
I actually think that this is a fundamental confusion that we see with people in some communities. I have 4 grandparents, 4, and 8 great-grandparents. They come from different places. That's how lineage works. Showing us one auntie or one grandmother doesn't tell us that you're a Native American. I don't even know if you understand how lineage works. You would have to show me it on all 4 of your grandparents or all 8 of your great-grandparents to make the argument you're making. And you certainly would have to go beyond 200 years. That just means that somebody, if we believe that, and I don't know if I do, that someone who was an enslaved African married with someone who was Native. That doesn't say that you're not an African. But what it does mean is, once again, you're a confused African.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast. It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you go back 20 generations, you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact.
You can never use the law professor, Hank Greeley, again. You have to take your DNA test. YK the Truth
Can you
just took 60 minutes
to the part
away
where you interviewed
forever.
this man?
Forever. Take away saying that it's less than 1% accurate.
Yo, can you put
Your
him
brother
in the back,
YK the Truth.
Put him in the back, bro.
Biosciences. Share this video. That's all I'm asking. Share this video. Let's get it. So let's get it. This is Hank Greeley. He says, I'm a Stanford law professor. I work on ethical, legal, and social issues in biosciences. Let's go down, okay? He responded to me because I asked him, I said, is DNA testing a scam? Is it a hoax? Is it not real? Or does it just have limitations? And he said, wow, the 60 Minutes segment I did about was in 2008. Didn't know that was still alive. Short answer, both then and even more now. It can be done, but it still has major limitations. So for one, DNA testing can be done as a way of finding, confirming fairly close genetic relatives out to second cousins, say, it's quite good. As a way of telling your ethnic roots, it's okay. It's good at telling you if you have ancestry from some of the major continental groups, Europe, East Asia, the Americas, Sub-Saharan Africa. It's pretty good at telling you how much DNA you inherited from there, but not wonderful. If it tells you you are 50% European, your family tree would probably show you as having somewhere between 35 to 65%, somewhere around there. But I don't have data to support a real range of your ancestors from there. If it says you are 10% East Asian, your family tree would probably show you with somewhere between 0 to 20% of your ancestors from there. If it says you are 50% Scottish or Japanese or Ashkenazi, you are probably 20 to 80% from that ancestry. The narrower the population, the less accurate. So every time Rick Kittles tell you guys,
Hank Greeley is concerned that the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of a tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
But what about your own company?
We have
He
the
didn't
largest,
exclude you. He included you.
but we have the largest set of sequences from Africa. And so with that, we're able to provide some level of probability in terms of frequency.
I have the largest database with African people. Over 30,000 lineages. If it says you are 5% Swedish, you may as well have 15% of your ancestry Swedish or 0%. And maybe instead have some Norwegian or Danish or Icelandic, but maybe not. I had mine done by 2 firms, Family Tree DNA, for that 60-minute show, that they did not mention it because it wasn't interesting by ancestry. All right. So he had a DNA test done. They all agree I'm overwhelmingly European in ancestry, anywhere from 100 to 95%, dependent on the company and the time of the assessment.
That's why you got.
But very dramatically about the percentages of Irish, Scottish, English, Germany, and my ancestry, while throwing in various small percentages of Swedish, Spanish, Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, Jewish, or Middle Eastern, none of them above 10%, and none of them worth much credence. And every year or so, companies change its assessment. My miscellaneous and one of them from Spain to Sweden, of course, one upgrade, but it was about 5%. So I didn't put any weight on it. Okay. If you have non-European ancestry, the details are going to be even worse. Okay. And this is why he's going to break down to you everything Rick Kittles was saying from the jump. The firms have a lot of customers with German or French or English ancestry, so they can distinguish somewhat between those European subpopulations. But they have very few customers from Native Americans, South Asians, non-Han East Asians, Sub-Saharan Africans. See that? If they tell you that your ancestry is Cherokee, it might well be Cree or Hopi. If they tell you your ancestry is Korean, it might well be Japanese or Chinese. If they tell you your ancestry is Zulu, it could be Yoruba or Kikuyu. The smaller their customer base, let me repeat that again. The smaller their customer base, the worse their narrow assessments get. I hope this was helpful. So when you go to places like, it's over, brother.
Over where?
It's over,
So
brother.
let's
It's,
your shit.
hold on. Let me just
hold on, brother.
Wait, bro.
Hold
I know
on,
you did
shut
great,
your
but let me
mouth.
just say what I gotta say
You
before
land
I
your
get up
plane
out of
on
here.
your DNA
Let me
shit.
say what I gotta say before I get up out of
Hurry
here.
the fuck up. You got
All right.
5 seconds.
No, ain't no fuck. This not your show, and stop being disrespectful.
It's Alquan
Let me say
show,
what I
nigga.
gotta say. Let me say what I gotta say, right? So I went to the horse. I went to the horse's mouth. Hold on. See what I'm saying? Can you put the brother in the back? He act like a child, bro.
No, nigga, this ain't your show.
Yo, I will never come
this
up here again if
Elbows
this
channel,
nigga's here,
nigga.
man. I
This
don't
ain't
do the
not a
disrespect.
coincidence.
Now back to what I.
Mute and flee. This is not the
All right,
mute
let me
and
say what
flee
I gotta
show.
say before I get up out of here. What I'm saying is this: I didn't go find clips on TikTok. I went to this man. I'm not lazy. I went and I spoke with this
you're lazy.
man.
You're
Bro, can
absolutely
you?
lazy because
I don't
we can
care what you're
discern what
saying,
the
bro. I
DNA.
don't care
Hold
what
on,
you're saying.
nigga.
Listen,
Hold on. Okay,
you
what's a
ran
SNP?
everybody off this man
Nigga,
panel
you a
today, bro.
DNA
You
scientist.
shouldn't be up
What's a
here.
SNP?
Mentally,
What's
your
a
channel was
SNP?
gonna flop if you keep him up here, bro.
Nigga, what's a slip?
Your
What's
channel
a
was gonna
slip?
flop if you keep him over
What
here, bro.
channel,
Dead
nigga?
ass.
What channel? We ain't over here
This channel was
giving
gonna flop
hotep
if
babble.
you around
We
here,
not
bro.
over here. We not over here like
Because you
Bobby
run
Booty
everybody
Banger
away.
trying to mute and block people and make insults. We're talking knowledge. We're here to sharpen swords. So with your whole
All right, brother. Let me
statement,
go,
hold
brother.
on, nigga, with
Salute
your
to
whole
y'all,
DNA
Alcon, bro.
statement of the
I'm out,
limited
bro.
or the
I'm not coming to
narrow-minded
argue with
shit,
nobody,
do
bro.
Native Americans
Okay,
donate
bro.
their DNA
Salute.
to these
I appreciate
companies?
you reaching out to me,
Nigga,
but I can't
nigga,
argue with
do
a grown
Native
ass boy.
Americans donate their
You a
DNA
boy.
to these
All right.
companies? Yes or no?
Peace, boy.
Crybaby. So, people in the chat, do Native Americans donate their DNA to these DNA companies? Because we hear in the media from Chuck Hoskins Jr. himself and Kim Tallbear that they do not give out their saliva samples to these DNA tests. So how can you use that against Black America if Native Americans are not donating their DNA to these companies? They're not even testing for African admixture within them. That's why he's sitting up here saying that Native Americans and Africans never saw each other, when that's a fucking lie. We got plenty of documentation of Indians interacting with niggas. Henry Louis Gates is regurgitating this other man's book talking about how they was mistreating slaves and how slaves were over here mistreating Indians. So that's a goddamn lie, you saying that Indians and Africans never interacted with one another. You a goddamn motherfucking lie. I just played you a clip earlier of your nigga regurgitating Claudio Sant. Claudio Sant said that Indians was cutting off slaves' ears and sending it in to reward. So where in Native American culture or in photographs do we see nigga slave ears in their regalia? Where do we see nigga scalps in their wigwams? But we find a whole bunch of pictures of white people's scalps. We find a whole bunch of pictures of Native Americans being scalped and having their nose cut off. But where's the mistreatment images of niggas? What are Indians? What are the depictions of 5 civilized tribes mistreating alleged Africans? All we get is a bunch of writing hearsay from a bunch of white people writing in their own biases. That's why this nigga can't handle a debate. He want to control the whole podcast to push his own biases. He doesn't want to look at all the facts. Shy Son, bring your ass up here. Because we can play more clips debunking your shit. Matter of fact, I already got one on deck of Rick Kittle's line again.
Yeah. Well, about to close this out because it's been, what, 5.5 hours?
Yeah, bro. We can do a part 2.
Scientific degree.
Hopefully I have another channel up because this one, they handicapped this channel like crazy. But yeah, I did watch that G.I. Joe, that Snake Eyes movie. Sometimes it's better to wait instead of watching it when you just want to watch it, and wait and watch it when you're really in the mood. Then after I waited, I gotta admit, man, after having watched it all the way through, now I have to say it wasn't too bad. But that shit flopped, so they're not making another one. But with that, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. And you too, Tyron and YK the Truth, everybody that came along. Now watch this All-Star game since it's on. So peace out.